Hello and good Sunday morning. Welcome to the live stream. This is Legless in Lockdown. This is a 24-hour comedy stream, all in aid of Diabetes UK. It has been Diabetes Week. Did you know that? It's been Diabetes Week, my friends. If you're not diabetic, shame on you. Um, anyway, the world of diabetes has gone crazy this week with lots of things happening and lots of charity events and lots of retweeting and streaming and that kind of thing. And this is my bit for that. I am a type 1 diabetic. My name is Colin Lego. You probably know that already. I'm a type 1 diabetic and I'm doing this stream, Legless in Lockdown. I'm not drunk. I look a bit drunk because I've been awake for a long time. I started this stream at 4 p.m. yesterday, and I've been sat here all this time talking into the abyss. But during that time, I have talked to some amazing comedians. I've had interviews. I've had sketch comedy, stand-up comedy, improvisation. We had a game show or two. Oh, it's been amazing. I must admit, for the last 6 hours, I've been talking to myself in the wee small hours, but I have been streaming. There has been comedy all the way through that, and that is true. So if you tuned in at any point during that, you would have seen a very tired Colin trying to be funny, playing videos and playing games and doing stand-up and that kind of thing. How are we all on this wonderful Sunday morning? I must admit, I've never stayed up this long before. I don't think I have anyway. This is the longest I've gone without sleep. And it was so weird to be up and watch the sun come up and not be able to do anything about that. Like, I've watched the sun come up before, but the fact that I watched it go down as well and I've had no sleep, it was very weird. Anyway, thank you for joining me. This is Legless in Lockdown. And just here down the bottom, scrolling along there, is the Just Giving page, because this is all about the charity, all about Diabetes UK. You can give money to us to help Diabetes UK. justgiving.com/legless in lockdown. And that will go straight to the Just Giving page, and the money will go straight to Diabetes UK to help people with diabetes, to help people solve diabetes, to prevent type 2 diabetes. It's a very good cause, all for Diabetes Week. Now, today we have a lovely lineup for you. From 8:30, I will be talking to comedians. I'll be interviewing, bits of stand-up going on, that kind of thing. And they are giving their time for free, all to help this wonderful cause. And please do keep on joining us. We're going to be here until 4 p.m. this afternoon on this very stream, which at that point I will want to cry and slide under the table into a coma, because I would have been awake for a considerable too much time. So if I seem drunk at any point, that's why. Anyway, it's all for Diabetes UK. And before we get into any of the comedy, let me show you a quick video of why I'm doing this. If you've joined this for the first time, you might be going, why is he even bothering? Well, this little video that I made will hopefully answer some of those questions. Here we go. I will see you in a few minutes. More people than ever have diabetes. More people than ever are at risk of type 2 diabetes. Apparently, if nothing changes, more than 5 million people will have diabetes in the UK by 2025. Now, about 90% of people with diabetes have type 2. It can come on slowly, usually over the age of 40. Hello, fellow 40-year-olds. The signs may not be obvious, or there might be no signs at all. Therefore, it might be up to 10 years before you find out you even have it. Around 8% of people with diabetes have type 1 diabetes, or as I like to call it, my diabetes. And about 2% of people with diabetes have rarer types of diabetes, like a steak cooked for only 20 seconds. That's very rare. So, what is diabetes? Well, you probably know there's two types, type 1 and type 2, and they both occur when the body cannot properly store and use glucose, which is essential for energy. Type 1 diabetes, or as I call it, my diabetes get off its mine, usually appears first in children or adolescents, but it can occur in young people too, just like it did with me. The immune system attacks the cells in and around your pancreas, so they can no longer produce insulin. That's your organ in your body, the pancreas, not St Pancras Station, where you can get a lovely train to Nottingham apparently every day of the week. Lovely. Annoyingly, there's no way to really prevent type 1 diabetes, as it's often hereditary, so essentially it was in my family's genes. We should probably get more than one pair. Genes means two things. Globally, around 5% of people with diabetes have type 1. Now, type 2 diabetes is more likely to appear as people age, but many children are now starting to develop it too. In this type, the pancreas produces insulin, but the body cannot use it effectively. Lifestyle factors appear to play a massive role in its development. Both types of diabetes can lead to huge complications such as cardiovascular disease, kidney disease, vision loss, neurological conditions, damage to blood vessels and organs, or even losing limbs, like I did. So how can you help by giving some money to Diabetes UK? Well, Diabetes UK was founded in 1934 as the Diabetic Association. In 2000 it changed its name to Diabetes UK. Both founders were living with diabetes, and their aim was to make sure that everyone in the UK had access to insulin regardless of their financial situation. Over the years, the charity has grown enormously and now provides financial support for project grants, funding to purchase medical equipment, research training opportunities ranging from PhD studentships to research fellowships. The research they fund covers all areas of diabetes, and there have been significant breakthroughs because of the money people have given Diabetes UK in both type 1 treatment and type 2 prevention. By donating today, you are helping this brilliant work to continue. And if the statistics are right, in a few years, 1 in 3 of us will have or be affected by diabetes. So you might actually see some of your money coming back to help you in the future. If you've been enjoying the stream or have laughed at least once, just donate a few pounds. Diabetes UK and myself would really appreciate it. Thank you. Well, yes, you wouldn't have found anything that funny yet because I've only just started this little bit of stream. But you might have watched one of the other 16 hours I've done and laughed. If you have laughed and you've enjoyed any of it, there's the thing down the bottom, justgiving.com/legless in lockdown, and you can give some money. I tell you what, let's do what they do on these charity thons and see how much money is in the kitty, shall we? Not that I've put it in the cat, I don't mean that. Let's see. Right. So, in the last 16 hours, wow, £600, £600. That's where we're at. Yeah, the Lego household is very excited. £600 you have brought in so far, and well done you. That is amazing. But we've still got another 8 hours to go, so we can get that up, people. It's Sunday. It's a lovely sunny day. I can see outside. I feel like an old man, but let's give some money to make this worthwhile, and let's get that 600. Let's get that more. Why not? So let me tell you what's going on today. For the next, I'm going to talk to you for the next sort of 15-20 minutes, and then when people start to wake up, we've got a lovely thing. What's it called? Program for you happening. At around 8:30, I'm going to be talking to the wonderful Shaz Andrew, who is a friend. She's an actor, and she has also appeared in a few of my Cornish comedy videos. And she's a little legend, really, down in Cornwall. And she's going to be talking to us about comedy, but also about the Cornish Meditation Centre as well. Lovely for a Sunday morning, right? To get us all meditated and ready for the week ahead. Then at 9 o'clock, we have the Very Healthy Breakfast Club, which is going to be me eating porridge, me having my breakfast, and also interviews with Adele Cliff, who is the UK pun champion, interviews with Richard Wolford, who was a runner-up in the UK pun championships a few years ago, and also an interview with Rob Thomas, who won the UK pun championships back in 2018. So that's going to be nice. That's going to be a little pun-filled hour for you. Then at 10 a.m., we have a lovely interview with a friend of mine, Katie Seacombe. Now, Katie Seacombe is an actress, a very talented writer and actress, and she does comedy as well. And she is also the daughter of Harry Seacombe, which, if you know your comedy, you know that Harry Seacombe is an absolute legend. And if it wasn't for the Goons and Harry Seacombe and all that kind of stuff, lots of the comedy around today would not exist. They were the godfathers of ridiculous sketch and radio comedy. So we'll be talking to Katie about her dad and all that work later on at 10 o'clock. 10:30, we're going to have another car pun game where we make up puns on the spot with Richard Pulsford. And then I'm going to be talking to Philip Simon, who we met a few hours ago. I say a few, it was more like 12 hours ago. He was the runner-up in the UK Pun Championships this year. And then at 12 o'clock, something different. A lovely comedian who goes by the name of Legless Lauren is joining me. And Lauren and myself are both below knee amputees. And we will be doing a show called Ask the Amputees Anything. If you've ever had a question you want to ask somebody who's only got one leg, you can ask that, because there will be questions where you go, oh, I wonder if you can do so and so, or what it's like to be so and so, or is it true about this, that, and the other. You can ask those questions, and we will do our best not to be offended. We won't be offended, and you can ask whatever you want. That's happening at midday. Then 12:30 this afternoon, we have the Sunday Lunch Live Lounge, which is a lovely half an hour of musical comedy, all by the wonderful Rob Broderick. If you don't know Rob by the name Rob Broderick, you might know him by the name of Banderman. And a Banderman are a brilliant improvised hip hop group. It's just Rob, really, but he improvises just amazing stuff from your suggestions, and he's just superb at just making stuff up. Then at 1 p.m, I will probably be asleep or want to cry by that point, but not because of what's happening, but because I've been awake for so long. But it is the brilliant Julian Lee and a chat show. He's going to come in and chat to some wonderful guests from the world of comedy for half an hour, so that's nice, at 1 o'clock. Then at 1:30, we have the UK Pun Off, which is 3 or 4 of the UK Pun Championship members and contestants doing their weekly show, the UK Pun Off, in a light version where you can join in and send your puns in and that kind of thing. Then at 2 p.m, Adele Cliff, my friend and fellow UK punner, Adele Cliff will be back with her podcast. She's trying out a new podcast idea for the very first time at 2 p.m. So we'll see how that goes. It's going to be lovely. Then at 2:30, I've got a chat with the wonderful Rob Coleman, who is a comedian, a very good comedian, and has been around for a long, long time, and a very funny man. So we'll be talking to Rob about modern life and technology and the things that annoy him to do with mobile phones and that kind of thing. And then at 3 o'clock, I am chatting to my good friend Ant McGinley, who is known as Ant-Man, not because he's half man, half ant, although it's debatable. I've never seen under his clothing, but he's called Ant-Man because he's Ant McGinley, and he is a podcasting guru. If you want to know about podcasting, Ant is your man. Ant started podcasting way before podcasting was a thing, really, and what he doesn't know about podcasting isn't worth knowing. So he's going to be talking to us right at the end of this stream at 3 o'clock, just for a bit about comedy podcasting and the stuff he's doing now. And then right at the end, we are going to look at some comedy for kids, jokes from children, by children, for children, that have been sent in to me by various parents and stuff, and that's going to be a lovely way to wrap it up as we get to the end at 4 o'clock. So what a massively filled 8 hours this is going to be. I'm so pleased it's busy, because I am feeling like I have been wrung out at the moment. I'm so tired. So I'm pleased that I'm talking to people, and I'm pleased that it's going to be a fun 8 hours for you guys. During the 8 hours, you can constantly donate. Here you go, justgiving.com/legless in lockdown. I would love to get that £600 up. It would mean the world to me if you just donated a few quid. I mean, on a Sunday, if we weren't in lockdown, you might go to a local pub and have a Sunday lunch. I mean, what is the cost of a Sunday lunch these days? I mean, you're looking at a good £10, aren't you? £10 or £12 for a nice Sunday roast. Don't give it to a pub. A, because coronavirus, and also Diabetes UK. Give it to Diabetes UK. Give the cost of your lunch or a pint to Diabetes UK. That would be amazing. So before we talk to Shaz, we're going to talk to Shaz Andrew in about 10-15 minutes. Let's do something silly. I tell you what. Oh, I know what. I wanted to play you this. This is a video that I made quite a while ago, and it's for the Cornish out there. I am from Cornwall. I won't do too much Cornish stuff, but if you've ever wondered what it's like to try and do 50 puns within a certain time frame, here is a video for you. This was a little attempt, a record attempt I tried to do. I had to do 50 place name puns, specific place name puns, in under 6 minutes, and it was timed, it was filmed, it was at a thing called Kerno in the City, back probably a year ago now. I'm not sure when it was, just over a year ago. Here you go. If you're from Cornwall, you'll love some of these. If you're not from Cornwall, just enjoy the fact that they're very obscure puns, all to do with Cornish place names. Here you go. Here's me telling 50 puns in about 5 minutes, and they're all Cornish, so good luck.
I went to a town where people gave birth to things that look like oysters. It was Clamborn. Yeah. So Isaac Newson won't drink fortified wine. I said, come on, have some port, Isaac. There's a big French cheesy hill in Cornwall, Can't Brie. My uncle can't stop swearing when he goes to the docks. He's got a proper foul mouth. My Nissan Micra keeps telling me directions to a Cornish bay. Carlion? No, I think it's telling the truth. Who's the patron saint of irritable skin rashes? St. Hives. Where's the shittest place in Cornwall? Lou. My wife gave birth to our twin sons, or as I like to call them, my double boys. I had a biro with a picture of a reptile on it. I stuck it inside the host of Blind Date. That's right, I put my lizard pen in Scylla. In America, stray dogs go to the dog pound. Stray old ladies, they go to the grand pound. When Sir Steve Redgraves goes up to the capital city, he uses fake oars. It's never a true row. I went on a stag do and locked myself out of my hotel. New key? No, I just kicked the fucking door in. I bought some paint for some home improvements. Blue walls, green floor, red roof. Where are all the naughty action in Cornwall? Cox Hill. There's a place in Cornwall where all the young men get overly excited sexually. Mevajizzy. They're releasing a new type of car based on an animal with 2 humps and a Fiesta. It's Camel Ford. Who wrote the Cornish version of Karma Chameleon? Foy George. I love that film where Dustin Hoffman plays a Cornish bloke with autism, Rain Man. My friend sat on a trumpet. Talk about a crumple horn. My friend also liquidised bubbly chocolate bar. It was a pulp era. I crossed a cold meat and cheese counter with a 10-pin skittallally. It was Deli Bowl. The Emperor Caesar asked me to name a coastal town near St. Ives, and the crowd said, "Hail Caesar!" PC World have opened up a smaller outlet to sell computer cables. It's called Leeds Town. What happens if you don't regularly pluck the feathers off ducks? They get long downs. My old-fashioned shooting musket gets sad whenever I don't shoot him, but I won't let my gun wallow. Do you like biros, fountain tips? Do you like biros of felt tips? Yeah, that's my pen pole. Good, okay. My grand's eyesight goes bad whenever she sees creatures from Lord of the Rings. One day I'll cure the problem and let my Nan see Gollum. I bought an amateur coach once, but I exchanged it for a pro bus. I watched Star Wars and I saw Darth Vader's elbow, Darth Vader's wrist, Darth Vader's thigh, and of course his Sith knee. What do you call a huge amount of trees? A treezillion. There's a hospital in Truro specifically for people with slight speech impediments. Tree lisp. Whenever I'm indulging in S&M, I like to make sure there's a good airflow. That's why I always put a vent on gimps. I went a mile and a half from Coverack and I got a sore throat. I like to make love to chocolate mousse when I'm walking up large hills. Brown Willie, absolutely. My friend said, I want to be a small set of islands off the coast of Cornwall. I said, don't be silly. I was driving out of Cornwall and someone had dropped washing up liquid all over the Tamar Bridge. It made the toll skinny. I met a bloke who worked down a mine, but he got addicted to alcohol, drugs and gambling. He was a ruined miner. What do you call a young sheep's arse? Lamb's end. There's a collection of big dome-shaped greenhouses where they keep red wax-coloured cheeses. It's the Edam Project. Last page. Number 40? Number 40, fucking hell. Okay, the comedian that hosted in 101 let his trousers fall down. We all saw Frank Skinner's bottom. After a sheep has eaten loads of sycamore, it sounds different. It's called its tree bar. I went to see a chiropodist who lives in a fishing port on the north coast, who makes your feet ever so comfy. Padstow, yes, and the rest of your feet as well. Okay, Doc Martin was at the side of the road with a flat tyre. I said, shall I help you change your wheel, Martin? I accidentally dropped a bottle of Evian down a hill. Talk about a chase water. Watching toads play snooker. I'm more about frog pool. When Stefani snooze outdoors when she comes to Cornwall? Gwen Knapp Pitt. I like to make sure that the most well-behaved aquatic mammal is always happy. I don't want to make my good dolphin cross. Poor. In my mechanical forest, how do you make all the sycamores pop up? With my tree lever. Where's the sexiest place in Cornwall? 4 lanes. Number 50. Bono from O2 was hoping to have a special happy ending at one of his gigs, but he couldn't make the edge come!
Well, there we go. That was 50 Cornish puns in just under 6 minutes, which was filmed in front of an audience, and apparently it's a record. I'm not too sure if it is. I've never heard anything from Guinness, but there you go. Listen, people are getting involved already. Someone has donated already, and it's not even 8:30 on a Sunday morning. Well done, you. So the money is coming in still. Thank you so much. That's what it's all about. That there. Yeah, the Just Giving page, justgiving.com/legless in lockdown. That's what it's all about. And people are commenting, some good, some bad. I mean, I love some of these. For example, Ian. Hello, Ian. Morning. Back for round 3. Yes, my friends. Back for round 3. Hope you enjoyed those Cornish puns as well. You're from Truro, so you would probably understand most of them. People who aren't from Cornwall would be like, where's Tresillian? What the heck is that? And Sithney. I mean, where's Sithney? Loads of lovely place names in Cornwall. Double Boys is a lovely one. Ant. Oh, we're talking to Ant at 3 o'clock. Ant says, keep going, Colin. I have to, Ant. It's part of the plan to keep going. And I do feel quite tired, I must admit, and I do feel a little bit drunk, but not because I've had any alcohol, but because of lack of sleep. I'm going to have a big mouth of coffee. I am a bit tired. And this is Chris. Now, we spoke to Chris. If you were with me in the morning, we spoke to Chris at about 2 a.m. this morning, UK time. He's in New Zealand, and Chris says this: "Oh, Colin, can't you have a nap? You look like you're gonna collapse, poor guy." Now, that is unfair. I totally agree, Chris. I do look like Casper, the friendly, tired Cornish ghost. But you know, I love it when people sort of say this sort of thing like, "Oh, you look like how I feel." And whenever the people say that to me, I want to go, "So you feel really cool and sexy? That's nice." But hello, Chris. It was lovely to talk to you earlier. But get off my stream if you're going to insult me. Hello from New Zealand. Thanks, Chris. You're a lovely guy. Ian, yeah, happy faces. Laughy faces. Thanks. That must have been for the puns. Oh, and Sam. Hi, Sam. That's very nice. I haven't... Oh, that's Tom Clements. Hang on a second. Hi, Cole. Watched a bit yesterday. Just tuned in today. You're doing great. Cheers, Sam. I appreciate that. A friend from school and lovely that you're supporting. Thank you, Sam. I appreciate all the support, and like if you can, I'd love you to support the charity as well. I know everyone's in a bit of a financial crisis right now, but Diabetes UK is a very lovely cause, and it is Diabetic Week. So if you want to donate, there is your chance. Justgiving.com/legless in lockdown. And Tom, hello, Tom. Wow, you're still going. Yeah, I am, Tom. I'm still going. I haven't collapsed in a ball of fluff, although I feel like I want to. So thank you so much for getting involved. Any comments that come in, I will read them out. Anything you want to say, or hey, let's do this. If anyone's a diabetic out there, I've done this a few times during the stream. During the 17 hours so far, I've challenged any diabetic to come on and challenge me to a game of higher or lower with their blood glucose monitor. Right, so here's my blood glucose monitor, and I'm going to test my blood sugars. If you feel that you can have a better uh, blood glucose number than me, then you can say it. Come on and test it. So let's do a live testing. We've done it 2 or 3 times so far. Clean the finger, get a clean finger. If you're not diabetic, you'll be like, oh, is this how they do it? Yeah, you have to do a little prick in your finger. Yeah, stop it with the profanities. You do a little prick in your finger, and you get a bit of blood on your finger, and then you put it into your meter, and then lick your finger like an absolute loser. Sorry, I keep doing that, and I realise it's grim. And then you test your blood sugars. So my blood sugars at the moment, not bad, 5.8. 5.8. So if you can beat that, if you can beat 5.8, do come on, do come on and try and beat 5.8. You'll know if you're a diabetic that that's pretty good, to be fair. Okay, so let's have a little think about what we're going to do. In a moment, we are going to be talking to Shaz, who will be coming in very soon. Diabetes Week has been going very strong. If you want to follow Diabetes UK, you can. Here they are on Twitter. They've got loads of followers. Look at them. 170 something 100 billion, not billion, a lot of followers on Twitter. And they've been promoting diabetes all week. And they do a lot of good work, you know. The money that you give goes to so many good causes. There are so many support groups to do with diabetes. There are so many research companies to do with diabetes. And the hope is that one day this is a disease that they will find a cure for. We're almost there. It is so close. I mean, I'm saying that as an absolute novice, but it's something that could happen. And it's not that far off. The world of diabetes is constantly getting better with pumps and different ways to test your sugars. So please give some money, because I don't want to be pricking my finger for the rest of my life. I'd like there to be a different way to do it. And the world of Twitter has gone crazy for this stream. Ah, yeah. It's not just mere mortals like you and me, my friends. No. Celebrities, big celebrities have got involved. Am I talking what? Big Hollywood celebrities, maybe like Tom Hanks messaging about Colin's show? No. Am I talking about, I don't know, Beyonce messaging about Colin's lockdown? No. Someone bigger than that. What, you mean someone bigger? What, maybe like one of the royal family, maybe Prince William messaging about Colin's common lockdown comedy? No, I am of course talking about Christopher Biggins. Yeah. Christopher Biggins, the Christopher Biggins, messaged about this show. Join my fellow Diabetes UK supporter and comic Colin Lego, blah, 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 for 24 hours. Yes, 24 hours of laughs for a good cause. Well, thank you, Mr. Biggins. That's very nice of you. Yeah, I was a little bit starstruck when that happened. I've never, I've always liked Christopher Biggins. I've never been a massive... I haven't got a tattoo of Christopher Biggins. I've never had a poster of Christopher Biggins or his name shaved into my back hair. But when he tweeted about me, I was like, oh my gosh, Christopher Biggins. It was like all my dreams had come true. I'd never thought about Christopher Biggins up until that point. How funny is that? Anyway, thanks, Christopher Biggins. One day we will appear in Panto together or something, I am sure. Okay, let's have a little bit of a sting, and then I will show you some comedy, and then we will get the ball rolling with all the lovely live events that are happening over the next 7.5 hours. I love that jolly bit of music. There we are. It's like a little nice thing. So it is Sunday morning. Let's try and keep it clean, shall we? I've got lots of clips from comedians that I wouldn't necessarily want to show on a Sunday morning at 8:31. But this clip is well, it's made by me for a start, so it's really good. No, it's made by me, and this is child friendly because it involves me telling puns to a 9-year-old who was mainly confused for most of them. Here we are, me and a lovely human in pets at home and also in hobbycraft, just shopping. And I thought it would be fun just to try and make as many puns as I could out of our surroundings. And I love it when an audience member, be it just one audience member, is a bit confused about what the heck you're doing. Anyway, here's me and the lovely Amalia in hobbycraft and pets at home, with her probably finding me very embarrassing. But here you go. Amalia,
Yeah.
you know when you did some bad colouring the other day,
Yeah.
you really crossed the line? Amalia,
Yeah.
I really want to buy one of these. I'm going up in the world.
What?
Amalia, we better get these back to your house. Do you know why? There's
Why?
no place like foam. Amalia,
Yeah.
you looking at these?
Yeah.
It's quite a sticky situation. Amalia, that looks so
What?
good.
Oh, okay.
Amalia,
Yeah.
you look really puzzled. Amalia,
Yeah.
have you ever met my friend Flaming? He always stays too long at my house. I always say, Flaming, go.
You sound like Siri.
Amalia,
What?
these over here,
Okay.
they're just plain bad. Amalia,
Yeah.
you really need to brush up on your skills. Amalia, come and help me with this.
Yeah.
The price of the glue guns.
Yeah.
Because I'm really stuck.
On what?
Amalia, we
Why?
don't need to shop in store. Do you know why?
What?
We can buy things on the web. Amalia,
Yeah.
I've got a hamster on my forehead,
Yeah.
and also a rodent on the bottom of my face.
Okay.
He's my chin chinner.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Amalia,
Yeah.
I saw one of these rodents in a restaurant.
Yeah.
He said, "Can I get Jabil?"
Yeah, that does not make sense. I'm sorry.
Amalia,
What?
I was going to buy some fish food,
Yeah.
but I feel him a bit flaky.
That's. You can feel bubbly, but you can't feel flaky.
Amalia,
Yeah.
you see that water on the floor?
Yeah.
Because we're in a pet shop, it's not a puddle. Do you know what it is?
What?
A poodle. Amalia,
Yeah.
what does a grumpy small dog say at Christmas?
What?
Bar humpug.
It's right there.
Oh, what? Amalia,
Yeah.
I was just watching the bunny eat its food.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the last straw.
But it's there.
Ah, what? Amalia,
Yeah.
who delivers presents to dogs at Christmas?
No.
What?
Santa Paws.
Oh my God, Colin! It's right there.
Ah.
Pun taken.
Amalia, are you scared of this?
What?
That.
Kind of.
For goodness sake. It's one of my favourite videos of the stream. Lots of people enjoying not so much the puns, but the reactions to the puns from Amalia there. Ian says, her face is the one you pull when you lose face in one of your own puns. Yeah, I know. I do lose face in my own jokes a lot. And Sam says she's like, yeah, face plant. I know. It's not good. I've actually got a little video made by Amalia. She's now 2 years older and about 20 foot taller, and she's made her own comedy video. And this is it. I'll play it to you now. It's nice for a Sunday morning. We were wondering what it would be like to be on Britain's Got Talent, and so So we came up with this idea, and Amalia made it. It's very funny, silly and daft, and probably hugely copyright problematic. But hey, let's give it a go. This is Amalia's take on if she was on Britain's Got Talent, and wooing the judges. Here we go.
Hello.
Welcome to Britain's Got Talent. What's your name?
My name is Amalia.
And where are you from?
I've come from Romania.
It's a beautiful dress. I nearly wore that dress today, actually. Is there anything else you want to tell us about yourself?
I'm going to be doing a dance inspired by my great-great-grandmother, who also used to dance. Aww. My great-great-grandmother was such an inspiration, and I'm doing this for her.
It's very, very simple. You are a star. It's a natural, raw talent. That's what we're looking for. That was amazing, sweetie. David.
Yeah, I thought that was a really, really special audition. I agree with Alicia. You're a total star. Okay, let's go.
David, yes or no?
1,000,000% yes.
Alicia?
100% yes from me.
Amanda?
Absolutely brilliant. Well done, yes.
You've got 4 yeses.
Yeah, something silly, wasn't it? Good. Thank you, Amalia, for your little contribution to the stream. Very, very funny, and people are really enjoying it. So we are going to bring on now one of my lovely friends, but she is also a lovely human being and very, very talented in all sorts of ways. And I'm going to talk to her about comedy and about meditation and about Cornwall and about nice things for a Sunday morning. Please welcome to Legless in Lockdown, the wonderful Shaz Andrew.
Hello.
Hello, mate.
You all right?
I
Well
mean,
done.
am I all right? I don't know. I don't really know. I think I'm all right. Yeah.
Oh, props to you. What an inspiration. Well done, Colin. Everyone that's been on through the night. Amazing.
I mean, I've been overwhelmed with the generosity, not just of the acts coming on and doing it for free, but the general public, like watching this and giving money. It's been lovely, and thank you so much for yourself for coming on and having a chat with me.
Pleasure. Absolute pleasure. What else was I going to do on a Sunday morning at 20 to 9?
Ah, that's right. That's right. What is your Sunday looking like, Shaz? What are you up to?
Well, actually, it's a bit of everything. So I've just literally done one 7 o'clock and one 8 o'clock meditation class online. So
Ooh.
I've been up for a couple of hours with other students, kind of doing the thing.
Yeah.
And then at 11, I'm actually going into another Zoom rehearsal for a project for Greenham. So I've got all my socks on today, meditation socks, acting socks, directing
Well,
socks, And obviously, I plug this in the meditation group as well. Oh, and by the way, at 20 to 9, Legless in lockdown, Diabetes UK, donate. I'll be on for 20 minutes or so talking about fun stuff. So
Wow, that's amazing. You wear a lot of socks. I love that.
I do. I've got incredibly sweaty feet, but it's worth
Oh,
it. It's worth it.
nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
Well, whilst we're on the subject of, like you said, you've just been doing some meditation, and
Hmm.
tell us about the Cornish Meditation Centre. I think it's a nice thing to chat about on a Sunday morning.
I
It's
think it is. Yeah.
looking after ourselves, and I'm interested in meditation to do with diabetes as well.
Hmm.
I don't know if there's any links there, but I think there might be. I don't know.
Yeah. I think if we go down the diabetes route, so the particular meditation technique that I practice and teach is Vedic meditation. So
Mm,
it's a very easy and effortless meditation, and what I mean by that is meditation's for you. You've got to find the right one for you. And what I like about this is you think a mantra, which is given to you by me, that mantra disappears. And then at some point, you have what they call a realization thought, and that is, oh, I'm not thinking of a mantra. And then you
mm,
think it again. So that's it. You have a mantra, it goes, remember, oh, I'm not thinking it, and you think it again. So that's all you have to do. Whereas, if you have contemplative or concentrating meditations, they're like, sit like this, focus on that, do this, do that. You're
mm.
like, by the time you're doing everything, it's like, are you meditating, or are you piling up a list of rules of what you want to happen? So
Right.
what we want is to kind of just let everything be as easy and as natural as possible.
Mm,
So when you start meditating, everything calms down, everything slows down, and you send your system, mind and body, into a hypo metabolic state. So you slow everything down.
okay.
And whether it's diabetes or stroke or heart or any condition you may currently suffer from,
Mm,
when you send your system into a slower state and you release everything, your
mm,
stress chemicals, which are continually pumped into the system, because modern day living has fight or flight, so adrenaline is continually like pumped into the system every day, in
right.
unhealthy levels.
Yeah.
So you slow everything down, and then your bliss chemicals rise, which then counteract the stress chemicals.
Mm,
So for anyone suffering who's a diabetic, you have to have such a regulated when you eat, if you
mm,
inject, when you inject.
mm.
So I think for people who are diabetic, who are used to routine, meditation would actually be quite easy for them because they're used to
Yeah.
a structure. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. And do you get people looking for meditation specifically for those needs, or is that a secondary thing?
It's as long as it is wide with that one, because
Mm,
the big three are less anxiety, less stress, better sleep. Those are the three that
right.
normally get someone through the door.
Mm,
And then when I kind of sit down and have a more personal chat with them,
mm,
um, then you might find out they have a condition of some sort.
yeah.
Um, a lot of people actually are post-operative.
Okay.
Um, so they might have an operation, and then that really shakes up mortality for them,
Mm,
because
yeah.
suddenly they're so out of control and they are absolutely in the lap of the surgeons in
Yeah.
whatever it might be. And especially with I got quite a few students of men who are around about 45 to 60.
Mm,
And when they they might have certain values, and because of that generation, and suddenly they feel very vulnerable and they don't have the skill set actually how to
mm,
communicate how they feel. So it's a really supportive, nurturing
mm.
network that we've got at Cornwall Meditation Centre. But it's, I think my youngest student is 19, and I think that's going to be changed soon with a 13-year-old coming.
Oh,
I'm
wow.
very
Okay.
excited about her
Yeah.
whole family's meditators. So, um, and I think my eldest is 79.
Wow.
So,
Right.
and I think they learnt when they were 70. Yeah, they was learnt when they was about 76.
Yeah.
So it really is for anyone and everyone. It's just got to be right for you.
Yeah, oh, that's amazing. And this is something that you I'm not saying you're brand new to it because you're not, but
Mm,
the Cornwall Meditation Centre hasn't been going for years and years and years and years, has it? But
no.
it's become successful very quickly. So the history behind the centre, it's quite new still, really, isn't it?
Yes, so I've been practicing for 14 years
Mm,
as a meditator. I've
mm,
been teaching for just over three.
mm.
And if when I started the meditation center, it was that the first, it was very sweet. The first ever intro talk I ever did, all my mates turned up. And I was like, oh, this is lovely. And all of them signed up. So I was like, oh, this
Ah,
is really lovely. Do you know what I mean?
yeah,
And then but like this year, well, it started off really about mid next year, but like I think for the last kind of I don't know anyone. I don't know where they've come from. I don't know how they, obviously they found me online and
yeah,
social media. Um and yeah, and I'm just like, wow, this is great. And I mean, there's no links at all. There's no kind of old
that's
friends of a friend or anything like that.
right. That's
And
amazing.
I was
Yeah.
chatting to somebody about it recently, and they're just all these kind of wonderful career paths. And you kind of, when you're in your bubble of actors and musicians, and or in my case that's my old, my world.
Yeah,
And then I got copywriters and artists and
yeah,
primary
yeah.
school teachers. So it's all lovely, and they're wonderful, wonderful, wonderful
Oh,
people.
that's nice. Well, that is
Mm.
one of your pairs of socks.
Yes, it is.
It's a very nice pair of socks. And
Yeah.
we'll mention it again in a little
Oh,
bit.
thank you, darling.
But your other pair of socks is performing, and you do a lot of performing in Cornwall.
Yeah.
Um, I've had the pleasure of performing with you in a sort of comedy sense fairly recently. Um,
Yeah.
People might recognize you as Mavis Trethiggy. Now, Mavis Trethiggy is a character from the Cornish Terminator film, which was put out, I think, last year.
Would have been there,
Now,
yeah.
Mavis Trethiggy has followed you around a little bit, you were telling me.
Yeah, bless. Only one person, but we
Oh,
love her. And I tell you what was hilarious. She is one of my meditation students.
yeah.
So she was on the 8 o'clock group today, and I was like, all right, all right, Joe, all right, Ben, like going through all of them, all right, making sure I say hello to everybody. And then she happened to be the last one on Zoom.
Yeah.
And then she was like, right, Mavis.
Very
So it's
nice.
very, very sweet. But
What?
yeah, it was just,
Yeah. Go on.
no,
Go
it
on.
was just very sweet. The kind of first time I kind of like, I had no idea that she'd watched the Cornish Terminator, let alone watched it multiple times, and just kept going on about the Bakewell tarts from Asda.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh wow, you really have watched this a
Yeah.
lot. You know
Yeah.
the Collins script. That's hilarious.
Well, when we were making, I'm going to play the Cornish Terminator after we've had a chat. Again, I've played it a few times this stream, but when we were making that, and we came up with this idea of this lovely, bubbly Cornish woman who loves chatting, and in a similar vein to the character you played in the Trebilcocks, we did
Mm,
a whole family called the Trebilcocks, and you were Pam Trebilcock. Again, lovely and chatty and light and bubbly. That's all based in reality, isn't it? That is the Cornish way. I feel
mm.
it's like very much like very welcoming.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the I think it's how can I put it? I think it's I think it's there. It's solid.
Mm,
I think it's becoming adopted more by younger generations now. But
mm.
for me, I'm kind of harnessing, God rest their souls, about three of my aunties. They kind of, I embody them all into this kind of Cornish matriarch of
Yeah,
joy and loveliness and overfeeding and nothing's not too much trouble, and like two of you come round for a cup of tea and there's a feast for 25.
I
Don't worry,
mean,
just whipped it up, just not a problem. And you're just like, there's only 3 of us here, Auntie, and more cake than Berryman's.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous. It's great.
I mean, my great auntie, my auntie
Mm,
Marjorie, who's no longer with us, bless her, she was
hmm
lovely. But her downfall was she would whip up a tea. If you were coming round or just turned up, she would suddenly whip up a tea with
Yeah.
sandwiches and saffron cake and all that. However, her sort of keeping of food wasn't great. So she would whip it up because it would just be a tablecloth over some old sandwiches. And she'd be like, "Here you are,
No.
dears." Yeah. And we used to have ham sandwiches, and the edges would be like turning up because.
Oh,
So me and my dad would be like, "Thank you, Auntie Marjorie," and we'd be like stuffing it down the back of the sofa and stuff.
that's amazing. No,
Yeah.
I think my favourite was, well, as in she could cook, was my Auntie Janie. She would
Mm.
come round and she'd just like have what would be 2 bags for life, except we're talking early 80s now, so they were probably Hessian sacks. But she'd just come round and she'd be like, boom, and she'd be just like passes the size of a small car. And
Oh.
you're just like, and they were cooked the night before, so they were cold and they were so full. And then this cake had come out and that cake had come out. And then my gran had also done the same. So, and they literally, it was just like, who's going to eat all this food? Well, we better try.
it's then it's then a mission. But it's a
Mm.
fun mission, but it's a mission. I
Oh,
love it.
oh,
Love it. Yeah.
yeah.
I got everyone loves a bit of a free tea in Cornwall. One of
Mm.
the reviews of a show I did a show in Helston once,
Mm.
and the review was Colin Lego, something quite entertaining after the free pasty supper. That was the review. Quite entertaining. Not as good as the free pasties, obviously, but
Uh, who baked them?
oh, I don't know. Probably Helston. It must have been Horse and Jockey or something like that, I would
Oh,
imagine.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would
Because if it
imagine.
was a certain chain, I might sneer my nose up at them.
um, before you go, tell us a bit about the. Are you doing any acting projects? You said you're rehearsing at the moment. What's going on?
So, I used to be a co-artistic director of Scary Little Girls.
Hmm.
That is just Rebecca Morden now. So I've, because of the meditation, I've stepped away. But every so often, she goes, "Oi, Shazza, put your acting socks back on." So this morning, I will be doing that very thing. So she was very, very fortunate, and when I say fortunate, this woman has been at, applying, and just honestly, she's amazing.
Hmm.
But getting the Greenham project, Greenham Women Everywhere project up.
Hmm.
Um, Greenham Common was back in the late 70s, early 80s. Women surrounding the Greenham base because of the cruise missiles that were being stored there, just in
Okay.
case, America
Yeah.
needed to blow up Russia. And of course, with in all these things, not to get too political on a Sunday morning, but it is.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
um, that generation of women are now are passing away because
Hmm.
that's the age they are, and like many
Hmm.
things, Greenham has been kind of not written in history. So there's generations now going, Greenham what? Who are they?
Hmm.
What's this Greenham women? And like when you hear the stories and the action that they took and all the mischievous activism that was totally non-violent and absolutely wonderful. Like there's this wonderful story, and I might be getting it slightly wrong, but the gist of it is they were all non-violent protesting, which I think is very, very relevant for what's going on currently at the moment.
Hmm. Yeah.
Um, and they were all in court, and they all turned up with a birthday cake because one of their kind of fellow activists happened to be their birthday. So a load of them just came into the public gallery of the court with a massive cake and started singing happy birthday. And of
Ah.
course, you can imagine it. The judge is in like, "Oh, what's going on now?" And the police like, "Oh, God, happy birthday, and just
Wow.
amazing, innovative ways of just
Yeah.
poking at the system, going, "This isn't working, is it? What you can
Yeah.
do about it? Oh, nothing. Well, we're gonna keep singing." Um, and yeah, so I will be. I'm very, very privileged to be directing 4 pieces for this audio digital online extravaganza.
Oh.
So there's lots and lots and lots of things going on with it, and oral testimonies have been collected by a lot of women who were there at Greenham. And so today I will be directing a piece with called Snow Patrol. So
Okay.
it's all about a couple of young teenage girls. Well, I say young, like 17, 18. And this is a true story. Snowing, Greenham, and there's two squaddies about the same age, and they didn't know how to light a fire. So the two Greenham girls couldn't stand seeing them freeze in the snow. Lit the fire for the squaddies, and the squaddies ended up giving them a massive bag of coal for keeping them warm. So that's what
Wow,
that story's about.
lovely. That's a true story.
That is a true story.
Oh, very nice.
And Rebecca's taken a couple of stories and put them into script form. So I've rehearsed two already. I've got two more to rehearse, and then we'll all record our bits and just send it away to the SLG team, and it'll all be something else by the post-production team. So
amazing. Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, Shaz, thank you for starting off the Sunday morning stint of this 24 hours in such a nice way, jolly way, with a bit of meditation as well. If people want to know more about the Cornish Meditation Centre and your socks, where do they go?
So they go to www.cornwallmeditationcentre.com. I've got online intro talks this week, next week. So sign yourself up for an online intro talk. Find out what Vedic meditation is about. Only takes about 40 minutes. And if it feels right to you, we'll talk about getting you on a course.
Oh, lovely. And I know there's lots of Cornish people watching. So do that. Do that.
Will do.
Shaz, it's been too long. Not just because of lockdown, but we need to meet up soon. And Mavis and the Terminator need to have a comeback.
I reckon. We need to know if she can, the post office, gets their cherry bakewells back. So.
All right. Shaz, thank you so much. Have a lovely day, my friend, and I will see you soon. All right.
Take care. Well done, Cole. Bye.
Thank you. See you later. That was a wonderful Shaz Andrew. What a wonderful human being. And do look up the Cornish Meditation Centre. I think it's something that is just really nice, and I don't know that much about meditation, to be honest, but I know if Shaz is running it, it's going to be a thing that you want to be involved in because she's such a warm and brilliant human being. Let's play the Cornish Terminator with Mavis Trethiggy and me as the Terminator just to finish off that section. And then we're going to be saying hello to some comedians involving Adele Cliff, Rob Thomas, and Richard Wall. Who else? I can't remember. I'm so tired. Okay, anyway, let's play this sketch, and then we'll have some comedians in about 2 minutes. Here we go.
Yes?
Sarah Connor.
No! Mavis Trethiggy.
Oh. Okay.
Sarah Connor? You don't mean Lionel Connor's daughter, Sarah Connor?
Affirmative.
I know Lionel. Me and he went past those sea cadets together, some handsome chap. Oh. His mother Barbara and my mother used to go to school together down Roach. Well, that was before we moved up here anyway. And his grandmother, Flora, oh, bless her. She's second cousin with my father's uncle's brother's nephew, Stephen. She used to make us some handsome tea. See, Lionel married a girl from up country, Tiffany or something. Anyway, Lionel's brother Philip, he built my daughter's friend's mother's sister Sylvia's garden wall. He's an handsome loving chap. And since the post office has stopped selling Bakewell tarts, I got to go all the way up to Asda. And if you go up there 8 o'clock, the bread's bloody cheap, I can tell you.
I must go now.
Will you be back?
Directly. Pasti la vista, baby.
Well, that was ridiculous. Okay, welcome back to Legless in Lockdown. People are getting involved still. Thank you very much. We love Shaz. Yes, we do love Shaz. Thank you, Alina. Yeah, Shaz is such a warm, lovely human being, and it's no wonder that she helps people meditate. She's a very calm person. So now we've got the Very Healthy Breakfast Club. I don't know why I've called it that, because it's breakfast time, and you're supposed to be healthy when you're a type 1 diabetic. He says, and I've got 2 bourbon biscuits sat beside me, which is not right for a breakfast, but it is the Very Healthy Breakfast Club. And for that, I'm going to be speaking to 3 comedians. First, I'll speak to Adele. I'm saying this so they know the order as well. I'm going to talk to Adele Cliff for a while, and then Rob. I'm going to talk to Rob, and then I shall be chatting to Richard, last but by no means least. So, first of all, we met her many hours ago. And right back at the start of this epic thing that I started around 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, she is a wonderful joke teller. She is also the reigning UK pun champion. Please welcome to the stage and the stream, it's the wonderful Adele Cliff. There she is.
Hello. Morning, Colin.
Well, hello, Adele. How are you?
All right, thanks. Yeah.
Yeah. Are you one of these people that has slept?
I have slept, although I should preface it by saying I didn't sleep the night before. So if anything, I'm now you tomorrow. And yesterday
Okay, fair enough. When you say you didn't sleep the night before, do you do that? Are you someone who doesn't need that much sleep?
Oh, yeah. I think I'm still stuck at the age where I think it's very cool to be awake late. And so I'll accidentally stay up all night because I don't want to fall asleep like a loser and have people mock me.
Yeah.
But also, you don't have that much to do during the day.
No, it's weird, isn't it? I've suddenly started getting up for no reason at about 5:30 or 6 during lockdown. I'm like, what the heck am I doing? You know, it's so weird.
I'm normally still awake then.
Hey. Well, it's because you're young and cool.
Very cool.
You see, I've got to the age now where at New Year, I remember a time where I was like, oh, God, yeah, great. We're going to stay up until like when I was like a 8-year-old, 9-year-old, I'd be like, wow, you get to stay up until 12. It's amazing. And then now I'm like, oh, we have to stay up till 12. It's awful. Yeah, terrible. Anyway,
my career in that most of the work is in the evening because I would not do well if it was like, okay, 8 a.m. and be ready to work.
Well, I'm sorry about this then. This is ridiculous at 9 o'clock in the morning.
It's outrageous. I expect you'll double my pay.
Yes, I will. Zero. Oh.
Oh no!
But people are getting involved with the donating. So you are doubling
Hey,
your own pay in that people are giving double to the Diabetes UK this morning.
good.
So thank
Good
you.
morning, all.
Yeah. So Adele, I've known you for a few years now, all through punning.
Yeah.
But tell me more. Is your stuff? Has it always been puns? Is that your thing? Has it always been your thing?
Well, it's not just puns, my thing.
Hmm.
So I've done a lot of puns and a lot of one-liners. Like when I very, very first started stand-up, I did maybe 10 gigs where I tried to do storytelling, and then all the funniest bits were the one-liners I put into the stories. So I started doing one-liners. But like, I don't just do puns now. If you see me do an hour-long show, it'll probably have 4 or 5 puns in it, and then the rest will be other
Okay.
comedy, you know.
All right. Good.
Doing other jokes and other stand-up.
Well, I mean, because you're very prolific when it comes to writing puns and the strength of them is so good, that
Okay.
surprises me that you don't do more of them in your natural set.
Well, I just think it's mean when you've got people trapped for an hour to torture them.
An hour worth
like
of
writing
puns.
other kinds of jokes as well, and other comedy and like,
Yeah.
you know, anecdotes and stories and stuff, and other one-liners. So,
So what do you talk about when you're not punning then? What's your angle on life?
what's my angle on life? Sort of 45 degrees. I don't know what that means about me, but yeah, probably 45 degrees. I don't know. Well, my last hour-long show, the whole premise was it was called Undershare, and the entire premise was that I'm really bad at sharing, and it's causing problems in my current relationship. And so I go back and I analyze my previous one of my previous relationships to see whether I had the same problems with that or not. And and I sort of go through and then I analyze whether my parents have made me good or bad at sharing, things like that. And then at the end, it all links together and you find out that they were all made up.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Fair enough. Ah, nice.
Yeah. But also there's like a couple of puns in there.
Yeah. Good. And as far as your journey, you've taken a few shows to Edinburgh, and that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I've done. What have I done? Well, before I did stand up, me and one of my friends wrote a sketch show that we did in Edinburgh.
Okay.
One of my uni friends, she's very funny. So we did that. And then I've done stand up at the Edinburgh Fringe 4 times. So 2 of them were hour-long shows, the most recent 2. And then I did a 40-minute show before that. And before that, I did a split hour with my friend.
Okay. Fair enough. And how has it been? I've asked a lot of comedians this because everyone's got a different take on it. This lockdown, it's affected live performance in a massive way, obviously, but the world of comedy has a massive impact. But the world of comedy has kind of adapted and tried to change into this kind of forum. How has that worked for you? Have you managed to get involved in that, and then are you enjoying that?
Yeah, I've done some different gigs. I've done some of the gigs where people have like some of the audience in on screen with them, and I've done some other ones where they don't, and I've done punny ones and stuff like that. And they've all been quite fun. I would say none of them match performing live. As nice as any of them have been, I didn't start doing stand-up comedy because I liked sitting in my bedroom. So
yeah.
It's also like people are very good, especially on pun type things. People are very interactive and things, but it's a real shame that you can't see their reaction, especially to something like puns, where it's all about forcing them to react, whether they want to or not, whether it's a groan or whether it's a laugh. It's really, it's a shame that you can't see that on the people who are listening. But better that than more people dying.
Well, yes, absolutely, absolutely. I think
Mm.
some of the streams are pretty good when they're trying to get things like the way people can comment and you can put comments up and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Streams are trying to help it be more interactive, and I
Oh,
think that's
definitely. And people are doing a pretty good job at that as well. So yeah,
yeah,
it's good
absolutely,
bits going on there. But,
yeah.
mm.
So earlier I talked to Jeff Rowe, who is the founder of
Oh,
the UK Pun Championships and that kind of thing.
he's a
Um,
big deal.
mm,
Mm,
and you are the current UK Pun champion.
I am.
Um, do
It's
you?
really sad that my reign has been so marred by coronavirus.
Yeah, that's a shame, isn't it? You haven't really been able to capitalize,
No, I had plans.
did you?
Well, actually, I say that. I don't know if any of them were pun-based plans, but maybe I was just going to go out into the street wearing the belt that you got made and, shout at people. Be like, do my
Yeah,
bidding.
you should do that anyway, but in a social distancing way.
Just from afar, and they'll be like, "What's that thing around your waist, eh?" And I'll be like, "None of your business." It says I'm better than you.
With as far as that competition and stuff, if people haven't seen the UK Pun Championships, it's quite. I mean, it's not harsh gladiatorial stuff, but it is a bit backwards and forwards, and you have to be a little
Yeah,
bit sort of what's the word? In people's faces. The other,
yeah. People, I always think the battles that work best on that are ones where people are willing to react to the other person. So,
yeah,
it's like watching someone do stand up. If a stand up has some experience with improv, or at least is going to react to someone having a weird laugh or someone saying something, it makes them feel like they know what they're doing a lot more than if they just plow on through their pre-planned material. So
yeah,
I do
yeah.
like that when people
And
do that.
from the year that
Mm.
I was in 2 years with yourself, and then I watched last year. That I think the year where I won it. I'm not just saying that because I won it, but
Beat
I
me.
can't remember what I literally can't remember what year it was. I think it was 19. Was it? I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm really tired. But you seem to enjoy the fact that you you could almost do the backwards and forwards kind of um,
Mm.
type of what would you call that? Like roasting a little bit.
Yeah, I would say
Uh,
so.
Is that something that you like in comedy?
I kind of like it. I've done Roast Battle, the live show, a few times, and it's
Okay.
a lot of fun. I've only ever done it with people who are good friends, because I don't, especially in a show like Roast Battle, where you've specifically pre-written insults and you're going to be insulting people on the fly. I want to know people well enough to know that I'm not about to step on something really sensitive without meaning to. Not because
Yeah.
I'm not going to pre-plan jokes like that, but maybe there's just one thing where they're like, "I'd really rather you didn't say that." Whereas at UK Pun Championships, almost all of it is just, "I'm saying this specifically because it rhymes." So it doesn't feel like personal, but I
Yeah.
do like that. And I think it makes it, the premise of the way they do it at the UK Pun Championships is that you're in a boxing ring. So it does
Yeah.
need to feel a little bit competitive. Otherwise, it's just like, we just accidentally fell into this boxing ring and now we're all going to hold hands and tell some jokes.
Well, it was nice because you brought that element to it in quite a strong way, and I think that picked up. People weren't necessarily doing that, definitely on that night, and then they saw you go in and basically rip someone to shreds,
I
and
did
everyone was
that.
like, "Oh, we have to like,
But
oh
that night,
shit,
the reason I did that is the person who I was against in the first round, Alf, who's a really good comedian. So I
yeah,
was worried because I was against him in the first round, because he's very good and he has props which can be quite interactive, which help get the audience on side. And he'd just done Britain's Got Talent, so I felt like I was at a disadvantage. But he turned up dressed as Freddie Mercury, and I was like, "Oh well, now you've just given me." And also, none of these insults are like specific to Alf, because
yeah,
they're all just Freddie Mercury puns. So I
yeah, yeah." It was a joy to watch. Not for Alf. I mean,
I think we're still friends.
yeah, it's fine. I'm sure he's fine with it. But
Mm.
no, it was we all picked up our game that night because we thought, oh my gosh, Adele is on fire. We need to.
I
Yeah.
feel like, because I've done it 3 times, and both of the times I did it where I didn't win, in the first round, I did really well. And I almost felt like I'd set myself up so well in the first round so that I was always going to be disappointing after that. So,
Well,
yeah.
it was a worthy winner this year, so well done.
Thanks.
Listen, we're going to be talking to you again later, or you're going to be coming on later and trying something out. Is that right?
Yeah, so I'm slowly plodding towards starting a new podcast. I'm trying to find the right people to do different things to make it work well. But it's called Thank You for Your Feedback, and it's all about feedback that people receive whilst they're performing, things like that. And then also, so I've done a few trial episodes, and my favourite bit so far, which I didn't anticipate being my favourite bit, but at the end, as a final question, I've jokingly been asking people if they can give me some advice. And it's very telling of their opinion of me, what advice they give me.
Okay. Wow.
Like one of my friends, his piece of advice to me was, you don't need to be so mean.
What we've just been talking about. Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah, and I didn't think I was, but...
No. Well, listen, we will. I look forward to it. That's 2:00. You're coming on and doing.
Yeah, and I know who I'm bringing now. I'm bringing Rachel Krieger, who's an excellent comedian, one of only 2 Orthodox Jewish comedians in the country, and award-winning and very, very funny. And also, I live with her in Edinburgh, so I already know some of the things she's going to say. She's very good.
All right, well, that is at 2:00, so we look forward to that. And thank you so much for joining me early doors this morning. It was very nice to talk to you.
Eat your bourbons at regular intervals.
I know.
If you're feeling sleepy, maybe do some star jumps. I don't know.
I was stretching earlier. 3:00 in the morning. I was stretching whilst talking to someone. Oh, I lost it for a little bit. Anyway, thank you so much, Adele. I'll catch up with you in a few hours. All right.
See you in a few hours.
Perfect.
Bye.
See you later. That was Adele Cliff, a lovely human and the worthy winner of this year's UK Pun Championships. Okay, we are moving on to our next guest during the Very Healthy Breakfast Club. This gentleman, now I probably get my years totally wrong, but I believe, because I'm very tired, but I believe Rob won the UK Pun Championships in 2018. I think that's right. So anyway, he'll correct me if I'm wrong. But please welcome to the stream and to Legless in Lockdown, it's Rob Thomas.
Hi, Colin.
How you doing?
Good, thanks. Yeah, it was 2018. Yeah.
Great. There you go. And how are you on this Sunday morning?
Well, obviously tired. This is the hair, which communicates. One of the positives about doing comedy is that you can do this and everyone thinks, gosh, you must have spent ages in makeup trying to get that really wacky kind of like Milton Jones kind of like but no, this is there's the bed, here's the computer, let's go.
Wow. Well, I appreciate that even more that you're joining us. Yeah, a good muck of tea. What are you, a tea drinker, coffee drinker? What have we got on the go?
Let's put it this way.
Wow.
Let's put it that way.
Yeah. You need that hooked up to like an IV drip.
Yeah, I've got 3 more lined up there. They get progressively bigger and darker. Oh my God. How must you feel though, Colin? Have you been up all night?
Yeah, I have. And I'm actually okay. There was a moment at about 3:00 where I was like, I've made a massive mistake here.
Yeah.
I don't think I can do that. But I had a coffee, I got up, I did some stretches, and I'm okay. I'm all right.
Yeah. Anyone that ever does any kind of marathon event, even running the marathon or anything that goes 24 hours, they always say the same story. They always at the end say, yeah, I'm okay. But there was this bit in the middle. They always describe the section in the middle. And I'm kind of holding out that when I'm about 85 years old, reflecting back on life, I'll be able to say there was this bit in the middle around the 40s when I had this ridiculous midlife crisis and I had silly hair and tried to do comedy, but everything worked out okay. I'm happy. I hope it's a metaphor for the entire 2 score and 10.
Well, you joined me very early on in the stream, way back about 4 years ago, I think it was, and we were doing some puns. But you very kindly joined us this morning on the breakfast show to do a little set for us. So I appreciate that.
Yeah. Yeah,
So I
this
think
is the it's good. This is literally the earliest I've ever had to do comedy
wow.
by some margin of hours. Yeah. So I don't
Well,
know how it's going to work at 9:20, but I think there'll definitely be a load of jokes in there.
yeah, and that's
guaranteed.
Yeah, and you've got people watching and donating, so you can't ask for much more at 9 o'clock. So,
well, yeah, I'm hoping that they will empathise with the earliness for comedy. It's a bit like drinking, isn't it? It's a bit like drinking. I feel like I'm down the pub at 9 a.m. trying to crack open a beer and get excited about it. I am excited to be here. Don't get me wrong, but it's the magic of the comedy explosion. So hopefully that will get people to just think, let's just donate a bit more. Rob's dragged himself out. He could be resting on a Sunday. Let's add another quid.
Let's do it.
To the 99. Round it up.
Well, listen, I'm going to disappear just out of shot and leave you to it for the next 15 whatever minutes. And I'm here, so you can always shout me back in. Is that okay?
Colin, I release you. If you want to sleep, when you come back to me, at the end, you do not have to pretend to have heard some of the punchlines. Okay? If you want to just say, I liked the one about Stormzy. Okay, if you say that, it will seem like just, I like the one about Stormzy. Anyway, our next guest, and we'll be good. You can sleep.
I'm going to have
till 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
I'm going to have a wee, is what I'm going to do as well. Right, okay. Listen, I'll leave you in the very capable hands of the wonderful Rob Thomas. I'll see you in a bit. Enjoy.
Bye, Colin, and enjoy your session of urination as well. I hope that goes really well. And I hope you enjoy every second of it, the release of the pressure, and just a chance to reflect on how the 24 hours is going so far. So thank you for giving me the stage, Colin, now for, I think, about 15 minutes. I just thought I'd talk a little bit about doing comedy and not necessarily just do it, because it might interest some people watching. So I've been doing it a few years. I've got to the point where it's going quite well. I get some reviews. I recently had a review where the reviewer described my comedy as a triumph, and the other acts on the bill as a Ferrari and a Lexus. So there you go. That's the first joke out of the way, which kind of sets up the feel for the thing. But I do want to talk about comedy because I've watched comedy for years. I love comedy, and one of my greatest memories is I saw an amazing comedian a few years ago, and honestly, it was the best bit of comedy I've ever seen in my life. I'm not going to say who it was. A big name comedian in a big venue. I'm not going to say who it was, but they did the most incredible routine, and it was so funny. It's so funny. I even enjoyed telling about it. So I'm going to tell you about the routine, and then I'm going to explain why I found it so funny. It's a little bit on the art, the craft of comedy. So they did a routine about when people say the phrase, "Oh, you had to be there." I don't know if you've ever had that, where someone goes, "Oh, I guess you had to be there." It's kind of a classic thing to say. And this person did a hilarious breakdown of that. So it's observational comedy. They're reflecting on the ordinary things that we do about this phrase, "You had to be there." So what the comedian did was he basically started by sort of breaking down and deconstructing the circumstances that would lead to someone saying, "Oh, you had to be there." So, for example, you're at the pub, someone starts a funny anecdote or a joke, starts telling people it, and the people listening start kind of smiling and nodding expectantly. They're thinking, "Oh, it's going to be a good story, this." Start telling the story. But as the anecdote goes on, obviously this is the comedian saying this. This isn't me saying this. As the anecdote goes on, the teller realizes that he's not telling it as well as he thought he would, and and it's not coming across as funny as he thought it would when he decided to tell that story. And this comedian, he just had some really funny angles on it, some kind of like really funny ideas about the way that the storyteller sort of struggles a bit as he gets to the end of the story, and then he basically has to say, "Oh, I guess you had to be there," to the crowd in the room at the end to salvage what has essentially become like a really badly told anecdote. Yeah, it was just so good. It's so clever the way the comedian sort of put it. And yeah, obviously I can't remember everything he said and exactly the way he said it, but yeah, it was just so funny. So yeah, I remember doing a comedy gig once, and I was watching a sickeningly attractive male ask the promoter for some feedback, and I was stood there watching, and there was a bit of a queue to speak to the promoter, and this really good looking guy, he asked the promoter if he had any feedback, and I heard the promoter reply, and he said, look, people watching comedy, they don't want perfection. They're actually looking for flaws. He said, you know, you're too good looking. You dress too well. You're too well educated. If you want to make it in comedy, this guy said, he said, you need to be ugly, dress like you get your clothes from Oxfam, and you need to come across a bit thick. If you got those things, then you're 90% of the way there. And I had a little bit of schadenfreude as he walked off. And then after he'd left, I went to the promoter and I asked if he had any feedback for me. And he said, congratulations, you're 90% of the way there. Which was one of the early lessons that I had in comedy. So let's move on. We're going to now have some news flashes. Here we go. News flash. Every time my mum cut my toenails, it got in the local newspaper. It's true, I've kept all the clippings. News flash. The man who invented the pooper scooper is rolling in it. Now, here's some actual news from the media recently. A resident of a suburb in Minneapolis, which is soon to be named Whinneapolis, reported an intruder in her basement, only for police to find an actual horse downstairs. Now, this news caught my attention as the UK pun champion from 2018. It has triggered me to rain down an unbridled torrent of word-based horseplay. There's actually going to be 15 horse-based puns in this bit alone. So see if you can spot them all. A bit like Where's Wally, but with puns. So this woman, who's in a stable condition, said that the whole thing was a complete mare. Police put the horse under fetlock and key, and after a sharp dressage down, it was fully compliant and has since posted bail. As a preventative measure, the woman has employed a living groom for her living groom. I don't know, the hoof of today, eh? So that's that story. Here's another story. Apparently the most expensive coffee in the world is made from the dung of Thai elephants. The drink, which costs more than £780 per kilogram, brings a new meaning to the phrase, have you been? A tourist called Kevin from Chingford went to visit the elephants, but one of them sat on him, creating the ultimate flat white. This story reminds me once of a time I was at the zoo and a monkey threw poo at me. And I shouted to the keeper, I said, that chimp just threw poo at me. He said, actually, it's macaque. I know these keepers mimic animal behavior, but come on, guys. News flash, horoscopes. You really shouldn't believe everything the newspapers read in you. Newsflash, my dad was a rebellious chef. He told me to never play by the rules. The French, by the way, they love their newspaper, Le Monde. It means the world to them. I've got some backing tracks here to play at certain points, and they act like the moments in sitcoms where the scene changes. So you'll have a nighttime scene, and it will end quite dramatically, and someone will say, I'm never going to speak to you again after that. It's morning and we're in a new scene. So that's the idea. I'm going to use it to break things up, as we've got about 7 minutes left. So more news for you now. Did you know that in Iceland they have a shop that sells tepid food called Britain? The other day I was in IKEA. I went up to the shop assistant and I said, hello, I need a new wardrobe. She looked me up and down and said, can't argue with that. Anyway, how can I help? IKEA, by the way, are going to start selling flat pack underwear. Yeah, the announcement was made in front of an assembled thong. Good, this, isn't it? 6 minutes to go. After one of my shows recently, an audience member actually came up to me and they said that they thought my act was like Marmite. And I said, oh, okay, cool. Do you mean like you either love it or you hate it? And he said, kind of, yeah. For example, like, I hate Marmite, which was lovely. Okay, it's time for some love-based stories now. So let's get the right music for that. Here we go. This is my dating diary. Notes from my dating diary. So I learned that if you really want to get on well with the opposite sex on a date, never refer to them as the opposite sex. They hate that. Also, never date a whirling dervish, because it's the ones closest to you that hurt the most. I once went out with a mermaid. She was a catch. My next girlfriend, she actually threw clay at me. Yeah, she was Play-Doh-masochistic. My next girlfriend was called Bryony, but she actually just called herself B, without a hint of irony. My next girlfriend did impressions of pop stars, and once she sang to me the tune of You're Beautiful, except she sang, You're average looking, you're average looking, you're average looking, it's true. I said, oh, I hate it when you're blunt. And my last girlfriend was addicted to mustard. Yeah, she wrote me a Dijon letter. You know, I'd love to be a knit nurse, because that's a job that boxes all the ticks. Would love that job. I find the suggestion that the captain of the Titanic had a lisp unthinkable. So I've got kids, 3 kids, and with our kids, we mix discipline and exercise. So if they misbehave, we get them to do naughty step aerobics. As a comedian, I do a lot of driving, which is exhausting. And also my youngest is just 1 year old, so he's a baby. And he still wakes me up in the night, which just adds to the exhaustion. And I was on the phone to a friend and they said, with the baby, what you need to do is, it's the classic advice, you sleep when baby sleeps. That's the trick. All the mums know this. You sleep when baby sleeps. And I tried that, but I just kept drifting onto the hard shoulder. There's safety as well. That's another big consideration as a parent, isn't it? We are so safety conscious in our family that we don't just have one stair gate. We've got 2. We've got one at the top of the stairs, one at the bottom. Absolutely fantastic. They play in there for hours. News flash. This is world news. Have you seen the Arab version of the Flintstones? Abu Dhabi Doo. I just ran a marathon in South Asia. I got terrible Nepal rash. Do you know there's one Middle Eastern country where you have to queue just to get in? Kuwait. Shouldn't have said Q twice there, should I? Apparently, to keep up with the times, the Israeli Prime Minister is changing his name to Benjamin Netanyahu. Let's go back to talking about employment, money, the filthy lucre, as it's called. I haven't got much of it, and in an attempt to save money, I've been seeing a hypnotherapist every week just to try and work out, why have I got no money? And at the last appointment, I realised the answer was staring me in the face. 40 quid a session, flipping heck. So I've invested in an antique samurai sword, so that, you know, if times get tough, I'll always have something to fall back on. I think I'm going to have to sell my Cornish food business. Yeah, it's time to move on to pasties new. Also, I might have to get a job fixing hula hoops, you know, just to make ends meet. Okay, news flash. One day, a hamster in a cage was so sad and lonely that he ate loads and loads of nuts and seeds, put on some music, and ended up dancing with himself, cheek to cheek. As a subscriber to Slipped Disc Monthly, I've got a lot of back issues. And I once got addicted to Japanese comics. I had to go on a manga management course. And now let's talk about breakfast. Breakfast. Following a recent YouGov poll into British eating habits, it transpires that the full English still tops the breakfast charts, with cereal coming in a close second. So I'm a cereal man myself. If I can't decide which cereal to have, I'll often sing the Fugees hit, "Shreddy or not, golden graham, fruit and fiber, I'm gonna find you and make granola." Sorry about that. I'm usually good at breakfast puns, but I'm not alping myself with these, am I? Anyway, my wife prefers omelette. Yeah, she's an eggy blonde. And my daughter demands something healthy, so I always make a special K's for her. Also, did you know that cereal firms have started making perfume? There's Coco Chanel Pops, Christian D'Albran, Jimmy Cheerios, and Givenchy Nut Cornflakes. I think that may well be my time. So until next time, on that cereal note, back to Colin. Cheerios. Cheerios.
Hey, look, Rob, I've got my cereal. I'm eating my cereal.
What is it, though?
I've gone for a very healthy porridge. It's a bit gloop.
Yeah, does that count as cereal? Let's have one of those chats like is tomato a fruit?
It is a cereal. It's got oats in it. No, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, it is a cereal, but would someone say, I'm going to have someone said, well, in the morning, we'll have breakfast, and I'll have a nice bowl of cereal, and you gave them porridge. Would they be happy with that, Colin?
No one's happy when you give them a bowl of porridge, whatever happens.
Good point. Yeah, good point. There's a reason that it was a single word that also meant prison.
Yes, that's right. A nice bowl of prison, please.
The poor porridge industry. Imagine when that TV show came out. And they're like, oh, this set us back 50 years. It's a 1608.
Some nice comments coming in. Here we are. Ian says the Dijon joke really cut the mustard. There you go.
Well played, nice. Ian.
Yeah, and I missed this, but this is a jokeception from Rob.
Yeah, that proves that he got the bit earlier on when I did a joke about I do a joke about an observational comedian referring to the phrase "you had to be there," and the joke is that as I tell the anecdote about the comedian doing a joke about when people say you had to be there, my anecdote starts to collapse. I'm telling it badly, and I feel like I need to say to the listeners, I guess you had to, and it's very meta. It's probably the worst possible thing I could have started with at 9:23 on Sunday morning, and half the people watching just thinking this guy's really bad at telling anecdotes. I had a few moments like that through the set, if I'm honest, but it was a lovely experience. And of course, there's no feedback whatsoever. So the fact that it's going badly is just.
Hey,
or if it's going well, it's.
I'm sat here eating my cereal porridge and really enjoying it. I'm having the whale of a time. I really enjoyed it, Rob. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I particularly enjoyed the joke about Stormzy.
Yeah, which I didn't say, so I'll say it now. It's the fact that my favourite Stormzy song is "Blinded by Your Grace," about the time that the Archbishop of Canterbury failed to dip his headlights. Colin, I'm impressed after 20 hours away that you can get a joke.
Oh, I mean, I've got to tell some jokes later. Let's see how that goes.
It's just that something in your brain, you can hear too many and then you just can't kind of compute them. So yeah. I guess you take the visual cues and you just laugh.
Yeah, it's like when you haven't quite understood someone generally and you go, yeah, and they go, what? Well, I asked you a question.
What do you mean? He only died on Thursday.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, sorry. Funeral. Yeah.
Rob, where can people find out more about you? You've got your Twitter name just down there. Is that the best place?
Yeah, I don't do a ton on Twitter, but I do some funnies, and I've had some videos and things that have got a few thousand sort of hits. So go and have a look, and obviously lots of one-liners on there. But the main thing in my Twitter bio, you'll see the link to my website where you can find out what I've done. I write for stuff as well. I've done some stuff with Talk Radio, and I do bits and bobs. But I also perform live, so you can book me, and I'll come to your venue, and I can help people book other acts if they want to put a multi-act show on. But also I can do a 45 or hour and a half long solo show with a break, and I do those kind of solo shows for for churches and schools and town halls, and they're sort of lean on the clean side of things. I'm not one of these kind of filthy comics, and so it tends to go down well in those kind of community type places, or summer festivals and things like that. So look me up and get in touch, and I'll reply within 3 hours. Guaranteed.
Guaranteed. Well, thank you so much, Rob. It was lovely having you on. Thank you for giving up your Sunday morning.
Mate, what you're doing is amazing. I hope you raise a load of money now and after when people watch back, and well done for doing it. And keep giving people. Look at the link. Just get over there.
Yeah.
If you think, shall I? If you feel like maybe I should check with my other half to see how much we're allowed to give, forget it. Just do it. They won't check the statement. Just give.
Just do it. It's fine. You can insure the car another year. It's fine. Doesn't matter. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rob. I love you and leave you, and have a lovely weekend, my friend. All right.
Well done, mate. Keep it up. I'll be watching.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you. Cheers. That was Rob Thomas there. Wonderful comedian. Do check him out on the socials. We have one final comedian in this wonderful healthy breakfast section, and it is a healthy breakfast now because I've got a healthy breakfast. This gentleman I have met a few times at the UK Pun Championships. We met in the arena of battle in the final of the UK Pun Championships in 2019. Please welcome to the stage, it's Richard Walford.
I blocked that from my mind. The final? What final? I don't remember. Who won it? I can't remember.
The final image I've got of that final is you with a bucket on your head for some reason.
That's my favourite part of the whole night.
Yeah.
I was being the ultimate warrior, but with the bucket on my head. I don't know. Next time, if I'm back, I'll just do that the whole time, I think.
Yeah, just have a bucket on your head for the whole thing. Why not?
I know my puns will sound like this.
And they'll all pale into significance.
Hey! Okay, I'm off. Bye!
He's only been awake for 19 hours.
How do you do it? How do you... Can you write the puns for me next year? Yeah?
Lovely to see you, and thank you for joining me.
I got my breakfast.
What have you got? What did you have?
I've got Cocoa Pops.
Oh yeah,
but I put that in it, so it's not healthy. It's an IPA. I don't know.
Wow.
Try it yourself, kids. It's my recipe.
Is that a start to a joke, or have I just made up a joke? I've got a joke in my head now.
Then say it. It's your show.
Surely that's Al Cocoa Pops.
Hey! Come on, you do two good jokes. I bring out the best in you. I think that's it.
Thanks,
I
Richard.
don't always have to be there.
Richard, long time no see. Actually, when did I see you last? I can't
February.
remember. Was it February? This seems like an age ago.
It feels like years ago.
How's life been in lockdown as a comedian? What's it been like?
I mean, it's been all right. I've been making lots of stuff. I've been making lots of songs and like stupid sketches and stuff. But then I did dye my hair a kind of weird blonde, like everyone seems to have. I moved house and I went on a date on Thursday in a park.
Are you in like some kind of its own sort of environment where lockdown isn't a thing?
Yeah, I just play by my own rules.
Nice. 2 meters schmeters. That's what I say.
2 meters schmeters. Yeah, but the date was weird because you couldn't. It was raining. You couldn't touch, and then we both desperate for the toilet, and there's no toilets, so it went really well.
Where did you go on a date where there was no toilets?
Regent's Park.
Oh. Wow. When you say date, was it a protest? Were you smashing up a statue?
I was smashing up some statues, but that's what happens on all my dates.
One thing leads to another, and we smash up a statue.
And they always go well, so,
Yeah.
The girls love it.
Yeah,
another tip there.
Well, I'm pleased that you're having fun in lockdown. What was with the hair dyeing? Where did that come from
I
then?
don't know. I think everyone's done it, haven't they? They're like, oh, I'm so bored. What should I do? Dye my hair. And then mine
Yeah.
went this weird kind of gingery. So lots of people say I look like Ed Sheeran's older brother. So that's a good look.
Oh, well, okay, fair enough. You just need like 3 or 4 of his houses, and that would be true, I would imagine.
Yep.
Well, I've been enjoying some of your stuff online during lockdown.
Is it me? Are you sure it was me?
Oh yes, it was.
Okay.
And they're very, very silly. And I played one very early this morning because I needed I needed a word from a sponsor, say, and you have a brilliant advert that really tickled me for your range of puppets.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
I made that probably about 4 weeks ago, I think.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to play it because it's not super long, so we can play it and then have a chat about it.
Very long. The longest thing I've ever done.
3 years long. Listen, let's have a look at this advert for Richard's new range of puppets. They're out on the shelves now. Do have a look, and I'll come back and speak to you in a bit. Here we go. You might want to buy one.
Bored of conventional string puppets? Then say hello to this, the invisible string puppet. Yes, unlike conventional string puppets, with the invisible string puppet, you can't see the strings, which adds to a much more realistic movement to the puppet. Just look at it go! Available in all colors. Blue, green, red, and blue. Buy now and receive this invisible display case absolutely free. But wait, that's not all. It's so easy to store. You won't even know it's there. Tidy that cutlery drawer. Wow. Summon fruits. Or travel to alternate dimensions. This man liked the invisible string puppet so much, he got a tattoo of it. They've all got them. Be part of the cool crowd and order yours now. Yes, the invisible string puppet. You have to see it to believe it. Buy now while stocks last.
Yes.
I've got one
Love
right
it.
here. All the money goes towards diabetes, so I would say buy them now while stocks last. I've got a few somewhere. I can't find them, but it's fine. Did you like the Stormzy joke there? Did you like that one?
Yeah, the Stormzy, there was a Stormzy joke.
Exactly, the Stormzy one.
My favourite bit in that is the ridiculous available. I know when people sort of dissect jokes, it's a bit cringy for other comedians, but I love this bit. They're available in all colours: blue, red, green, and blue. Ridiculous.
And blue.
And blue. I love that.
I mean, thank you.
I
think you should buy a blue one then.
I will buy a blue one. Just going into the. Yeah. Just going into the science behind that.
I've still got it there.
Oh, look. There. That's a nice tattoo like that.
Thanks.
I haven't actually showed my tattoo. I got a tattoo on my 40th birthday last year.
You're not 40.
Look, I'll show you. I have to stand up. There, look. I got a Lego brick.
Lego
brick.
Oh, you dick! No, look, I've got one too.
Ah, there you go. Look at that. That's insane.
That's cool.
I've got it. I've got it because I'm called Colin Lego. That's why.
And I got it because you're called Colin Lego, the guy that beat me. So it's firmly on my mind. It reminds me to be better in life. Doesn't really.
Just going into the science of that sketch, did that just come about because you? Well, no, because you saw people doing like rappers or whoever. Insane. A little idea like that. There you go. Very
exactly.
nice.
I saw rappers and I kind of wanted to put string puppets on all of them, but then I thought maybe they're Like I'm doing that too, but then I think invisible ones has made me laugh more. It came from a kind of old joke I did. I can't remember what the hell it was though, but I would end up just doing that, and then I would talk about invisible string puppets and kind of live. It didn't really work. But I think there's a sketch in it. So
yeah, and it's really, really, really funny. I ate my porridge too quickly. I've got hiccups.
Be careful. Be careful out there, kids. Don't eat your breakfast too fast.
Don't oats.
Don't be like him.
Oats can kill.
Exactly.
The other sketch I want to show again is a very short, lovely, compact sketch.
That's all I do. Very, very short.
I love it. I love it.
10 seconds. I'm done.
I've had some people, lovely comedians, send me 15-minute sketches. I'm like, okay, well that can happen, but these are.
When to stop.
Listen, I've done 24 hours. I know when to stop. It was about 23 hours ago.
Jesus Christ! And look at me. I look more tired than you do, so I don't understand.
Oh,
what's happened? You're beating me again.
This is ridiculous. I'm going to play it, and we'll chat about it again. I won't do the science of it, but it's just ridiculous.
Thank you.
It's ridiculous, but lovely and ridiculous. And I love the voices in this. So we might talk about that. So here's one from Richard. Yeah, I'm just going to let it introduce itself, really. Let's have a listen. Here we go.
Go for it.
Excuse me, I'm looking for a grave of an old relative of mine.
Okay. Let me ask you a few questions first. Is it a man or a lady?
It's a man, yes.
Oh, did he have blue eyes?
No, he did not.
Did he have a beard?
No, he did not have a beard, no.
Did he wear a hat?
He did wear a hat.
Is it Bernard?
Yes, that's
Straight
it.
ahead there.
Thank you.
Oh, that was fun, wasn't it? Oh, would you like to play a game of Coffin Jenga?
Okay.
Love it. Love it.
Do you? Thank you.
I do. I want all the old games to be real. I want to be able to go into a hippo enclosure and just smash them on the back.
That'd be brilliant. That's what I kind of thought. Well, I kind of want TV characters to like grow up at the same time as us, so they kind of get old at the same time as us and stuff. I just like that kind of idea, and yeah, just kids games in like real life. We laugh.
Like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are now in their 40s.
It's old age mutant Ninja Turtles.
Michelangelo, should we go and do some crime? I've got to do my tax return. I'm sorry.
Exactly. I love it. Like Mr. Blobby will be in prison or something. I don't know.
Yeah, all the Teletubbies are in some kind of crack den. You know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Sooty does the news that he can't talk. Fuck it. I don't know. He does the voices for them as well. No, I don't know.
Richard, thank you so much for joining me and bringing some joy to my Sunday morning. If people would like to find out more of your silliness and find out more about you, where could they go? What should they do?
You want my address? Well, let me.
That's right.
I'll be queuing outside my window. That's fine. I live in Tooting, so just come there. I'm around. I just shout in the streets. You'll find me.
I want a puppet.
Twitter. I've only just kind of started to use it again. So that's R Wolford Comedy. You know?
Oh yes.
And Instagram, I don't really have many followers, so please follow me. I kind of put up lots of stupid songs and stuff at the moment. So follow that. It's Richard Wolflord. I keep spelling my name wrong, but on purpose because I prefer it. So I'm going to change my name to Wolflord. I'm the Lord of the Woofs.
The Canine King. Well, it was lovely catching up and talking to you, Richard. And thanks for joining in the Healthy Breakfast Club. Although your breakfast was not healthy. beer and Cocoa Pops.
Actually, I was going to say one thing. I'm supposed to be on holiday at the moment. I was actually supposed to be here. Bucharest.
Hey!
Thank you. I want you to get in a pun. There you
go. Lovely to talk to you, my friend, and thank you. And I've got to say, people love the puppets because someone donated £100 during that video. So there you go. Oh,
I've done my bit.
Oh, thank you so much, and I'll catch up with you soon, Richard.
Indeed. Give wisely. See you later.
See you later. Bye-bye. That was a lovely Richard Wolford there. Spelt correctly is Wolford, said badly is Wooford, or the son of Woofs. Wonderful comedian. Thank you so much to my trio of comedians, Adele Clift, Rob Thomas, and Richard Wolford. And that was lovely just to start off our Sunday with some chat, with some banter, with some silly sketches. Thank you so much. And at 10 o'clock, hopefully, if she joins us, I am talking to Katie Seacombe, who is Harry Seacombe's daughter, but obviously a comedian in her own right. But we'll be talking goons. We'll be talking loads of lovely stuff to do with comedy and about Les Mis, because she was in that for a long, long time. So that'll be at 10 o'clock. But we'll have some videos before that, and we'll check out the total of who's given what just after this sting. Very nice. That was the Very Healthy Breakfast Club. I did have quite a healthy breakfast. I always do, my friends. That was a bit of porridge there with a banana in it. I sometimes have berries. Nobody cares, Colin. You're tired and you're rambling. And I've got hiccups. Guys, you are being brilliant this morning. Thank you so much for all the donations so far. Let me just have a look. I'm going to I'm going to refresh the page. I'm going to make sure I haven't stopped the stream. I'm going to refresh the donation page, which is justgiving.com/Legless in lockdown, and we are up to a massive £780. Thank you so much. So, Liz, that's from Barbara and Colin. Lovely people in Peckham. Thank you very much, Barbara and Colin. Not me. I wouldn't give money to myself with someone called Barbara. This is from another Colin and Barbara. Thank you so much. That's so generous. Stuart, thank you so much. Nice one, Colin. Thank you. Patrick, I'm so tired. Auntie Pat. Thank you so much, Pat. That's really, really lovely. Becky and Paul. Oh my gosh. Becky and Paul, that's short and curly. They've donated as well. Thank you so much. Anonymous. I mean, I don't know who you are, but by the name, I don't know who you are. And Sam H. Well done, Colin. I was watching on and off yesterday. Thank you, Sam. That's lovely of you. And Jeb also, all the way from Australia. He has also donated, and he was on in the wee small hours back at 3 a.m. I talked to Jeb about his comedy over in Australia, and that was a lovely set that he did. In a bit, I'm going to be talking to Katie Seacombe, and if you can hear me, Katie, do click the link and come on in, and we can have a chat. Katie has messaged me. Let's see what she says. Oh, okay, she's having a few technical issues. That's okay. Well, I will fill until Katie is in and talking to us. Whilst I'm waiting for Katie, we were talking about the UK Pun Championships there, and me and Richard did meet in the final in 2019, and I beat him. What does he know with his puppets that don't exist? But it does happen in the boxing ring. And the winner this year was Adele Cliff, who you might have tuned in and watched about an hour ago. So let's watch the highlights from this year's championships back in February. This is Adele winning. Lots of other people. Philip Simon's involved. Lots of people you've seen across the stream are involved in this. All hosted by the wonderful Jason Byrne. This was the highlights of the 2020 UK Punch Championships back in February.
And they're all going to be battling to try and win this belt. Thank you, Colin.
Will you please welcome to the ring Richard Wolford, the Pundertaker, and Chris Norton Walker, the Massive Punch. Let's hear it!
Recently saw a train that was covered in cheese and tomatoes. It was a Pizza Express.
I got a train the other day with Sir Lancelot and all his men. It was a night train.
Well done. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have our first semi-finalist. It's a Massive Punch in the red corner. Welcome to the stage, our next contestant.
Well, I helped a pirate put some of his wood in the freezer. It was just to help him shiver his timbers.
Last week, I pulled a muscle. I'm now banned from the aquarium.
Sex with a fish. Let's hear it for Thor Got Up Under. Well done. Our next contestant through. Let's bring out the next two contestants.
My friend from Bolton got an opportunity to live in Scandinavia, but she said, no way.
The thing about Scandinavia is, as soon as you've started leaving Sweden, you've crossed the finish line.
It's a fair enough one. It's the Pun Hit Wonder going into the semi with the Massive Punch and Thor. Give him a round of applause. So, ladies and gentlemen, will you please welcome to the stage the next two contestants.
Which ex-US president would win a war in outer space? Ronald Reagan.
I keep having this recurring nightmare where Donald Trump's trying to make me give blood, and the problem is I can't stand the prick.
Oh! It's Funball Wizard, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a round of applause. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the semi-final first round? Welcome to the stage, Philip Simon, the Pun Hit Wonder, and Chris Norton Walker, the Massive Punch.
I saw on Facebook my cousin's a bugler in the army. I liked his last post.
Oh!
I keep posting about the coronavirus. That's right. I consider myself a social media influencer.
Oh! Oh my God, it's the Pun Hit Wonder that goes into the final! Will you please welcome to the stage the next semi-finalist, Adele Cliff, who's a Thor, God of Punder, and Richard Pulsford, the Punball Wizard!
So the Beach Boys were always very generous with getting the beers in. They'd always insist, round, round, I'll get around.
If I want to know if it's hot enough to remove my clothing at the beach, I listen to the stripping forecast.
It's Adele, it's going to Thor, God up under. There's nothing we can do about it. It was very close. I'd say it's about 400 people. Give him a cheer, ladies and gentlemen. It's the final!
If you're looking for love in the chocolate community, you should try Tinder Bueno. It's the quickest way to get into someone's Snickers.
Oh!
I got a lift with the ambassador who was spoiling us with his Ferrari Rocher.
Woo! And the winner of the 2020 Pun Championships is Thor! That's fair enough. Ben has chosen. Can we please bring in Colin Lego with the belt? Where's Colin?
There you go. Highlights of the UK Pun Championships this year, back in February, when the world was working a little bit better than it is now. So thank you for my three guests from the Breakfast Show, all involved in that UK Pun Championships at some point or other. We move on now to another wonderful guest giving up their time to help Diabetes UK. And when my next guest said she would help me out, I was so thrilled, and so were the charity, from her connections to Diabetes UK through her family. Please welcome the wonderful, lovely Katie Seacombe.
Hello! I'm in the
How
show.
are you? Hi, Katie. How are you?
I'm all right. I've got very barky dogs, so sorry. I've got 3 mad dogs at my feet.
What dogs do you have? What breeds? Who are they?
I've got Minnie the Tibetan Terrier,
Oh, yeah.
and I've got Prince the King Charles Cavalier, and I've got Hunter the something we're not quite sure from Cyprus, who's a rescue. He's like a bloodhound.
Oh, right. They've all got very regal names, Prince and Hunter.
Well,
love it.
Yes. Well, Minnie's actually Minnie Bannister from the Goon Show.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Prince is named after the artist formerly known as.
Yeah.
And Hunter, we just had that name, so that's what he had.
I wanted Hunter to be named after the gladiator from the 1990s game show Gladiators. No, sadly
He's the only
not.
dog I know that can't turn round. He has to go backwards or forwards.
He can't turn round.
No, he can't turn round. He kind of goes either forwards or backwards. He just doesn't know how to turn round in a circle. So we.
Wow.
I live in a very small house, and we have to have clear exits and entrances to rooms because there's no way. Bless it.
That's hilarious. Katie, how are you, my friend? It's a long time no see, really.
I know. I mean, the last time I saw you, I think we were doing Pandora's boxy type things and Bob, a Burglar Bill.
Oh,
yes. No, but I'm very good. Just in lockdown, going slightly mad. Doing bits and ends, doing a bit of writing, painting my house.
Oh.
But it's all good. Yes, I'm doing it. Not the outside. I'm not doing the outside. I'm doing the
right.
inside.
Yes. Right. Okay. The inside canvas.
The inside canvas. It's awful though. It looks a bit like changing rooms. It's like I'm not doing very good for the edges. So I'm thinking, God, please don't look up. Please don't look up, because it's all like badly drawn in, like a 4-year-old. Really.
How has it been? Because I don't know if you were in a show or doing a show when lockdown happened, but clearly it's affected theatre massively. How has it been?
Well, I was actually rehearsing for the Globe on tour with the Globe, and we were about to go on tour with As You Like It, Midsummer Night's Dream, and what else was it? Oh, The Tempest. And it was we were all playing about sort of 9 or 10 characters each. It was mental, and we were having such a great time.
Yeah.
And then, of course, it all finished. We got told to stay home the end of March, and that was it. So, but the Globe have been wonderful. They've kept us up to date with, we're all just hopeful that sometime in the future we can do it again, because all the costumes were ready. Everything was rehearsed. We were literally within about 2 weeks of doing the final tech. So it was so close. But, as my dad would have said, that's show business. You just got to kind of go with it and just accept it as a part of life. And I think if I'd been 10 years younger, 15 years younger, and not being a mum and all that kind of thing, I would have been devastated a bit more than, I mean, I was devastated, but I think when you're trying to just protect your family as best you can, you just have to be practical.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and you've just got to look at it like that, I think.
Yeah.
It's been an interesting one, but you've been keeping yourself busy, and you've been doing a new kind of podcast as well, which is I listened, and it's really funny, but I did worry for your own sanity as well. It's really good, but tell us a bit about it, because it's great.
Well, thank you, Colin. And basically, it's called Generation Isolation, and it's sort of my alter ego, who is a character called Pippa, who's an actress from Stoke-Dagenham in Cobham. No offence to anybody that lives in Cobham, okay. And she's just trying to do her best. I don't think she's not a bad person, and she's trying to do her best in lockdown. And I wrote it about 2 months ago now, so already it feels very historical. And basically what it is, her journey through the lockdown, what she's tried to do to occupy herself with it, really, but things never really quite go to plan. And he leaves behind her a wake of destruction and disaster without realizing what she's doing, because she doesn't mean to.
It's very funny. It's available. It's available
on SoundCloud.
SoundCloud, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, on SoundCloud. Check it out. I'm in the middle of writing the second series.
Okay.
So we follow, and what I'd like to do is just keep writing her, and then maybe when this is all over, I lift it out. I do it as one woman show.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, that would be lovely.
That would be nice. Or make it massively popular as a podcast. Who knows? But I'm trying to get listens, so thank you.
Oh no, it's amazing. And I mean, lockdown, I suppose, has been a perfect time for writing and doing things like podcasting, because you've got no other option for your outlet. It's
nothing whatsoever, apart from cooking meals for my son and my lodger.
Yeah.
Who also do jobs to me around the house. It's not one-sided. But I like cooking, so that's right. But apart from doing that, no, there's nothing. And I think, to be honest, you just have to kind of think, okay, what creatively can I do? And I think writing was actually really, really useful for me, because it keeps you sane. I know she does go slightly insane, and I did the whole podcast in one take as well.
Oh, right. Okay.
And I had to warn my neighbours. Just a little bit of a spoiler there. So yeah, and I think that it was just very, very helpful just to kind of have a project, an aim, something that mirrors up to what you do on a daily basis. Your creative side. It's all very well painting walls and doing stuff like that, but actually, oh God, it sounds so worthy, but to feed your inner soul, it's quite important. And then also, I just felt an enormous sense of achievement when I'd written it. I just felt fantastic.
Yeah.
And that's what that's like.
Yeah, it's nice when something comes together and you get a final thing, isn't it? It's a tangible thing. Yeah. Absolutely. Just moving on a little bit. When I was putting this idea together for this thing for Diabetes UK, I approached the charity because I wanted them to be officially involved, which they are. And I was telling them who I'd spoken to about being involved. And when I mentioned your name and said, my friend Katie's going to be on, Katie Seacombe, they were like, well, her father was massively involved. He loved Diabetes. So the connection's already there for you guys.
Yes, Dad was. I don't know what he was. He president, or he was very high up in Diabetes UK.
Yeah.
He's definitely an ambassador for them. Dad got stage. It was type 2 diabetes. So it's later life onset diabetes. So but he had to really overhaul his lifestyle, what he ate, what he drank, all sorts of things. And we all as a family had to kind of learn to, live with him injecting and all that sort of thing. So, so it was quite an important thing. And I think, my sister then, my dear departed late sister now, she had diabetes as well. So I think it's a family thing. One of those things, that you can live with, but you can have a wonderful life with, as you are doing, Mr. Lego.
Well, and I mean, it's because I think the diabetes care and diabetes research is just getting better and better. I think it's one of those things where things are improving and they're making improvements all the time. So I feel very lucky in that sense that it is something that people are working towards curing. I don't know if they'll cure it, but do you know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's and it's only down to donations from people that sort of stuff happens. So yeah, but so your dad, who
Yeah.
when I first, I've never told you this, when I first met you, Katie, it was through doing
Yes.
children's theatre.
It was.
And I didn't quite make the connection straight away that
Well, I'm not surprised. Most people don't.
well,
great. Hide in plain sight, and then jump out, frighten people.
I think because I was a young actor and I was very keen to be
Mm.
involved in children's theatre, and I hadn't quite put the names together. But I was a huge Goons fan growing up, and then when I realised who you were and who your dad was, I was like, ah!
Oh no, bless you.
In a lovely way, I was like, oh, that's amazing, because arguably half of the comics on here during the stream wouldn't be doing the style of comedy they're doing if it wasn't for things like the Goons and those kind of foundations for more silly, ridiculous characters and not, you know, what was that like for you growing up with that?
Well, it is, again, it was a slow burn for me, because when I was, you know, in the 70s, when I was very old, but when I was born in 67. So, you know, growing up, my dad's career had taken a slightly different turn by then already, because he was doing more sort of mainstream stuff. But I came to the party quite late, and then realised when I was about 12 how amazingly funny my dad was. Well, he was funny anyway, but you know what I mean, what his legacy was. And I think when you start seeing people like, we were on holiday once in Barbados, and I think it was during the filming of The Life of Brian that the Pythons were over in Barbados, and they wanted to, they tried to get together and have dinner with Dad, but couldn't. I can't. But you know, it's that sort of thing. You think, oh my goodness me, what?
Yeah.
You know, and I remember sort of, you know, it sounds very starry, but this is kind of what was going on, was that, you know, we'd often see people like Eric Idle and John Cleese sort of hanging around, you know, and when we were in Barbados a couple of times, and Dad meeting Peter Cook casually in an airport, you know, going home with Peter, you know, he knew everybody. And I think, and then of course, then there's the sort of mild sort of connections that very famous people will say. Like, so I think I remember, and I'm not quite sure, but Robin Williams once said in an interview how much the Goons had influenced him, and it just stings you to the core. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
I feel very overwhelmed and emotional, because I think the great thing about the Goons was that it was sheer unadulterated joy of living, and I think that's what it's all about. It wasn't satire in a sense. It was just basically, we're so glad we're not dead. We're so glad we're not dead.
Yes.
You know, we're so glad. We've been shot at for the past 4.5, 5 years, and we're all here, and we all love Warner Brothers cartoons and that kind of thing, you know, where people get bashed on the head. So let's just go for it. And it was that mix of jazz, surrealism. It kind of fitted in with the feeling of the time. And I think, but what really sticks out above everything is the feeling of that sheer joyfulness of living.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's so great about them, because they're still wonderful to listen to.
Yes, if people aren't, if they haven't listened to the Goons before, or you haven't listened to it for a while, they still stand up as pieces of comedy. I mean, some of the references are to do with things that happened around that time or whatever, but the humor.
Yes.
But the jokes are still ridiculously funny. Like what they did with radio, and I think I saw an interview either with your dad or with Spike Milligan, where he said it's just the funniness of having a joke where someone has to walk a long way away for some reason, and you hear the footsteps going, and that can go on and on and on and on, because that isn't actually happening. It's not. It's just a sound effect. Those sorts of silly things are just wonderful.
Yes, and somebody being hit by a sock full of custard. Yeah. And apparently, you know, Spike Milligan asked for the custard to be put in a sock, you know, this canteen lady at the BBC.
Wow.
And things they did, they were just fearless. I think it's the fearlessness of it all. And of course, you know, we have to put things into context. It was all written in the 50s. Of course, times have changed. Attitudes obviously have changed now. But I think it's I think it's still a wonderful thing to listen to, because it just takes you somewhere else. It's mad.
It's really silly.
I've got a bit wibbly wobbly now.
Oh, it's all right. I'm going to play it.
Oh,
I can still hear you. I can still hear you. Perfect. It's fine. It's fine. All good. Can you hear me?
Okay, cool.
Yeah. I'm going to play a bit of the Goons just after we finished. But you also helped me out on a sketch I did recently because of your connections to Les Mis. Now, for anyone who doesn't know, tell us about the history of Les Mis with you. You were in it for quite a long time.
Yeah, I was. Can you hear me still? Sorry, you went a bit quickly there.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I've been in Les Mis for a long time, on and off. And I've been in it since 2003. But I had the lovely opportunity to work with Matt Lucas for a couple of times as Tanaji, which was just a dream. And really, if you're going to work with a comic who knows what they're doing, it's Matt, because he just knows how to work an audience, and he's very calm, but he's also extremely technical and also lovely at the same time. So I was very lucky to have done that. And I've been doing that show for, as I say, since 2003, and I've done it with Phil Daniels. I mean, Phil Daniels. I did it with him as well. It's just bonkers. You know, and I played what I consider to be one of the best parts in the show, because you just as get away with murder, because she can do whatever she likes. I mean, you know, you're an old, you're a nasty person, but everybody wants to laugh at you because they're so thrilled you've come on after all this, oh my goodness, soul searching. And then you think, oh, here she comes. Here they come. What a breath of fresh air. So I think for me, that was lovely. And I've got, well, I think I've inherited from my father a sense of the mischievous and rather naughty. So I loved being really naughty and being paid for doing it. What a brilliant thing. But also, I love the show as well. I mean, the show, it's brilliant, but I love the show so much. It means so much to me. It is that one of those things that's just through me. You know, I love it. I love it.
Yeah. Would you ever go back to it again?
Oh yeah. I mean, never say never. I mean, you know, I they asked me to do the concert and I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my, what? I thought I'd say goodbye. So yeah, I never say never. I'd always be happy to go back. Yeah, I don't mind.
Amazing.
If, you know, like Mary Lloyd singing musicals, you know, you get famous for doing one thing. I'd be very happy to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. What a lovely thing. Well, listen, Katie, it's been lovely talking to you. And even more so that you have such a connection with Diabetes UK through your dad. So thank you so much for spending a little bit of time with us this morning.
It's my absolute pleasure. And I really hope that you raise lots of money today for this fantastic cause. And it's lovely to see you looking hale and hearty, well, because you know I know what you've been through.
Yeah.
Because I was there at the beginning of the whole thing with you, wasn't I?
I know you were.
You know, I just think I remember it very well, and how, you know, you really were very lucky, and that they found it, and you can manage your life so well, and you're doing so beautifully.
Oh.
So I hope you raise loads of money for this fantastic cause.
Thank you so much, and that's lovely of you. Thank you so much, Katie. Listen, have a lovely Sunday, enjoy your weekend, and we'll catch up soon. All right,
my love. God bless, and take care of yourself. Drink lots of coffee. Bye.
That was Katie Seacombe there, the wonderful Katie Seacombe. I think we had a bit of problems with the stream. I'm hoping it's okay now. I'm hoping if someone could let me know if you're watching and it's fine, do give me a thumbs up in the comments or something. Whilst we're waiting for our next bit at 10:30, we're going to do some puns at 10:30, make some puns up. Let's have a look at the Goons. Hopefully this plays plays okay. This is Katie's dad, the wonderful Harry Seacombe, with Spike Milligan and Peter Sellers, who were the Goons and still are the Goons. And arguably, without the Goon Show, Monty Python would not be Monty Python. Without Monty Python, things like The League of Gentlemen might not exist. So they were the foundations of some of the best comedies that are out there now. Here's the last ever Goon Show. Or it was entitled that and recorded as that. A little clip of Harry Seacombe as Seagoon, and after this we will have some puns and some mischief for a little bit. Here we go.
However, at short notice and wearing a floral cretonne frock, Mr. Seacombe has agreed to stand in for his sovereign.
Impressions as Queen will be a hedgehog doing acupuncture on Yul Brynner's nut.
Start the show.
Harry, why?
We're dying.
What's that?
Men falling to bits. She's a loose woman, you know.
Oh, bucket of water before the season starts. No. And now, ladies and gentlemen, my husband and I have great pleasure in starting this Goon Show number 161. My husband and I have great pleasure in starting this Goon Show number 161. My husband and I are having great difficulty in starting Goon Show number 161.
Hello.
A constable of old England played by an aging Peter Sellers.
I'm sorry, sir, you cannot put that huge, bloated Welsh body down.
Watch it, Rosa.
I have been watching it, sir, and it gives me no pleasure. No, there's not many people know that. What is your name, sir?
Harry Seacombe.
What a splendid memory you've got, sir. Darling son, would you like to explain as to why you are wearing a flowered cretonne frock?
Explain?
Yes.
Haven't you read the court circular?
No, I'm waiting till they make the film. Of the book, of the sketch of the street, of the play.
Now listen, Constable.
Yes.
You finished?
What? Yes.
Yes. I'm dressed like this because I have been asked to represent Her Majesty the Queen.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Queen. My refund for apologies. I'm sorry.
It's too late for that.
It's only 5:30.
We're having difficulty starting this Goon Show.
Oh, just have a look at my tonk then. Tonk? Oh, I see you still got the same typist you had in 1953.
I still have her. No one's found out yet.
That was the wonderful Katie Seacombe just before that clip of the Goons. And that, was, of course, was Harry Seacombe, her fantastic dad, with the legends that were the Goons, basically, showing us all how radio comedy should be done. So we're moving on to our next section, and thank you for staying with us. We had a few technical issues, I think, a few minutes ago, but that's okay. We're back on track now. It's going to be the case in 24 hours, isn't it? I have a little blip of some kind of internet usage. We're going to do some puns. Now, before I bring on my two guests for this, I want to play just a quick video just to give you some context, because this is called the Car Pun Game Live. Now, what that is a live version of a thing I used to do about 4 years ago in my car. I used to pick up a comedian. It sounds a bit weird. I used to pick up a comedian, planned. Obviously, I didn't just like drag him out of a hedge. Pick up a comedian. And I would film them in my car with me, driving around wherever it was, making up puns from words on the radio. Now, the difference here is my two guests are going to come on and we're going to make up puns, but we need your suggestions for those puns. So if you've got a topic you want a joke about, we haven't got anything planned, and this is going to be a bit of fun doing it, a bit of wordplay fun. Do let us know. Comment with the topic you want to hear puns about, and the three of us will make puns up after this video. But to give you some time to do that, and to throw your subjects our way, I'm going to play you a little 4 minutes of me and Jess Fosterque, who is a wonderful comedian, in my car making up puns in 2016, driving around, I think it was somewhere in South London, making up puns just from words on the radio. You send your puns in, and then me and Richard and Kat will make some stuff up for you. So here's me and Jessica doing what I used to do in my car. Hello.
Hiya.
Oh, and welcome to another edition of the Car Pun Game. Joining me today is comedian, writer, actor, one of my favourite human beings in the whole wide world.
Oh, crumbs.
Oh, yes. It's Jessica Fosterque.
Hiya. Pun time.
Oh, are you... Now, this is meant to be because not only are you a lover of puns...
Yeah.
I mean, you've been on the pun run, but
So-
also this meeting...
Yeah.
What was the name of your Edinburgh show last year? You can't remember?
Colin.
Imaginary Colin.
Imaginary Colin.
So,
Real Colin.
Real Colin. How that show was in your life for a long time.
Yep.
And you can't even remember the bloody title.
Well, you can tell how well it went. It's still very present in the public psyche.
We are going to turn the radio on.
Yeah.
Get some words. Do some puns.
Yeah.
And then we'll go back and write a show about it.
Perfect.
That we'll forget. Morning. I took the early part of the day to a repair store. I walked in and they said, "What's the problem?" I said, "Morning's broken."
Oh. In more enlightened parts of the world, they don't use the horrible phrase builder's bum, because in more enlightened part of the world they have more female builders, and there they call it crack of dawn.
And on that, those female builders you were talking about, they often join together in the morning and sing songs in a church style. It's a dawn chorus.
Oh, lovely, all the dawns. The dawn chorus went to sing at a farm.
Yeah.
And one particular type of animal got quite distressed by it, and it turned out that they'd been alarmed.
Need a drink of water after that.
Wash my mouth out.
Oh, a bit sick.
Do you mind if I get this very quick?
Whoa. Yeah, go on. Fine.
They haven't got any cream cheese. I can never see the cheese that I need in there. Don't worry about it. I thought it could have been a childcare emergency, but you couldn't find cream cheese.
Cheese emergency. I think we can use that as our next word, though.
Cheese?
Cheese. You're just saying that you often can't see the cheese you want in the supermarket.
I can't bear that.
Oh!
I've got a 7-month-old, and I mean, he at times can be such a baby bellend. They had a terrible time with con people, and they had to bring in a new word because people were trying to say, yeah, you've got an awful lot of cheese there you're trying to buy, but what they're doing is constantly keeping it moving.
Oh, right.
And that is making the weight of it fluctuate. And so from then they changed the law in the 15th century to say, no, if you're going to sell cheese, you've got to keep the weightage completely stationary.
Yeah.
And that's where we get the word stilton. Stilton.
Well, we've all learned something.
Up in Yorkshire, there's this dear older gentleman, and his son is called Lee. He was in his nursing home there up in the hills, and he's constantly asking when his son was coming to visit him. Every day all he would ask is over and over again, oh please can you tell me when he's coming. And when he passed away, they named that bit of countryside after him, and it's called Wensleydale.
Did his son own a farm?
Probably, I think he did.
Dairy Lee.
I think I just heard my own heart break.
I love Jessica Foster-Q, and sharing a car with her for a few hours making up puns was a highlight of that week. So we're going to try this live. We have got some topics already in the bank over there. And to join me in my virtual car, I have two comedians that you've already met once during this live stream, or even twice. I can't remember. I'm quite tired. But let's say hello to them again. Please welcome, first of all, he is a wonderful comedian, and he's been on at least once during the live stream already. Please welcome Richard Pulsford.
Good morning. You're still going, Colin. I'm very impressed. Very impressed.
I'm still going, Richard. I'm all right. I'm actually. I was just thinking during that little video. I'm actually okay. Surprisingly okay.
You're not hallucinating or anything yet.
Well, you are wearing a pink dress, right? That is right. Aren't you?
Yeah. From the chest downwards, yes.
Yeah, it's fine. Oh my gosh. And it looks like I've got two guests joining me in a moment. When I click cats on, two cats by the look of it. Here we are. It's Cat and Cat.
Oh, yes. Yes, here for the puns.
Cat, who is this cat?
So this is Jackson.
Yes. Hello, Jackson.
Yeah, he says hi. He just decided to relax on me, so I was like, yeah, you know what?
Fair enough. Well, yeah. Is Jackson any good at puns?
I don't think so. It's a bit of a catastrophe. But
Jackson Bullocks.
Yeah, he's not named after the town in Mississippi, Jackson. He's a lot more liberal than that. He's not.
Oh well. Well, you know kind of how this works, I think. What we're going to do is we are going to make up some puns. Now, there is no real... these puns might be a bit woolly, but we'll have fun with them. That's okay. And we could even workshop an idea. It's okay. What I'll say is, like a proper teacher, if you've got an idea... just put your hand up and we'll give it a go. All right, that's what we'll say. And Jackson can put his little paw up. That's fine. Yeah. So we'll be in a virtual car. I'm driving. One of you's in the passenger seat. One's in the back. Jackson probably on the... He's in the boot or the parcel shelf or something. And let's see how we go. And when a topic comes up, anyone at home, if you've got a pun on that topic or even a little joke, it's fine. Send it on in. It's all good. It's all going to help towards people donating to the wonderful cause. So let me see what came up first. There's quite a lot. Get on with it. Stuart. Get on, car. All right, fine, I will. I think that's a good thing. Not get on with it, but get on. Right, here we go. Oh, well, that's quite tricky. Let's do this. Okay. So Gemma Rigg, my friend Gemma says beard trimmers. So let's open that up to general hair, facial hair styles. Yeah, let's see how we go. Let's try and make some things up about this. Now I don't let's have a look. Kat, have you got your hand up? Yes, go on.
I mean, I've got one, but it's terrible.
Oh, hey. Very nice.
One of the Manchester United players was going bald. I think that was Herrera.
I did get some. I was at the barber's and I got this ball of someone shaved off my beard, and they rolled it into this ball with like nuts and Nutella. It was a Herrero Rocher. Oh gosh, I feel a little bit sick with that joke. Sorry.
That was terrible. Better. At least we're not on the fringe. I'm on the fringe, are we?
Or I'm not driving a car, so I could crash it.
Well, yes, just as well. Would have crashed by now. It is a car crash.
Car crash TV. Cats, have you got one?
Yeah, my brother once shaved his face without shaving cream. It was a pretty rash decision.
Yay! Very nice.
This is one that I said yesterday, actually, but I'll repeat it. So when I heard that there is an Olympic 100-meter race for older men, I thought Boulder Dash.
Yeah, nice. I'm trying to think of one for Gillette, but I can't quite get there. Oh, no, hang on. No, okay. So someone broke. This is it. Someone broke into Buckingham Palace, and they stole. Now, how does this work? Does this joke work? Someone broke. Sorry, I'm just saying it for the first time. So someone broke into Buckingham Palace. They broke into Buckingham Palace, and stole one of the prince's razors. Philips? No, it was a Gillette. Hey, that kind of worked. Yeah, glad I dropped that out loud.
I'm pleased to say that with the 10 viewers we've got, I can publicly admit I've now waxed my chest. No, waxed the hairs off my chest. So, no, I'm glad to get that off my chest, is what I was trying to say. Anyway, didn't work out. This is what happens when you don't know the topics beforehand.
I know. I love this kind of just like tomfoolery, though. Has anyone got any on? Oh, hang on. What's this one? Oh, is one about shaving. Steve, we are doing a fundraiser for Shave the Children. Shave the Children. That
Did
sounds
I do
like
that one yesterday? Sir Sean Connery. So yeah, I did a fundraising thing with Sir Sean Connery, and it turned out it was going really, swimmingly, till it turned out he was actually really wanting to shave the children.
Well, Steve had the same idea as you, I think. Good. Well, that was nice. Jackson doesn't have any on being shaved. He doesn't want to be shaved, does he?
No, don't say that.
No, bless him. Let's move on. This is a lovely subject, and I'm sure we've all got childcare or children or something like that, or being parents. I'm sure we can all think of something. I mean, sadly, when I broke up with my wife, she took our children, and I was left without the children. She actually took everything from the house, and all I was left with was the playing equipment that my children left in the garden. So swings and roundabouts. Yeah.
So I've actually got 3 kids, and I find it's almost like a weekly trip up to the local A&E, which is a bit embarrassing, first name terms and everything. And it's quite hard to juggle the kids, but until I can perfect the juggling, they're just going to keep getting injured, I suppose. Took balls to say that, didn't it?
Hey, nice. Yeah. Have you got your hand up, Kat? You got your cat up?
I have now. Gone, yeah. There's a baby ballroom dancing competition in the southwest countryside. It's called the Cotswolds.
Oh, nice. Very nice. There is a part of the staircase in the I don't know if this is offensive. I don't mean to be offensive. In the north of England, there's I need that for the accent. There's a part of the staircase where you put your child if they haven't had the last meal of the day. It's called the naughty step. Doesn't really work.
I got it.
No, I'm so sorry. Kat, you got your hand up. Off you go.
Yeah, my mum said she always knew that I was bisexual growing up ever since I was a kid, which is why she dressed me in rainbow colours when she took me out. She knew how to rock a bye, baby.
That was nice. Very good. Yes, Richard.
Yes, my son was asking me what a eunuch was. And I said, look, I'm not going to go into detail just willy-nilly.
Yes, good. When I was growing up, because the surname Lego, it's a bit of a weird surname. And I didn't like people making fun of my surname, at school and stuff. I'm a lot like my dad in that respect, the chip off the old block. It's nothing to do with childcare, is it? Okay, have we got, yes, Richard, off you go.
Yeah. So just before I came on air, I had my kids in the kitchen, and they were saying to me, Dad, why are you making us squeeze all these oranges? And I said, concentrate.
Very nice, very nice. And people are enjoying. Oh yes, go on, Kat. You've got one.
Oh yeah, it's all right. I watched a film about a spy/single father who took his baby on all his missions. They called him Bond, paternal Bond.
Very nice. Steve says, Steve one on childcare. I'm ready for this topic. I've done my Rusk assessments. Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
That really took the biscuit, that one.
Hey, crumbs.
Oh, Ian, going back to shaving, I like to read some of these out as well. The Terminator was choosing what razor to dress it up as, and finally decided, I'll be big.
I do like that one.
I did a slightly offensive accent, then Austrian accent. Okay, have we exhausted childcare? Maybe we have. Has anyone got anything pressing they want to say on childcare? No, I think we're all good. Gemma says, I haven't read this out yet. So my child won't sit down. He's constantly running about. He even sleeps standing up and won't even sit down at school. His teacher says he needs a babysitter. There you go. There you are. Nice. Right. Do you remember? Do you remember when having tantrums were all the rage? Yes, that's true. Good. Okay, let's have another topic. Let's go to the list up here. We've had childcare. Oh, lovely. Nicola, another lovely subject. Under the sea. For the under the sea, we should probably give Nicola a wave. Oh, look what I did there.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
That's sure to make her happy. Oh, yeah, it's another one.
Oh.
Okay. Under the sea. Go on, Richard. You've just started.
Yeah, I don't know why I thought this one, but fishwives. Who marries fish?
Yeah. Yeah, mermen, I presume. I don't know. Kat, off you go.
I made an Aquaman themed cocktail called the Jason Mimosa.
That takes some knowledge to get that totally, but yeah. Oh, brilliant. I went to the beach and I sent all my mates off. I was like, you go away. I don't want to spend time with my mates. So I went to this rock pool and I was talking to all these little crustaceans in the rock pool because, like they say, keep your friends close, but your enemies closer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's ridiculous. Anyone else? Yes, go on, Richard.
Thrilled to know. Yesterday, when I rang the local Sea Life Centre, they said that my phone call would be used for training and monitoring porpoises.
Brilliant. That's very good. I got one here. Oh, that's ridiculous. So I was at Brighton, and I was walking along the beach in Brighton, and my friend said to me, I bet you won't let that massive wooden structure jetting out into the sea crush you to death. I said, that's peer pressure.
Yeah.
It's not really under the sea, Nicola. I'm sorry about that. It's more like in the sea. Sorry about that. Kat, have you hand up?
Yeah. My friend wanted us to swim in the depths of the Atlantic naked. I said, absolutely not.
Very nice. Richard.
Yeah. Apparently marine conservation is going quite well nowadays. I saw this documentary and they said if you were to gather together all the world's largest sea mammals, they'd be the size of whales. True fact.
True fact. Well, the fishing community, there's lots of discussions going on at the minute about whether you should take worms off the end of your hooks. I mean, that's a huge debate.
Yeah.
It's a thing I've just said. I saw Jay-Z. Again, this is not under the sea; it's at the seaside. I saw Jay-Z in his ice cream van at the beach, and all his chocolate flakes had melted. I mean, he's got 99 problems. Is that a thing? I think that's a thing. Yeah. It's all right, not bad. Richard, off you go.
So I've been listening to this program about extinct fish. It's a Cod Past podcast. Where that came from. Sorry about
that.
A cat, off you go.
My mate wondered why seagulls kept fighting her, and I told her it's because she had a chip on her shoulder.
I blooming hate seagulls. I hate seagulls. In Falmouth Town Centre, they're a nightmare.
I got in Manchester.
I know. What's nowhere near the sea. Hermit crabs don't like to shell out on a new home. Well done, Ant-Man. That's very nice. Very good.
It's true. Yes.
It's very true as well. Richard, off you go. Richard?
So I was doing some fishing, and the passerby on the pier told me that my flies were down. I said, well, it's not a surprise. They're soon going to be eaten by fish, aren't
they? Gosh, this has got quite a lot of legs, hasn't it? It's like it's like
that's a new angle.
Gosh,
that's a new angle.
Gosh. Ian says most Navy men like to be dominant, but there are submarines. Oh, yeah, they are. Very good, very nice. Kat, have you got your hand up, or is that something else? No, you haven't. All right. Stevie Thompson says, I went swimming with a shark the other day. Didn't turn out how I hoped. It forgot its towel and money for the locker. Very nice. Very good. Richard, off you go.
Yeah, I've been feeling quite subdued recently, like the cool guy in a U-boat. Subdued.
Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah, that's nice.
Wow.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, this is what happens when you've been awake for a long time as well. Your reactions are quite slow.
I got another sub one. We all live in a yellow submarine, even though my tenancy agreement says I'm not allowed to sublet.
Oh,
nice.
Lovely. I painted this marine mammal blue, and now he's a Navy SEAL. I don't know, is that a thing?
You're so good at the sea puns. I'm a bit salty.
Hey, very nice.
You could put it to seabed, I suppose.
Just witness two piranhas going around and around trying to eat each other. It's a fish's circle. Wow, it's a fish's circle. That is crazy. Okay, good. Go on, Richard. You finish this off, and then we'll get another topic.
Yeah, so I've got another sub one. So I heard rumours that there would be a place to park my U-boat at the harbour, but it turned out they had no substance. That's enough subs, isn't it?
That's that. Yeah, it's enough. Put that to bed. Okay, good. People are watching this on Periscope, by the way. That's not even a pun. That's just something to do with submarines. Okay. Ant-Man would love this topic. Toothache. Toothache. Okay. Toothache. Yes, Kat. Oh, go on,
no,
Kat.
I was going to say, what is the fixation with toothache? You're obsessed.
Straight in. Richard.
Quite incisive, wasn't it? I know people who love going to the dentist and love actually having like root canal surgery. I mean, what goes on in these people's heads?
Yeah.
Hey. They can get to the root of the problem. This is just this section is just filling, to be honest.
Like most of
nice. It's nice, isn't it? I hear there's a famous dentist. That there's a house where a famous make it out. There's a house where a famous dentist was born. How do I know that? Well, there was a nice plaque outside. Yeah, got there in the end. Yes, go on, Kat.
The bears in the Atlantic have really strong teeth. You could say it was a molar bear. I'm not very good at these, and that's the tooth.
I can't think of something to do with. Yes, go on, Richard.
So, like a spot could be a mole, but a tooth can be molar.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of wisdom in that joke.
Yes.
Type of tooth. What does Stevie say? Stevie's very prolific this morning. My dentist was very impressed with his work today. He said it was his crowning glory. Oh yeah, very nice. Now I've just said this, Steve. Come on. We had the same idea about the little plaque. Very good. Anyone else got any more tooth-related puns? I can't think of any, to be honest. No. Nothing to bridge the gap. Go on, Kat. Go on, Kat.
My gate is pretty far away from my actual door, so I have to call it Colgate. Now I'm done.
Yeah, and Ian says I've got 8 jokes about teeth. Oh, K9.
Yeah.
K9.
Nice.
Love it. Oh, Ant says when going to nightclubs, you will often what?
Oh yeah.
You will often dentist floss.
See dentist floss. Yeah.
Oh, I see dentist floss. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Got it. Yeah. See. Yeah.
So I have this. I think that we can all get on with each other as long as we keep cleaning between our teeth. Yeah. At least that's my personal philosophy.
Oh, that's very nice. That's a really nice joke. Is that something we just thought of? Because that's really good.
No, sorry, it comes from a set. I saw the philosophy. It reminded me.
Fair enough. All right. Shall we go for a different subject now? We've been doing this for almost half an hour. Who'd have thought? Yeah, we have. Yeah. Let's go. We've had Under the Sea. We've had childcare. If you've got any more subjects, do send them in because I'm running out of subjects now. We've got one more, and I'd like some more, please. We have the lovely subject of chickens. Chickens or poultry or birds or something like that. That would be a nice one to have. Kat, off you go.
Yeah, I've got one, but I don't know whether or not to do it.
Very nice. Very good. Yes, go on, Richard.
I'm writing a novel about hens. It's a story with many layers.
Yeah.
Very nice. Kat.
This pun off better be fair, though. I don't want any foul play.
Don't get in a flap about it. It's fine. Here's one, but you might not know that this is a chicken term. If you can't think of a pun, just pull it out of the bag. Now, for that joke to work, you need to know that a pullet is the name of a baby chicken. So there you go. That was explained. Good. I'm glad I explained that. Richard, off you go.
My gran says that she has this lovely recurring dream about peri peri chicken. She always looks forward to her Nando's.
Very nice. Kat, off you go.
I met a Jamaican chicken the other day. What a jerk.
I mean, we should be able to think up a lot of jokes about chickens because we're all comedian hens. Oh, I messed that right up. Comedy hens. Wake up,
That's foul.
Yeah, very foul. Richard.
Yeah, so it's my birthday on Tuesday, which is a bit naff during the lockdown, but I'm going to have some mildly spiced chicken to mark my birthday, so there's some sense of occasion.
Yeah.
Very nice. Now, I need to read this one because they've got to get the wording right. I've had it in my joke book for a long time and never said it out loud. Now, I'm a person who believes that nothing is known or can be known of the existence or nature of hens. I'm an agnostic. I think when I wrote that, I looked up what agnostic meant in the dictionary and just copied it. Yeah. Richard.
Yeah, so my ex-girlfriend, she left me because of my obsession with chickens and eggs. She said it's over between us.
These are great. I love it. Yes, Kat.
I saw a chicken in my mate's yard the other day that wouldn't stop headbanging to grunge songs. It must have been corn-fed.
Where I lived on an egg farm. That's the true bit of the story. I did live on an egg farm when I was younger, but the egg farm. The untrue bit of that is that we tidied up the front of our house in case there was a hen attack. I mean, it looked impeccable. Richard.
So I was waiting to cross the road the other day, and this chicken came along to do the same thing, and I suddenly realised actually that's quite funny, chicken crossing the road. And the chicken laughed so hard at the reference, it laid an egg, and I thought, wow, it's not every day I get a standing ovulation.
Oh, God.
Wow, very nice. Now, in literature terms, Charles Dickens. Did I say this the other day? Charles Dickens wrote many good books, but he didn't like hens. Whereas his cousin Charles Chickens loved hens. He wrote Great Expectations, the Chickwick Papers, Chickalus Chickabee, David Copperfield, and Beak House. Wow, there we go.
Very good.
That was many there. Let's have a
very
look.
Cocky there. Very cocky.
Strutting around. Let's have a look. Ian Bowden. What a nice trick. I had to persuade Vera Lynn to come to the farm. I promised her we'll meet a hen. Oh, very nice.
Nice.
Very silly. Go on, Richard.
So, even though the speed dating event for Sean Connery fans had to share the room with the chickenpox relapse support group, everyone enjoyed their shingles night.
Very good. Talking about chickens, chickenpox. Got it. Talking about chickenpox. It's a poultry matter, isn't it? So let's have a look at this.
Yes.
The reason I couldn't get any food when I tried to eat amongst the chickens is that apparently there's a pecking order. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's literally what pecking order means, isn't it? I don't know, no idea. Not too sure. Here we are, one from Ian. Comedians past offensive sketches about chickens are coming home to roost, not roast. I think I'm hungry. I could do with a roast chicken right now. That'd be really nice. Yeah, that'd be good. Good. Do we have any more on here? Yes, go on, Richard.
Which chicken runs the health department?
Don't know.
Matt Hancock.
Yeah, nice.
Hollywood director Alfred Hitchcock.
And you've got the famous British comedian from the 1950s who has got 4 body parts in his name, which is Tony Hancock. Yeah, he's got all the body parts. Any more on chickens, or shall we leave that there? Anyone? No? Okay, good. Well, let's see if we can get any more subjects in. Whilst they're bringing in their subjects, we might just keep this going just for one more round. I'm going to play one more video just for 2 or 3 minutes of a car pun game so people can send in their subjects and we'll go from there. Is that all right with you guys?
Sure, yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, we'll just have a little bit of a car pun game. This time, this is with my dad. Now, my dad joined me in my car. He loves a pun, but trying to get him to say a pun at the right time just didn't really pan out. So he just did a lot of observational comedy, but without the comedy. So you'll see what I mean. This is my lovely dad trying to do the car pun game. Do send in your subjects, and we'll do one more round after this lovely video.
Hello, welcome to a very special edition of the Car Pun Game. Joining me in the car today, you recognise him from when you've bought eggs in Cornwall. Very exciting edition because we welcome to the car my dad. I'll have you know that my dad opened up the village fete recently.
Yes.
You did some,
yes, I did. Yeah.
You did some
yeah.
comedy. At
I
that.
don't know why.
No.
I'm not used to opening doors.
See, this is the standard of
yes.
what we're going to expect. We're going to drive round in lovely Cornwall. We're in Cornwall. We're going to drive
the
round.
sun's shining.
Lovely. We're going to drive round. We're going to get some words from the radio.
Yes.
And then we're going to hopefully not want to crash the car into the sea. If you see something you want to do a joke about, or something pops into your head.
Right.
Righto.
Okay. No, righto.
Righto?
No, my left toe.
Ah. We're off.
I got a corn on my left toe.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but it needs harvesting.
Hey! Feet jokes. That's very inappropriate, Dad, doing feet jokes.
Yeah,
with me.
I'm worried I'll come to regret the drip feed when it gets to the ones like someone who was in Holby City for a bit.
Did you know someone we just passed in a car?
That was Charlie. Charlie, yeah, I knew Charlie.
This is not going to be more of a car pun game than Dad saying hello.
This could be a mystery trip.
You just saying hello to a lot of people.
Yeah, there's a man with a beard over there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, is it a beard or is it not a beard? I mean, I'm not going to split hairs. Oh.
Well, your beard is very big.
It is?
Black beard.
Have you got a joke for that? Or
No,
it's just an
just
observation?
Black beard.
It's observational comedy, but without the last bit. Just an observation.
He must be called Lord, that man.
Why is that, Dad?
He's going fishing.
He's going fishing.
He's going fishing.
I think we'll forget about the radio. We'll just get words from the countryside. This is much more interesting. We're passing a place called Swanpool. Our next word is swan.
Yeah, are they on the bill, are they?
Oh, hey, because they're a bird.
Wow, you've got the neck for everything.
There you go. See, we're off now. How do swans pay for things when they write a cheque?
Yes.
They write their signature.
Oh.
Because isn't the baby swan called a signet?
Yes.
Thanks.
That is right.
Yep.
Well done. Yes. There's a cemetery in here.
Oh, a cemetery, yeah.
And people are dying to come in here.
Hey! I mean, being an undertaker, that's a dead end job, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Beach.
Beach.
Yeah.
You know a beach tree. We passed lots of trees, so this is a beach with sand in it.
I mean, that's more word association than punning, Dad, but I'll let you off.
Oh, yeah, I know. Beach? No.
You're just saying beach. You're just saying the word beach over and over again.
And this is the Olympic week, isn't it?
Oh, so yes.
The Olympics?
Yeah, the Olympics. Yeah, I got thrown out of the Olympics because I failed to do the hurdles properly. I couldn't get over that.
No. Tennis?
Yeah.
I just think that's a racket.
Yes. Andy Murray.
Andy Murray. He's worth a lot of money. He's worth a mint.
For anyone under the age of 30, Murray mints are a type of mints.
Yes, if you didn't know that. Yes.
I've created a new game for the Olympics. Right. It's a combination of the 100 metres sprint and weightlifting. And there's no rules. You'll just have to pick it up as you go along. We just passed an ice cream van there.
We passed one, we didn't stop. There was a lot of music coming in that one.
Yeah.
Because he was playing his cornet.
I don't know if you can hear that. Look at that, we've got some surround sound squawking from the seagulls.
See his wings. Well, he got wings. I'm glad he's got
What's
wings.
What's a seagull with wings, Dad? What next?
That's not a pun, is it?
No.
No.
It's not a pun.
No. Why do baby seagulls look bigger than their parents?
Now, you set that up like a joke, but I'm guessing it's not.
No. I just thought that.
Well, that was my dad just pointing things out in Falmouth. Oh, bless him. Yeah, he's usually very good at the puns, but on that particular car trip, anyway, he's a lovely human. I think we're going to wrap this up with one last subject, and I think let's do something that we can all get behind. I think we've all got ones on different places around the world, so let's do countries. Why not? Let's do countries to finish off. We can all think of some geography puns, I am sure. So countries. Who would like to start us off? Yes, Richard.
Yeah. Okay. So the Europeans who take the longest to get the dust out of their carpets are the Slovaks.
Very nice, very nice. I met a French dog who was a wine connoisseur. He was a Bordeaux collie.
Nah. My best friend's from Bolton, and she got an opportunity to live in Scandinavia, but she said no way.
There's a state in America actually where they just sing about bad eye infections. Oh, glaucoma. Glaucoma. That was it. Yes, Richard.
When I feel I've got nothing left to live for, I remember there's a French guy who owes me dried grapes. He's my raisin debtor.
Very nice. Cat, off you go.
I went to the Republic of Ireland where I slept with a woman for the first time. I had to tell my parents I'd literally gone done a gal.
Very good. Nice. Yes, Richard.
I can't remember anything from last year's Luxor to Aswan cruise. I must be getting senile dementia.
I was in France. That's a country. I was in France, and I met this famous French fashion designer. This famous French fashion designer came up to me and went, meh. I said, no, not like that. He went, meh. I said, no, not like that. He went, meh. I said, no, John Paul, go to you.
No.
It's a massive long setup. Kat, off you go.
That was worth it though. When I visited my Jewish friend in Far East Canada, she took me out to all the Jewish cuisine, so I really got to know the kosher.
Yeah. Yes. Let me think. I'm trying to think
Yeah,
of what...
talking to Canada, I think it's the Canadian Arctic Lottery that's only open, if I can remember it, that's only open to siblings of the local people. You have to be Inuit Twinit.
Oh, wow.
I need to dig that one out of my memory bank.
It was in there somewhere. Ash, talking about Canada, that's the wrong one I put up. Talking about Canada, our Queen's picture appears on all Canadian $20 bills, thus proving we have a Commonwealth. Ta-da.
Yeah.
Very nice, very nice, very
Cool.
good. Richard Wolford has just said, how do you get into the Canadian Prime Minister's house? Just intruded doors. Wow. Wow. Intruder doors. My gosh. Well done, Richard. Thanks.
You need to know what maple syrup is ASAP.
Yeah. Just doing Canada ones now, aren't we?
Yeah. Cats.
My hairdresser's actually Canadian, so I knew she'd be good at curling, but that's a sweeping statement.
I see.
Richard.
Yeah, I think I've got another Canadian one. So when my Canadian friend found out that her Prime Minister, a one-time martial arts enthusiast, had in the past blacked up, she had mixed feelings about demonstrating trust in judo.
Yeah.
It was very convoluted.
Cat, off you go.
Canadian wizards fight off dementors with the spell Quebecto Patronum.
Oh gosh, I think my tiredness is adding to the surrealness of what's happening right now. That was amazing.
I don't know who wrote them though. No one will ever know.
Richard, off you go.
I was quite pleased yesterday because I finished my quick crossword. I had one clue left when I went into the local cafe, and the barista. I said to the barista that what I wanted, and I was looking at the last clue, an African country, 4 letters, and she just said, "Would that be Togo?"
Yeah.
Hey,
But it turned out
nice.
it was Mali. So
she was wrong.
Yeah.
Steve says, thought I was bidding on eBay for some football memorabilia from an England and Newcastle legend. Turns out I have just bought the Gaza Strip. Very nice. And Ian Smith, who's a lovely man, only fools Russia in. Russia, yes, well done, Ian. I see what you've done there. Very nice. Very good. Oh, and
So-
this is sorry. Richard says, "What country is mad about all-based sports? Romania."
Yeah.
Very nice. Go on, Richard. What was you going to say?
So I was chatting to the neighbour yesterday, and they said that the other neighbours left for Italy. I said, whereabouts? He said, Genoa. I said, well, no, we hardly ever speak.
I went to this this monastery, I think. Maybe I did. I went to this monastery, and all the inhabitants of the monastery this joke doesn't work at all. I went to this monastery, and all the inhabitants of the monastery had all gone to buy frozen goods. That's why nuns go to Iceland.
No.
Do they live in a monastery? I don't know if they do.
What a good nun pun.
I know monks live in monasteries. I don't know. Okay, good. Let's try one last one each, and then we'll wrap up this lovely section. I've enjoyed it. Yes, Kat, off you go.
Well, I was going to do an Africa themed pun, but you're going to hate me.
Very nice. Love it. And Richard, finally from you, do you have one to finish us off?
So you were talking about monasteries. Well, I left the monastery by mutual consent. So, I mean, I was uncomfortable wearing an ill-fitting robe which kept catching between my buttocks. And the other monks felt uncomfortable about my bad crack habit.
Oh, we're finished on a crack joke. Love it. Listen, both of you, thank you so much for joining me. People who have joined in as well, thank you so much for getting involved. That was an hour of just making stuff up. So thank you very much. And thank you for joining me earlier in the stream and helping to raise money.
Pleasure.
Kat, once again, where can people find out about you and follow you and that sort of stuff?
Yeah, so my Twitter name is Catherine Molinari, just there. My housemate's also got a collaboration show. It's called Social Distance Warriors. If you want to sign up to go on it, you can catch us on Twitter. It's the same name. So yeah, and thanks for having me.
You're very welcome, Kat. Thank you so much for joining us, and also your cat. That was very nice to see him, to see Jackson as well.
Thank you. He said anytime.
And Richard, thank you for joining me, my friend. Where can people follow you and tweet you and that kind of thing?
Yeah, sorry, my cat couldn't join us. She's Molly, but so what am I trying to point? I'm trying to point to here. So it's left, right. It's really weird.
Yeah.
But yes, that's my Twitter handle, and that's where everything gets posted. And through that, you can see where my website is. I also have a history podcast show, which is going to become a video cast over the summer.
Oh.
So that's called It Just So Happened. And you can, again, go through Twitter and my handle, all two of you that are watching.
There's quite a few, I think, across all three streams.
I'm joking.
Yeah.
I like the way Rob yesterday went into the whole CV, didn't he? Of, I do clean comedy and I do this and I do that. I'm available for bar mitzvahs.
Hey, you know, this is lockdown has been tough. You've got to get your gigs where you can, I think.
That's certainly true.
Thank you so much, guys.
Bye. Jackson.
All right. Goodbye,
Bye.
Jackson. See you later. Right. Thank you so much, and I'll see you both later. Right.
Cheers, Colin. Good luck.
All right. You're welcome. Cheers, guys. Oh, that was amazing. What a lovely car pun game. I am going to bring back the actual car pun game, I think, because it's so much fun. Like being in a car with with a comedian or some comedians making stuff up is really fun. And thank you so much for getting involved. If you enjoyed any of that and you feel that you want to donate, here it is. Justgiving.com/ Legless in lockdown. We're doing it all for Diabetes UK. If you were going out for a Sunday lunch, if it wasn't lockdown and it was a normal Sunday, you might go to a pub and have a Sunday lunch. What would that cost you? 8, 9, 10 quid? Don't give it to a pub. You can't anyway. Put it here. JustGiving.com/legless in lockdown. Diabetes UK can do a lot with your money, and we're slowly getting the total up, and I'm so proud of all of you. Just to sound really weird for a minute, you're all doing amazingly. And thank you so much to the comics who have been involved so far. In about 10 minutes, we are going to be talking to another wonderful comic called Philip Simon, who we met earlier, way back when I started this stream. And he's going to be talking to us about his comedy and being in the UK Pun Championship final this year. But before we do that, let's have one more car pun game. We saw one from Jessica Foskey. We saw one from George Lego, the ultimate George Lego. Let's have one from a comedian called Nick Helm. You might recognise Nick from 8 out of 10 Cats Does Countdown, and various comedy bits and bobs he's done. He's not necessarily known for his puns, but he's a very good punster. And during this filming of the car pun game, I still think that Nick was maybe a little bit drunk from a gig he had done the night before, but it doesn't matter. His puns were very good. And here you are. Here's Nick Helm and me about 3 or 4 years ago doing puns in my car.
We're going to turn the radio on, pick some words, and then do some puns.
Yeah.
Are you a lover of puns? This is what this is all about. Are you a lover of puns?
Not really. We'll see how this goes.
Oh, hello. Overtaking. Wasn't even going that slow.
Really? I can't believe that. Better than undertaking.
It is, because that's a dead-end job. Hello.
Hello.
So, you know, we definitely feel that getting more midwives and having continuity of midwifery care.
I had a midwife once.
Yeah?
Yeah. She was the woman I was with in between wives 1 and 2. 1 and 2. I was having a baby. My wife was giving birth.
Yeah.
And we were looking for someone to help us. Couldn't find one anywhere. We were having a midwife crisis.
That's very good.
And the way I said it as well, it sounded like Josh Widdicombe running out of breath when he talks. It sounded like a bloody midwife crisis. I mean, what's that about?
Who's that?
That's
Josh Widdicombe. I thought it was Zippy from Rainbow for a second. So far, so good.
I've eaten all that whambar.
Bloody hell, we've been in the car like 5 minutes.
It was hot though. Had to suck it all up.
Not that in eyelids.
Oh, right, okay. Eyelids. That's our word, eyelids.
I went into a fish and chip shop the other day.
Did you?
And, yeah, I did. I went into a fish and chip shop the other day. I said, I would like the whole fish, everything.
Yeah.
The fishmonger took one look at me and he said, absolutely not. He did not batter an eyelid.
Oh, beautiful.
Of course, cricket's a dangerous game for an optician.
Yeah.
You can sometimes bat an eyelid. It's got to be more like when Ian Botham was asked if he would hit.
Very topical.
He said, "You better open wide because I do not bat an eyelid." It's not a boast, though, is it? It's the thing. It's the thing that's he didn't bat an eyelid. He got his cricket stick because you can't say bat twice.
It's cricket stick.
Cricket stick.
It's cricket stick.
Well, if we can get there, but the thing is that he can't bat an eyelid, and B, the actual act of violence has got to be exclusively about hitting someone in the eyelids. Baseball bat. In the street brawl, where Babe Ruth was challenged to smash in Ian Botham's ocular shields. Babe Ruth may have lost, but he didn't bat an eyelid. And that's the beauty of it, you can just keep tweaking it at home. And the joke.
Shall we get another word? Right, there's your words. Ha! No, let's get
it was bar.
Okay.
Don't be sheepish about it, don't worry. And let's bet on it, I promise I won't fleece you.
Oh, hello. You.
Alright, don't ram that one home.
Flocking hell.
I'm not sure about that, it was a bit woolly.
That's how it's done, my friends. Just a sound. Look at the magic that was made.
This is Jeremy Corbyn's constituency.
Is it?
Yeah, I've been here once to vote.
Yeah.
I came down here again, but I was sort of out of sorts, and then I looked around and I realised, yeah, actually a lot of this looks familiar. I thought, cool, been here before.
That joke was a labour of love. Hello.
Wow.
Got it.
That is absolutely outstanding.
Belgium's transport ministers quit after the...
Right, here we got transport.
Have you seen this new way that people are driving? It's just on the side of the car like that. I really like it.
Although, when people do that, they do look a little tired. A little too tired.
It's exhausting. It does require a certain suspension of disbelief.
You geared up to that one.
It's better than being neutral. There was no indication what he was going to do next. It was blinking mad. Do you think you'll be able to Fiat that one in? Then we should forward ahead. There's nothing nice and easy about this. Honda do it.
What? Honda do it?
How'd you do it?
I know what it is.
What's the matter? Ran out of ideas?
No.
Nick Helm there with a brilliant pun. Ran out of ideas. Love it. So we have not run out of ideas. We have got ideas running right the way through this stream. In about 5 minutes, hopefully, I am speaking to Philip Simon, who is a wonderful human and a wonderful comic about his time doing puns and doing stand-up and that kind of thing. Before we see Philip, I want to play you a clip from a comedian all the way over in Australia called Jeb Armani. Now, Jeb talked to me at about 3 a.m. this morning, our time, which is pretty much midday where he is. So he was very bright and chirpy, and I was having a crisis in the middle of the night. But he's a wonderful young comic. I'm sounding like such an old man, but he hasn't been doing comedy that long, and he's already got quite a strong persona and a strong set. And so he recorded this little video for me. It's 5 minutes, and you get to meet Jeb, and he says that if you want to find out more about him, it's Jeb Armani, on all the social media. And while I'm playing this, enjoy, and after it, I shall be talking to Philip Simon. This is Jeb Armani. Enjoy, and I'll see you in about 5 minutes.
I am Jeb Armani, and it's a good thing it's sunny outside, because even though I'm wearing black, it still means it doesn't look like your screen is suddenly gone dark. Now that's good because it doubles up as a brown joke and a fat joke. Now I could have worn a white shirt to do this routine, but I usually save my white shirts for when I'm trying to date women. Here's my dating pitch to women, okay? I go up to a girl and I'll say, hey, if we get married in a few years, you can use my white shirt as a wedding dress. I mean, think about it. Good fabric for saris doesn't come cheap. And besides, you would look so much better in it than I would. When I wear a white shirt, I look like a walrus trying to crawl out the top of an igloo, you know, just like Now, for the record, I researched that bit by going on YouTube and looking up a video called Walrus Sounds. So whatever this routine lacks in humor, it makes up for in education. Trust me. If you liked this episode of this nature documentary, tune in for more episodes of Obscure Animal Noises with me, your host, Sir David Fattenborough. Now, I have a love-hate relationship with sports. Like, I love following a lot of sports, but because of my excessive work here, I'm not good at really playing any of them. And that's also because I'm brown as well, because brown people generally don't play the kind of sports that most people care about. To me, cricket and hockey, which brown people really like, aren't sports. I think brown people really enjoy cricket and hockey because I see them as child punishment exercises. Teach a man to fish and he'll eat for a lifetime. Teach an angry brown parent how to hold a cricket bat or a stick, and they will turn them into weapons of ass destruction. It's really, really scary. So when I was a kid, right, I would always, whenever I got in trouble with my mom, I'd always be able to outrun her. It was like the cheetah and the gazelle. I'd always just knew that I just had to wear her out. I didn't have to try so hard. I just had to wear the old lady out. But little did I realize that my mom is a different kind of cheetah. So all of a sudden, when I was misbehaving, the pursuits just suddenly stopped. And instead, I was beginning to get fed. She would offer me food. And I thought to myself, crime doesn't just pay, it feeds, and it feeds well. And suddenly, the chasing started again. And before, when I was running as fast as a gazelle, now I could only run as fast as a wounded gazelle. And it was one of those seconds before disaster moments, you know, where right before the cheetah catches its prey, I suddenly figured out that she had leveled the playing field, where she realized that if she couldn't get any faster, she just had to make me slower. And what she did was limit my athletic prospects, because all I could just basically play at this point was darts. You guys ever seen darts players? Like, all of them have guts that have either come from beer, burgers, or both. I was watching the finals of the World Darts Championship, and this guy had a gut and everything, was wearing a purple shirt to match his purple mohawk. The dude looked like the love child of Guy Fieri and the purple Teletubby. It was crazy. So I feel like darts is my thing. Track and field, not so much. Back in school, there used to be these track meets, and you'd always have to qualify to make the finals of these track meets. And I never understood why the teachers would always make the fat kid try to qualify for the finals, because fat kids suddenly don't turn up at starting lines and turn into Usain Bolt. It just never happens. But after a while, I tried to figure it out. I figured maybe with the sprints, they thought, better he get heartache from trying to run than trying to attract girls and get rejected. With the shot put, I figured they thought, let him work the muscles in his arm instead of his wrist. But I could never for the life of me figure out why they tried to make me do the high jump. Because here's the thing. You know that I can't make the high jump. I know I can't make the high jump. But the teachers didn't seem to know that. So I thought it was time for the student to become the master. So one day I thought, I'm going to end this Paul's whole career. And I just ran straight at it and jumped over, more like breached like a whale, and just destroyed the thing like I was playing Fruit Ninja. I can tell you that was the best physics experiment I've ever done in my life.
That was Jeb Armani, a wonderful Australian comedian, pretty new to it, starting out and still doing open spots and stuff. And he got in touch and said, I want you to support you on this stream. And so he talked to me at 3 a.m. this morning, all the way in Australia. And what a lovely guy he is. And do check out his stuff, Jeb Armani. The fun continues. In a minute, I'm going to be talking to Philip Simon about his time doing puns and stand-up and that kind of thing. Before we do that, I wanted to show you something, because this is all about Diabetes UK. And you can give to the charity right here. justgiving.com/legless in lockdown. Why legless in lockdown? Well, if you don't know by now, what's wrong with you? I'm not drunk. I'm not that type of legless. I may appear it because I am quite tired, but it's tired drunk, that is. But it's legless because I lost my leg to type 1 diabetes. And any money you give today is helping Diabetes UK with prevention of type 1 diabetes, and maybe even a cure for type 2 diabetes. So please give. There, you've got about 4.5 hours to still give, and I'd love to get the total up just a little bit more. Give what you can, my friends. We've got brilliant comics coming up to make you laugh. But before I talk to Philip, being an amputee is an odd one. And it's great, really, for my comedy, because you come up with material all the time when you don't even mean to. Like, the world around you is just a funny world if you've got a disability. Truly is. I'll show you what I mean. I haven't changed this at all. I haven't written this. This is an actual thing that I had given to me, just bigger. Just after I had my operation and had my leg removed, I went back into teaching for a little bit, about 6 months later. And it was a funny one, because you got treated differently because you're now an amputee. And I got given this form, this health and safety form from a school, which I'm going to show you today. And it's just weird because you'll see by the wording. So this is the form. This is fire drill and evacuation procedure for amputees and wheelchair users. Now, to start off with, I don't know why they're giving me this form. I mean, I'm not more flammable now that I'm amputee. It's not made of wood. I'm not a pirate. But anyway, I thought, okay, I'll humour them. I'll fill in your form. So I thought, okay, fine. Here we go. So here's the form. Please fill in this part of the form if you are an amputee. I thought, oh yeah, well that's me. I am an amputee. I will turn it over and fill in this part of the form. Okay, question 1. Are you an amputee? I was like, yes, I am, because I've turned over the page and you've told me to fill in the form. This is where it gets surreal. Question 2. Is this permanent? Do you know what I mean? The world for amputees is a strange one, because apparently schools in Peckham think you can grow a leg back in a petri dish or something. Right, okay. We're about to meet a comedian that you saw a long time ago if you were here at the start of the stream, and he's joining us again on the second day of Legless in Lockdown. Please welcome the wonderful Philip Simon.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm all right, but I've had a nap. You know,
Oh.
I slept.
Not
brilliantly, but
showing off, Philip. That's what that is.
I'm hoping you're okay.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm actually functioning okay. I just made up some puns with Richard Pulsford and Kat Molinari, and actually, I think I made sense.
Yeah, I saw some of them. I thought your was it Charles Chicken's collection was particularly good. You know,
for someone who hasn't slept for a long time, that's that's not too bad. How's your weekend been apart from this nonsense? How have you been?
Well, we've got 2 young kids at home, so I have no concept of weekday or weekend. No, I don't know what day of the week it is. It's something month. Yeah, haven't got a clue. So it's all right.
How young are we talking? Have you been doing homeschooling?
Yes. So we have a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old.
Oh, wow.
5-year-old has gone back to school 2 days a week.
Okay.
Because they've decided to relax lockdown too soon. Yay! But we're at the point of parenting where we don't care. So
let them do whatever. That's fine.
You know what? Just don't cough on us when you get home. You'll be fine. It's tough. I'm not gonna lie to you. Homeschooling is ridiculous. I didn't train to be a teacher. I have a newfound respect for teachers. I think they earn their 30 weeks off in a year they get. I think they've earned that. Yeah. It's tough.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, but I would struggle because your children are quite young.
Yeah.
But I was terrible at maths at school, and I would be worried that even like for the 8 and 9-year-olds doing their maths, I'd be like, I don't know the answer to that. Have you found? I mean, they're quite young, but have you found any of it challenging?
Yes, definitely. My 5-year-old is actually very good at maths.
Okay.
Which makes it problematic. The most challenging thing is we made the mistake quite early on of being a bit relaxed about it and saying, well, you do a bit of schoolwork in the morning and then you can watch some Disney Plus in the afternoon. And then slowly that became wake up, turn on Disney Plus. So now we're trying to wean them off technology.
Yeah.
And they literally have reached the point of saying, what can I do that uses a screen?
Wow.
They know we're trying to wean them off it.
Right. Yeah. How bizarre. I mean, it's funny, isn't it? Like I never experienced anything like this growing up. Like, there wasn't any lockdown. Well, how do you think it's going to be remembered by these little humans when they're our age? How will they look back on it? It'll be bizarre, won't it?
I think the nice part about it is they will remember it as a time when they were at home a lot more with mummy and daddy.
Yes, yeah.
And parents will remember it for very much the opposite of, oh my God, do you remember all that time we had to spend with the kids? I travel for work all the time. Yesterday I was meant to be coming back from 2 weeks in Dubai doing gigs. I go all over the country doing gigs. For me, this is the longest I've been with any of the same people since I was actually a child myself. We're not meant to do that, really. Delightful. It's been really amazing spending that time with them. I think that's what they will remember.
Yeah.
What we will remember is that I think the typical thing of oh, we lived through coronavirus and we only had 9 television screens to watch on.
Yeah, it's interesting, but it's like you say, it's nice that they've got you around for a long period of time. That's great. How is it generally when we're not in lockdown and life isn't going to the dogs? Being a working comedian and having young children, tricky is that? How does that work out?
It is tricky, but I have an amazing wife who gets what I do. Fortunately, I was doing stand-up before we met and was already starting to go sort of semi-pro before going pro. So it's not like she could turn around and say, what, you've given up being a lawyer for this? Because this was literally all I had. So that's great because we very much share the load. Plus, I'm at home much more during the days. So I do the school run and I am there generally, unless I'm traveling long distances for gigs, I'm there for bath and bedtime. And so it's a really nice balance. It's exhausting because you get home from a drive to Plymouth and back at 3 in the morning, and then you've got to be up at 6, 7 because the kids don't have your body clock. So it's a balance, but it works. And having the support network of my wife who takes on a lot of the work when I'm not here is brilliant.
I mean, I haven't known you for very long, and we only met up in Leicester at the Leicester Comedy Festival this year. Did your act change at all with the introduction of children in your life? Because that often happens for comedians.
Yes, I got obviously a lot more material about being a dad. And when you realize that every dad has material about being a dad, you realize it's got to be an extra level up. Because if you're just another, especially me, white middle class boy, what am I going to talk about that's going to be of any interest to people, really? Because on any given lineup, there's 5 of me. You know, I don't tick. I'm
probably
Jewish.
In the same car.
You know, I'm Jewish, but that is not a diversity tick that really stands out. So it's about having to up your game in terms of what you're talking about. We were a surprise set of parents. We weren't planning a family. It sort of just happened. We weren't married at the time, so I had that element to talk about, which is nice. And because as an actor, before doing stand-up, I was an actor and I played Daddy Pig in the Peppa Pig theatre show.
Oh,
I had that to talk about. I had kind of my USP was a surprisingly reluctant dad. I didn't connect very early on, and a lot of my negative jokes about being a parent. Like my opening joke was always, our son was born premature, 3 years premature, and that there's truth to that. So having that as a way in was really helpful because it meant I could be myself and actually channel a lot of my thought processes as I was going. It's also, it ups your game in terms of how you want to be seen on the circuit, because I now know that I need to earn a living. I've got a family to feed. So it meant I stopped taking gigs that saw me driving to Newcastle and back for 30 quid. And I focused on supporting a family, which meant the circuit ultimately then takes you more seriously. You kind of, you up your game and they respect that and reward that to some extent.
Yeah, the one thing leads to the other thing. Yeah, absolutely. And I was surprised to learn, though, having only seen you in a pun setting, that isn't really your thing, your main thing.
No, I'm really a mime act. I'm not a mime act.
I'm so tired. I would have gone, oh yeah, are you? Oh, that's lovely.
Do you like my box? I'm a narrative joke teller, so I talk about my life, and it was actually other people that told me, oh, you do one-liners, you just fill them out. So people like Masai Graham, who I'm sure you know of, a hero of mine from the circuit, a brilliant guy. One of my biggest regrets of not being able to do Edinburgh this year is not getting to hang out with Masai and doing his shows, which are just phenomenally fun, and he is so supportive. And he saw me do a set once, and said, just come and do my one-liner show. I was like, I think you've mistaken me with somebody else.
Yeah.
And he said, no, you've got one-liners. All of your bits, they're made up of one-liners. So I realized that's what I was doing. And I love writing jokes. Whether it's short form for Twitter, or I love the purity of a short gag.
Yeah.
So I did that, and I entered the pun competition 2 years ago. I think by default that meant I entered it this year. I don't know. I didn't remember entering it this year.
Oh, really? Right. Okay.
Yeah, I just got Adele Cliff actually sent me a notification on my birthday. There was a list of people in the final. I was like, oh,
wow.
Happy birthday to me. So,
very good.
So I did that and I loved it. It was the most stressful gig I've done. Like, you're stood in a boxing ring.
Yeah.
Like 1,000 people around you. I've got family in Leicester. I didn't even tell them about it because
right.
Because I just didn't know how it was going to go. I had family in the audience because they go every year, but they were as surprised to see me there as I was.
And even more surprised to see you in the final of the final.
Yeah.
You and Adele at the end there battling it out. And being there on the night, I must say, Phil, it was a very close thing. Both of you were super strong in that final. And the crowd really went for both of you. It was a close call.
Yeah, it was so much fun. And it was really nice to be with Adele because we lived together in Edinburgh for a couple of years. And we know each other relatively well. So that was nice. And I know, we drove up together and worked on a couple of puns with each other. So that's what I love about the circuit. When I was an actor, I found it was really quite competitive. But with the comedy circuit, everyone's really supportive. There are some dicks. We know that. I've tempered my language for the
the Sunday lunch crowd.
But no, there are some. But generally, it's such a supportive, friendly circuit that people, even in competition with each other, you're helping each other with jokes and tweaking bits because why wouldn't you?
And weirdly, that competition, especially because it's gladiatorial. It's supposed to be like you're in a boxing ring and let's have a pun off, and it's the most friendly bunch of people doing jokes. It's ridiculously friendly and nice.
I don't really like being gladiatorial on stage. I like writing a joke, having everyone go, well done, very good. Rather than being slapped down by someone's quick-wittedness.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's have a little look at your highlights from the UK Pun Championships this year. And for the sake of StreamYard, I've just trimmed this down ever so slightly to 5 minutes. I haven't lost it. I haven't lost anything. It's just I've lost the start of the
all the punchlines.
You're like
set up. People can send in their own punchlines.
Yeah, that's right. That's absolutely. No, nothing of it's changed. I've just kind of condensed it a little bit. But here's Philip, his journey in the UK Pun Championships this year, and then we'll come back and talk to Philip a little bit more.
You can keep up with all the action for Germany's National Marijuana Day by following their hashtag #Tag. As French fascists go, Le Pen is mightier than the sword. I've been invited to Switzerland to host a new game show sponsored by Dignitas called Take Me Out. As soon as you've started leaving Sweden, you've crossed the finish line. You can see most of Rome for £500 plus Vatican. My friend said he wanted to know what nationalities his neighbours were. I said, you got to check. Unfortunately, my first year as a wedding planner went off without a hitch. Everyone kept telling us we needed wedding insurance, even our MC. In the end, I was like, go, compare. When my wife told me she'd booked our honeymoon in China, I was like, whoa, hun! Facebook, my cousin's a bugler in the army. I liked his last post. I asked Bugs Bunny how he stayed in touch with all of his friends. He said, what's up, Doc? People keep posting dick pics, but really I think they should be called junk mail. There's a new social media hub for psychotherapists. You can find it at freudianslip.com. Well, since I'm here, I'd like to take this opportunity to tell you how grateful I am for the support of my loving family. I know this is meant to be about time, but it's all relative. The best television shows are on at 2, 3, 5, 7 and 11. That's prime time. The BBC asked Brian Cox to host a political panel show, but he said one thing he would never do was question time. The best way to listen to music has always been vinyl, since records began. In South Africa, they produced an adult version of musical Chicago that opens with All This Jizz. I just booked tickets for Ed Sheeran. I was like, next time, do it yourself, you lazy git. Oh my God, it's the Pot-Hit Wonder that goes into the final! The moment my son was born, I wanted to send him back, just to tidy his womb. After watching my baby crawl and stagger around the room, I was really proud when he took his first steps. And now he's admitted he's got a problem. We're hoping it won't be long before he's off the bottle completely. Geordies really love their pet sheep. I did a gig in Newcastle recently, and people kept coming up to me all night, just went, "We fucking love yous." I asked my pet lion how he liked his meat. He said raw. Oh, that's nice and clean, clever. Kirk Douglas hated how smug his cat was. In the end, he was like, "No, I'm smarter, puss." I dug up a field and found loads of car parts. It was a bumper crop. There were more things buried, but no spoilers. The distribution of crops in the countryside is just like medicine, all controlled by Big Pharma. Local councils have converted some countryside post offices into museums of the Kama Sutra. Position number 4, please. My Canadian aunt drives round picking up younger men. She's a Van Cougar. Canadian Mounties keep slipping off their horses because of their maple stirrups. There's a new ale called Prototype. It's a draft beer. Germans have been pouring wine into the ocean, so now sea levels are rising.
Yeah, there you go. Well, there you go,
Wow.
Phil.
Memories.
Yes. It seems like a long time ago, doesn't it?
It
February.
does. Can I just say, I noticed, because that video is on my YouTube channel, and I noticed very cheekily I had put a send me some money coffee account thing on there, which, which you very nicely kept in. If anyone does see that and wants to buy me a coffee, please divert that money to Diabetes UK, please. If you're watching it here, if you're watching it on YouTube, I'll have your coffee. But if you're watching it as part of this stream, please divert your money.
That's very nice of you, Phil. Thank you so much. Listen, if people want to know more about you, you've got your, I'm trying to point it the right way, you've got your Twitter there. Is that Twitter? That's right?
It's Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, because I am incredibly needy and figured I'd make it easy for people. So yeah, they can find me there. YouTube, it's probably Philip Simon Comedian, I guess. I don't know. I normally send people a link, but those are the best places to
Fantastic. And I wish you all the best coming out of lockdown with the kids and everything. And I hope the homeschooling continues to be a joy.
It will be fabulous.
Yeah. And hopefully we'll meet up again very soon in the real world for some more puns of some sort. So that'll be lovely. Thank you.
I look forward to it. Yes. Enjoy the rest of your day. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Keep donating, people.
Yes, do. Yes, if you enjoyed Phil's set, down here, justgiving.com/legless in lockdown. Phil, once again, thank you so much for giving up your time today. I really appreciate it.
No
have a good weekend. All right.
Take care.
See you later. Bye-bye. That was Philip Simon. What a lovely gentleman he is, and a very funny one too. And I think I hope he goes and does the pun championships again, because I'm pretty sure that championship belt will be his at some point. Very good, very, very good joke writer. Right, in about 5 minutes, I am talking to a fellow amputee. My gosh, the first one on during the stream. And that's going to be fun. That's going to happen in about 5 minutes. Leading up to that, let's find out a bit more about why I'm doing this. This is all for Diabetes UK. And if you want to know why you should donate to Diabetes UK, well, if you're not diabetic, if you are diabetic, Diabetes UK could do with your cash, because they are trying their best to find out research and ways to stop and help and do all sorts with diabetes, type 1 and type 2. If you don't know much about the two types, I've made a little video for you. It's not that funny, but it is informative, and maybe some things to look out for in your own lives to prevent getting type 2 diabetes, or to help you if you have got type 2 diabetes. So here we go, and in a minute we'll be talking to Legless Lauren.
Type 2 diabetes is on the rise in the UK, like the amount of people sitting in front of bookcases or Year 6 maths questions on Facebook. They're both really popular now, aren't they? If you're not in the type 2 diabetes club already, you don't want to be. As you get older, the risk of getting type 2 diabetes increases massively, but there are a few things that you can do or not do to try and avoid getting it or stop getting it at all. Obviously nobody's perfect and we all have our little vices. Here's mine. Ha! Vice means two things. But it's good to know the things to look out for that you could be doing in your life that might lead to type 2 diabetes. Are you a smoker? I know I am. Look at me having my lovely cigarette. Yeah, it's not real. No, it's like one of those vape things. Smoke-free, nicotine-free. Yeah, so the joke's on you, but it cost me 30 quid for this one joke from a website, so the joke's on me. I'm such an idiot. Smoking is associated with a higher risk of type 2 diabetes, and of course it also increases the risk of other health conditions such as heart disease and cancer. Diabetes UK has a lot of information available for anyone who wants to stop smoking, and of course the NHS also provides a stop smoking service, which is sometimes even available at your local pharmacy. Do you spend a lot of time sitting down or lying down? I don't mean sleeping, I mean just lying down on the sofa like a beached whale. If you do, that's known as a sedentary lifestyle. Being sedentary is associated with an increased risk of type 2 diabetes. Oh, I love a good lie down, I do. I could do with one now. It's important to remember that even if you do the recommended amount of exercise per week, you can still have a sedentary lifestyle. Being sedentary means sitting down or lying down for long periods. Oh, I could do with a lie down. So examples of sedentary behaviour include working at a desk for long periods without standing up, sitting down while studying at school or home, sitting or lying down whilst watching television or playing with yourself, playing video games, sitting whilst driving a vehicle or whilst travelling for long periods of time, basically doing anything for too long where you're not moving for a long period of time. Diabetes UK suggests that we all should try and break periods of sitting up as much as possible by doing some light activities such as walking. So instead of sitting around and going on YouTube and watching videos of cats, you could walk to the local pet shop and buy a cat. Okay, that's not a good example, but you all know what I mean, like get off a stop earlier from the bus on the way to work, or just do some exercise and you might not get type 2 diabetes, that's all I'm saying. Drinking too much alcohol is also associated with an increased risk of getting type 2 diabetes. The current guidelines recommend not regularly drinking more than 14 units per week, and these should be spread evenly over 3 or 4 days. I mean, and the amount of sugar in alcohol is ridiculous. Like if I try and have a drink, I try and have something with less sugar in it, like a Diet Coke and vodka. There's not so much sugar in that, and to be honest, I only need one, and I am a party animal. Okay, I fall asleep. Talking about sleep, apparently if you have a disturbed sleep, this can also be associated with an increased risk of type 2 diabetes, and apparently not getting enough sleep or sleeping too long have also been associated with an increased risk. It's a tricky one, isn't it? I think what Diabetes UK are saying is just try and have quite a healthy lifestyle and your risk of getting type 2 diabetes will decrease massively. So, why should you give any money to Diabetes UK? Well, the charity are at the forefront for the fight against diabetes. With the help of their supporters, they run campaigns to raise awareness for the symptoms of type 2 diabetes, make sure children get the care they need in schools, they fight for equality of care and treatment across the UK, and are working to make the healthy choice the easy choice with their food labelling campaign. Any money you give today can help local groups in all areas of the UK. These diabetic awareness groups help bring together a sense of community and raise awareness for the condition. Diabetes UK's first voluntary group was set up in 1939, but they now have over 350 groups across the UK because of the generous donations and support people give to the charity. If you've been enjoying the stream or laughed even once, just give a few pounds via my Just Giving page. Diabetes UK and myself would really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Hi, hello, welcome to Legless in Lockdown. If you haven't been here from the start, why not? I have. I was here at 4 p.m. yesterday and I'm still here and I've got 4 hours to go. Hooray! I don't look tired at all. Oh, someone's just given £10. Thank you so much. Hey, well, before we get our next guest on, let's do one of those grand total things to see how we're doing. Let me refresh the Just Giving page. Drum roll. And we are up to £825. Oh, I'd love it if we could get to £1,000 before the end. That would be amazing. 825. That is very, very good. Well done. And it's all because these comedians are giving up their time for free to help this great cause. So I appreciate them and I appreciate everyone that's given so far. There's the link down the bottom, justgiving.com/legless in lockdown. Legless in lockdown brings me nicely onto who I'm talking to next. You can guess from her stage name that she might have something in common with me. Please welcome to Legless in Lockdown, it's Legless Lauren.
Hiya, mate. How's it going?
I'm all right. How are you?
Yeah, you're looking quite well. Have you been awake the whole time?
I have been awake the whole time, and I am. I feel a bit like a shell, but I'm quite chirpy. It's all right.
Yeah.
Sweet.
So 20 hours in and you found an amputee.
Exactly. Yeah, it's taken me 20 hours. How are you? How is lockdown? How's it going?
I'm loving it. I'm absolutely loving it. Yeah.
Oh, tell me why. Why are you loving it?
I got furloughed about 8 weeks ago, so I'm basically getting paid to sit on my arse. This is a dream come true. It's just like what I imagined retirement to feel like.
Paid to do nothing.
Exactly, living the dream.
Absolutely. Whilst Lauren is just here, let me tell you what this section is called, and we can do with this what we want to. I have called this section "Ask the Amputees Anything." Right, because it's not often you have two amputees that you can almost interview if you are the general public. So if you've got a question for me or Lauren or both about what it's like to be an amputee or have a missing limb, do ask the question, because I think that'll be a nice way to generate some material. Because I was saying earlier, the world of amputation is an odd one, isn't it? Do you
Yeah.
find
Oh yeah, yeah.
funny things all around us all the time,
Oh,
right?
absolutely. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've got into comedy through having one leg, basically. Because like you get so many people always ask me like what got me into comedy, and I used to get so many people like when they found out I've got one leg, they get really embarrassed. They're like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry," and you used to have to say something funny to put them at ease.
Yeah.
So I ended up with so many one-liners about my leg just to make people laugh, and then they go, "Oh yeah, she can make a joke out of it. It's okay, we can talk about it." And in the end, I thought I've got this much of a back catalogue of leg jokes. I might as well just try stand-up or lean up.
Lean up, yeah. Sit down comedy, I think, is also one of our things. And how long have you been doing stand up then?
About 18 months. Still quite new to it, yeah.
Yeah. And how are you finding it? As someone just starting out. But how was that
It's
before
going
lockdown?
good. Like starting this year, but before lockdown, obviously, I actually stopped doing all the leg stuff because it was becoming a bit one-trick pony. You sort of get categorised as the comedian with one leg who does leg jokes, and I was just like, there's only so many leg jokes you can make.
Yeah.
So I started having a go at just doing normal stuff. I thought, let's see if I am actually funny. And so I just did some other stuff like some Tinder date stories and that kind of thing. That went down all right. So now I'm going forward, once all the comedy clubs are open again, I'm going to start sort of mixing it up a little bit of, acknowledge the legs thing and then move on and do other jokes.
Because from what I've seen of your stuff on videos, do you always wear shorts?
I did, yeah. It got to the point where I actually had to start buying more shorts because I was doing like 5-6 nights a week and they were getting sweaty as fuck. So I thought, this is going well. I need some more shorts.
I must admit, when I lost my leg in 2014, I wanted to do a whole hour-long show about it a year later, and I made the mistake of not wearing. I made the mistake of not wearing shorts, and I was doing previews about losing a leg and the trials and tribulations of becoming an amputee with jeans on, normal jeans, and my physio had gone quite well. I wasn't limping, so. One guy came up to me afterwards, having heard the whole show, and was like, that was okay, but why was you doing that? You're not an amputee. I was like, of course I am. Why would I? It's not a character choice. I had to show him my leg.
I had similar. I was sat in the audience once, like waiting to go on, and this woman went to me. She was like, "Oh, how long have you been doing comedy for? And what sort of stuff do you talk about?" I was like, "Oh, it's mainly just about disability." And she looked really shocked because I was wearing trousers at the time. She was a bit like, "That's a bit risky, isn't it? Like talking about cripples." I was like, "No, I am one.
I've got the badge.
Shut her up.
It's funny, isn't it? We've got a few questions in. Ian Smith, who is a family friend of ours, he's a cheeky young chap. No, he's a lovely guy. He says, "Is it cheaper when you buy a shoe?" Now, Ian Smith, cheeky man. When I don't know your history with your leg. Shoes mean a lot to me as an amputee.
Right.
I don't know about you, because when I had my leg, I couldn't wear shoes. It was a disformed foot for a long time.
Okay.
And I couldn't wear what I consider normal shoes.
Yeah.
And so when I chose to lose the leg, this opened up a whole world to me, and it was meant so much. How do you find it wearing sort of more exciting shoes than I'm sure I wear? Is there adaptations for heels and things like that?
Yeah, I'll show you. I've got.
Oh, please.
Right, so this is the nice leg that looks like a real leg. It's got like I don't know how it's got wrinkles and it's got toes.
Oh wow,
and
wow, yeah.
And and you press a button on the side.
Yeah, let me get right. Let me just get rid of this banner and
Okay.
Let me get rid of that.
Yeah, you press a button. And then you adjust the angle of the heel.
No way.
Yeah, so I can wear heels. a little bit stiff at the moment.
Wow.
I've worn it for a while. So that's sort of like for weddings and stuff.
Wow. So that makes the heel almost, the toes go down.
Yeah, yeah.
Clever.
It won't do
Clever.
now, will it?
No, they don't want to do it now.
No, do it now. I was gonna
Don't
snap
break
but-
it. Don't break
no,
it, Lauren.
No,
It's
we won't break that. But yeah, it's quite heavy, that one. I don't tend to wear it daily. It's got no bounce to it or anything. It's just like
Right.
a brick, like a lead weight. But yeah, so I can wear any shoes really.
Yeah, you've got
Um,
quite an array of legs behind you as well. I love
have,
that.
yeah, yeah. This is just it. I just thought I'd put them out like vases. Stick some flowers in them. Really get into the part.
Yeah, what is your daily, everyday leg then? What do you
Oh,
wear?
that'll be this one, right? So I did. Here we go. This is the daily leg. This is called the javelin. So it's actually a sports leg.
Hmm.
And this bit here is carbon fibre, and it goes into. If I take the sock off,
Hmm.
it goes into sort of a J shape. So there's a bit of bounce to it, and it's
Yeah.
quite light and stuff.
Yeah.
So I've got 4 legs altogether. 5 if you include the real one on the left foot.
I wear a very similar thing day to day. That's great.
Yeah.
What I don't have, which I'm looking behind you there, is
Yeah.
the see, I don't know the technical term, but that
The blade.
bouncy one, the blade,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, the blade.
Do you do sports, or is that just?
I do, yeah. Going back to the shoe thing, I was actually training year before last for the London Marathon. I had a place for that.
Oh wow!
And I wrote to all the because this, I mean, obviously you don't need a shoe on this because it's got its own like rubbery kind of tire thing. So I wrote to all the big sports companies asking if they had any left trainers. And it was actually, most of them ignored me. They were like, what the fuck is she on about? But then it was Brooks Running, who just sent me back about a box of about £1,000 worth of stuff. So I've got loads and loads of left trainers now.
Wow, that's amazing, isn't
Yeah,
it?
they didn't have like a particular charity or anything that they supported. They were like, yeah, just take it. Take everything we've got.
That's fantastic. Yeah, see,
that was all
the
right.
missing limb pays off.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, rinse it for what it's worth.
Absolutely. Cost them an arm and a leg. Now,
Yay.
we've had some questions in. Nicola asks, and this is a good question: what should we never ask an amputee? Which is, it's an interesting question because I know what she
Nothing's
means.
off limits. I know. I think people get so embarrassed and like awkward, but I mean, all the amputees that I've met, they're a great laugh. Like, you know, and I'd happily go up to somebody in a wheelchair and just be like, "What happened to you, mate?" You know, I've never done that before, but once you like, you know, you're part of the team.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
ignoring it and pretending that you haven't noticed is the worst thing. I mean, just ask. I don't care.
Yeah, because I think we should take our cue from children, because children don't have any filter.
Children are the worst. They'll just point and stare.
Well, but I quite like it because you know, they'll look at you and they'll almost want to tell you that you've got a prosthetic leg. They'll be like looking at you going, "Look at that," and I'm like, "I know."
Mommy,
as well. They want you to realise yourself. But I think children haven't got a filter, and they'll ask a question and they get an answer. It's quite nice in a way.
Yeah. Well, the worst thing is like when the mother goes, "Oh, yeah, shush, don't look away," and you think, "Well, why? Come and ask me. It's not a big deal."
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Is there anything that offends you being asked? Or...
Oh no, not at all. Not no, because I'm quite open with stuff like that. And I always think if someone asks me something silly, I can usually use it for some material.
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't mind. But no, it's funny. It's funny when people assume something.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it was because of the age I was when I lost a leg or whatever, or where the hospital was, but about 2 weeks after my operation, I was allowed out of the hospital for like an afternoon in a wheelchair, not with my prosthetic, like without my prosthetic. I didn't have one. And my friend was pushing me around and we went and had a pizza. And then I had to go back to the hospital after the pizza. But we were coming out.
How bad the hospital food was?
It was pretty awful, to be honest. No, we were coming out of the pizzeria, and I'd just eaten this massive pizza for the first time in a long time. And this guy saw me in a wheelchair, and he assumed that I was military.
Yeah,
and
I get that a few times.
So he said, he came up to me and went, "Oh, I want to thank you for what you've done." And I was like, "I'm just eating a pizza. What have I done?" Yeah, it's the assumptions that are sometimes funny.
Yeah, definitely. What's the funniest question you've ever had?
Well, we shared the similar
Yeah.
experience, I think. That's a brilliant. You explain this one. I've had it as well.
Well, you got it from a child. I got it from a
Mm.
grown adult. They asked me. I think it was at a house party. I got asked, "Is the foot prosthetic as well, or is that yours?" Just images of a real foot attached to a lump of carbon fibre. And
Gosh,
I was like, "What?"
I mean, I've seen the Super Vet. He can do a lot of things with animal
Oh, yeah,
legs.
true.
Maybe one day. That's funny.
One day.
Here's a question from Estia. Now, this is interesting because do you sometimes still feel your foot is missing?
Yeah.
Go for it, Lauren.
Yeah. So it's in phantom pains and that sort of thing. So
Yeah.
when I got my leg amputated in 2012 following a lorry accident, and immediately after I had loads of phantom pains, and I was on I think it was pregabalin or something. It's medication for epilepsy to stop the pain. It was just like the foot was really hurting even though it wasn't there. But then as the months and years went on, you just stopped noticing it. Like sometimes I'll be sat, say, at work when I used to work, and I'll be sat in the office and I'll just suddenly stamping my foot and everyone's looking at me weird. I don't even know I'm doing it. I've just got an itchy foot.
Wow.
And then sometimes I feel like I've got I feel like my toes are squidged into a tight shoe, or I get a tickle.
Yeah.
The one time it got so bad that I started. Have you heard of mirror therapy?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, that's a good one. So you stick a big mirror between your legs, and you look at the real leg in the reflection, and you scratch that one.
Yeah.
And it's tricking your brain into thinking you're scratching the other one. It really is good, actually. Really good idea.
The brain is a weird thing. The fact that it even thinks the foot is there at all is weird. But then you can trick it into going, yeah, it is there, and I'm scratching it. It's very. I sometimes get pins and needles and itches in my prosthetic foot, and I can literally just itch the bottom of the prosthetic, and that works as well. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
My brain thinks that that's fine. It's very weird. Yeah, it's an interesting one though. Phantom pain. They still don't know exactly what that is.
No. I've got a friend who was born without a leg, and she doesn't get phantom pains because she's never had a foot there. So that was quite interesting. Yeah.
Okay. After your accident, did you have to have any medication for it?
Only I think the pregabalin, the epilepsy drug.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that was it. That and a ton of morphine.
Yeah. Because I quickly came off the phantom pain medication, but I did need it for a while, I must admit. Oh, my dad asked a question. That's nice.
Yay!
I think he's talking about your bouncy blade leg. He says, does it improve your running, your blade?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's built based on your height and your weight. It's all calculated in when they do it. So it just, the amount of bounce it's got is exactly the same as the other side, the real leg. So when you're running, there's no kind of lopsidedness. You're just running with the same bounce equally. So yeah, it is good. The only thing is it's just a bit it catches on a lot of things like this bit because it's obviously a big hook. I actually caught it on a tree stump once, tripped over and broke my collarbones.
Oh.
So it's a little bit awkward.
You don't need to be doing that, Lauren. You really don't.
No. It's...
Oh, gosh. Wow.
It's good, but you do have to kind of watch it a bit. Just running with a great big hook.
Yeah. I remember a few Olympics ago when double amputees with double blades were sprinting. Some people saying they had an advantage over the able-bodied people. How do you feel about that?
No, I don't think so.
No, because they're not on springs. They're not like Inspector Gadget going.
No, I mean they are, like I say, designed to be exactly the same amount of bounce as a real leg. So I think it's a disadvantage, to be honest. But we're biased. We're biased, aren't we?
Exactly. By the way, that is a weird comparison I had. When I lost my leg, it was around the same time as something that was in the news, and I kept getting comments like, I'd lost my leg, and people would say, "Oh, you're an amputee now." Oh, yeah. So, what do you think about Oscar Pistorius then? I mean, like, come on, I don't know. Why would I know more about that lunatic? You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, the funny thing was, right, so I think all that kicked off about a year after I lost my leg. And like the first few months in hospital, I mean, I'm cool with it now, but I was just horrible. I was just really bitter. I was like, why me? All that kind of thing. And I remember my mum being there, and she just kept like cutting bits out of newspapers and bringing it into the ward to show me. And she was like, "Oh, look at this Oscar Pistorius. I mean, look at his blades and the speedy run."
Wow.
And I hated him. I just hated the whole idea of it. I was like, "He looks a swat. I don't like it." Literally 6 months later, he's a murderer. I was like, "Yes, I knew it." Never liked him.
Yeah, it's a terrible story, that is.
Yeah.
Just a bit of admin, just for my next guest, Rob Broderick. Hello, Rob. I know you're watching, and I know you're watching on YouTube. If you go to your Facebook messages, I put the link in there, my friend. Hopefully you can find it on Facebook message. That's for Rob Broderick. I think it's in Facebook Messenger. So if you can't find it, do let me know. But thank you. I hope I'll see you in about 10 minutes. So talking about how your leg is calibrated for your weight, Ian Bowden asked this. If you're trying to watch your weight, does being an amputee skew your BMI? Do you have an answer for that?
I suppose I think a real leg is about 3/4 of a stone, whereas a prosthetic leg is probably about 3 or 4 pounds. So
yeah.
It was I was slimmer of the week at the moment I lost my leg.
Yeah.
But the actual, I mean, since lockdown, I've been exercising a lot more. I've lost best part of a stone now, and I'm struggling because the leg's too big now, and the limb centre, because you go to the same one as me, they're open for like emergencies only now. So getting an appointment to get this thing adjusted, and it's now sort of rubbing and everything. As soon as you lose any weight, it comes straight, because the stump itself is just skin and bone.
It's just skin and
fat
bone.
on
Yeah,
it.
absolutely. Yeah, it's a tricky one. As the body alters, they don't fit anymore. Weirdly, as you were talking about the limb centre, we have a message from Amy Jones, who is from the limb centre. Lovely Amy. She says, Phantom is also less likely in diabetic patients whose sensation was very poor before surgery. So neuropathic patients have got less feeling in their feet, so it is going to be less.
There you go.
Yeah, absolutely. A lovely question to kind of finish off this section as well from here we go. K Broom. Is missing a leg good for Halloween costumes? I love that. Have you gone for any Halloween costumes with the leg?
I do it every year, mate.
Do you?
Yeah, it's on my Instagram. I've done what have I done? I've done Saw the movie with like a saw a load of ketchup over the bathroom floor and a leg chained to the radiator. I've done Oscar Pistorius. I've done the gingerbread man. I got in the paper, but they wouldn't put the Oscar Pistorius one in. They cut that straight out. Yeah. I've done the gingerbread man from. Is it Shrek?
Yeah, yeah.
Obviously, the pirate. Done that a few times.
Yeah.
I think, I love it. And I've done the guy from. Is it Monty Python? You know that knight.
Yeah. The
who
knight
keeps getting his limbs chopped off, and he's like, it's only a scratch. And,
yes, and the knight's the same knee. Yes. I went to a thing about a year and a half ago as the Terminator, and I made sure that my trousers were ripped and I had, my prosthetic showing. It did look pretty good, actually. It was good.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it.
It's our favourite time of year, isn't it?
Absolutely. Lauren, as far as your comedy then, where can people find out about you? Can they follow you anywhere? What are you doing on the socials?
I'm on everything, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. It's all just Legless Lauren.
Okay.
Yeah, Legless or Legless_Lauren, all of them.
Fantastic. And you don't have, is there anything video-wise that people can see, or is that for after lockdown?
What, as in stuff that's filmed during lockdown, or?
No, well, have you done anything during lockdown,
No,
video-wise?
this is my first. No.
Ah, okay. Nice. That's refreshing, actually.
It's the first offer I've accepted.
Yeah,
it's got my name in it. I've got to do this show.
Exactly. It's a very weird medium, isn't it? Suddenly going from live comedy to this style of comedy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's cool. I might do it again now. It's all right. I just thought, being in your bedroom trying to do a comedy set, you don't feel right. But this is cool. I like it.
Yeah, it's been a nice chat, and I've really appreciated you giving up your time today. So thank you so much for that.
Fun.
And we'll have to meet up in the real world at some point and do a gig at some point. So that'd be nice. We did actually, Amy Jones. We did talk about doing something for the Limb Centre, maybe a comedy show, didn't we?
Yeah,
so
we mentioned this before. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we'll try and make that happen.
Sweet.
All right, Lauren, have a lovely Sunday. Thank you so much for joining me. All right, and I'll see you soon.
All right. Cheers, Colin.
See you later. Bye-bye. That was the wonderful Legless Lauren with her collection of legs. She's got more legs than anyone. She's not that legless. So that was great. And we are going to continue the fun. But from 12:30, we're going to have some musical comedy. I just need to make sure that my musical act is able to get into the stream. So while I'm doing that, let's have a look. I've told you about... what can I tell you about? Okay. Let's have a look at this. This is me doing some puns about love and romance and all those sorts of things. Let's get into a lovely vibe on this Sunday afternoon and think about romance and love. And here's me stood in a field telling some puns about love. Here we go.
There's a book I always refer to when I'm being frisky in an Indian restaurant, the Kama Sutra. My girlfriend dumped me because I dressed up as a massive cherub holding a bow and arrow. I thought, oh, one Cupid mistake. Since Brexit happened, I thought maybe I'll leave Tinder. Then I thought, no, it's good to be in the singles market. It's hard to find love, though, where men and women are so different. I mean, a man prefers a long-handled broom, whilst women prefer dustpan and brushes. But I know these are sweeping generalisations. When the pig hits your eye and it lives in a sty, that's a bore. I started going out with this woman that worked at a zoo. I thought, ooh, she's a keeper. Actually, when I was at the zoo, I found this lion that couldn't get a girlfriend. He was really embarrassed because he couldn't eat any of the other lions. I thought, come on, mate, swallow your pride. I was dating this woman and she said, I'll stop going out with you if you ever play the trumpet again. I blew it. I was in this bar and I bought my date a glass of Japanese rice wine. She said, oh, I really like it. I said, are you being sarky? I went on a first date on a skating rink, but she laughed at me because I brought my sledgehammer, but I thought it's a good way to break the ice. My friend Violet reckons I write really childish love poems, but you know, roses are red, violets are poo. I went out for lunch with Miss Piggy. Yeah, I pulled pork. Actually, when I was dating Miss Piggy, she made me dress up as one of her ex-lovers and sit on a lily pad. I felt like a right muppet. That joke would have worked better, but I didn't commit. Ha! Boom! Love to you all!
There you go. I hope that was a little bit of lovely punnage for you there. Whilst my next guest, Rob, is just catching his breath, he's just arrived backstage in the holding area. I tell you what, why not? I'm gonna play you a song that I sung during lockdown. It's not Rob's style of singing at all, but it does involve one of my previous guests, Katie Seacombe, who spoke to me about an hour ago. The wonderful Katie Seacombe. She joined me doing a Les Mis tribute about 3 or 4 weeks ago, also with Rebecca Shorrocks, who we saw earlier, and this was a bit of a parody of all the great music, combined music things that people are doing in lockdown with multiple singing and editing and that kind of thing. And I just had the idea, if you've got a community choir that are all doing a song together for lockdown and you've just got that one member that can't sing, that was my idea for this sketch. After this, we'll be speaking to Rob Roderick in about a minute and a half. Here we go.
One day more, another day, another destiny, this never-ending road to Calvary. These men who seem to know my crime will surely come a second time one day more. I did not live until today. How can we live when we are parted? One day more. Tomorrow you'll be worlds away. And yet with you my world has started.
One more day all on my own.
Will we ever meet again?
Another day of him not caring.
I was born to be with you.
What a life I could have known.
And I swear I will be true.
But he never saw me there.
One day more. What the?
Oh, Colin.
Oh, every time. On my own.
Something silly, wasn't it? There we go. That's what happens when comedians have too much time on their hands and editing facilities in lockdown. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Sunday afternoon. I am calling this the Sunday Live Lounge, which means we're going to have some comedy. We're going to have some musical comedy with a fabulous musical act who has just weirdly just disappeared from the stream. So while I tell you about Rob, he'll find his way back, I am sure, to the stream. I've known Rob Roderick for a long, long time. He is a banderman. Now, if you don't know a banderman, you should know a banderman because Rob and others create wonderful music based on your suggestions, made up for you in front of you, which is amazing. And I'm very pleased that he is with me today when he finally gets here. He's disappeared for a second. Rob is back again. Here he is. So let's see if we can get hold of Rob. I think he's there. Yeah, he's there. Something's bound to go wrong in his 24 hours. Here he is. Okay, let's bring Rob in and please welcome Rob Roderick, aka a banderman.
Hello, Colin. How are you, brother?
Hey, Rob. How you doing?
I'm doing okay, man. I'm doing good.
Good.
I'm here lounging, enjoying your show, and fighting with technical shenanigans as is, you know, the want of all of us in this lockdown. I'm literally trying to just close the thing. There we go. That's better. I'm good, man. How are you surviving? How are you getting on? How's your 24 hours of fun going so far?
Hey, well, I think I spoke to you at about 1 or 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon before I started, and I'm a little bit more tired now.
I don't know how you're doing it, man. I'm ridiculous. I mean, do you have an espresso? Just I feel like I would be guzzling coffee. Deliveroo would know my name. Like I'd just be doing on the air every hour. Donations will be high. Money getting to the charity will be low. I would be Deliveroo. Hey,
Well,
you're almost at your. I know that there's still a necessity to keep on giving, but you're very close to your aim. You're very. I think you're. Am I right in saying less than £200 away from what you're aiming for?
Yeah, I would love to get to £1,000, and we're almost there. We are getting there. Oh, please. And people have been so generous. The people giving have been generous. Acts giving up their time have been also very generous. So thanks for this, Rob.
Kind of you to say it, Colin. Life is so busy. Life is so busy. I feel like it is lovely of you to acknowledge that acts are giving up their time. But I feel the one thing acts have at the moment, we have time, Colin. Few of us are looking at our diaries going, I'd love to, but that weekend that's a tricky one. Well, look, shall we hoof into this? we're going to throw, and you stay
Yeah.
where you are. We're going to throw,
Oh.
for those who don't know me, we're going to do a little play around with kind of pop music. I'm a big fan of all kinds of pop, all kinds of hip hop. A lot of my favorite pop tunes on the alt radio are very generic. Love songs are usually about you rather than about Carl. They're not specific enough. So we're going to try and write specific pop songs today. Easy question. We've been on this lockdown for a while. In the comment section, wherever you are, what is a minor disagreement you've had at any point in your life with your flatmate, cohabitant? It could be during lockdown. It can be longer, just something small. Could even be with your folks back in the day. My father was a huge fan of muesli and distrusted all other breakfast cereals, and they just weren't in the shopping basket. Something small. I with my last person I lived with, there was tension because I dry towels on doors, and they were like, that is not appropriate, and that was a real bugbear. If you've got, by the way, and I say this very sincerely, whatever you've got, throw it into the comment. It doesn't have to be amazing. Colin, I'm going to start with you, my friend. What is something? Let me give you something more emotional. What is something, a minor disagreement you've had with your flatmate / cohabitant at any point in your life?
Who is taking out the rubbish?
Is that a big thing?
Well, it's a thing, isn't it?
It's a thing, man. I respect that. I love how you're holding it down, lest there's blowback. Tell me this: are you the taker-outer? Are you just like? Do you do turns? Are there specific jobs allocated to each member of the residential community?
No, well, I am the taker-outer, but sometimes I feel that the job is a two-man job, let's say.
Oh, so you're like, yeah. You're like, others need to get involved. I respect your energy. Should we go for it? Okay, so I'm gonna put this down. You are the taker-outer, which is a beautiful term. Let's go. We've got Amanda. Hang on, Amanda. Let me jump in now there. Okay, hang on, Amanda. Let me get your comment up here. Amanda Pierce with a very lovely comment that is going to pop up on the screen. Amanda's comment is this. Amanda says, when moving house, where am I going to put it? When moving house, my partner did not understand my anger that he packed a load of bags into a box. Bags that could have been used to pack things instead of buying boxes. That is, may I say, Amanda Pierce, that is entirely valid. Let me move that. There we go. Amanda, you are in the song. We've also got, I believe, the wonderful Estia. Estia, I'm going to grab your comment just here. Estia is throwing this on the table. Estia is saying, no one else taking items that are sitting on the stairs, up the stairs, but me. This is classic. This is classic rage. Let me just see if I've got them. Have I got them? Amanda Pierce, moving the house. My partner did not understand my anger at the bags. And then the wonderful Estia plus Colin, who is the taker-outer of what is definitely a two-man job. Ladies and gentlemen, this song is called We've Been on Lockdown for So Long. It stars the wonderful Amanda, it stars the wonderful Estia, and it stars, it says Rob's very quiet. I don't know if you can do anything about that, Colin, but if you can't, just...
You're fine to me, I must say.
Sam,
yeah.
I will just say, turn it loud because this ish is about to pop. Ladies and gentlemen, this is... hang on a sec. That was way too... I just realized I'm starting a more aggressive song than I want to. Let's try this one. There we go. This is going to be like a gentle one, and then we're having a bloody rave. Ladies and gentlemen, please give Colin a huge, big round of applause. Yeah! Ladies and gentlemen, it's a rave. Woo! Here for Diabetes UK. Hey! Let's go. Let's go. Ooh, ooh. Here's the hook. Goes, ooh, we've been on this lockdown so long. Sometimes I'm wondering if we are really getting on. We've been on this lockdown so long, so long. Oh, oh, Looper. Ooh, we've been on this. Ooh, we've been on this. Ooh, we've been on this. Maybe we've been on this. Ooh, we've been. Ooh, we've been. Ooh, we've been. Ooh, we've been. Hey, we've been on this lockdown so long. First of all, man, let
be chat. Standing right there with the STI. Yeah, right there, man, debonair with the flair. Where she standing by the feckin' stairs. Yes, she be doing this tonight, so change the flavor. People act like they take things up on their own escalator. She be looking this, man, you know she's feeling deadly. Like, yes, B, she sees the stuff is there. Feckin' step 3. Man, I'm doing this, you know that she's not stuck. She says respect the Disney movie, take this stuff up, but never just goes. Man, you know that she's prepared. With jobs she does her share, but the stuff is sitting there. Yeah, that's right. She be saying that this isn't good. Call her Tinder, cause she's looking for you to pick it up. Hey, we've been on this lockdown so long. Leaving that stuff on the stairs feels wrong. We've been on this lockdown so long. Can you please take it up? Can you take it up? Yeah, we've been on this. Oh, we've been on this. We've been on this. Maybe we've been on this. We've been on this lockdown so long. Right there, we moving house, so you know that you bring that planner in. This is anger then. You know that we rock with Amanda when we stand it right there. I said it from the start, like the surname like Amanda. This rage will pierce your heart. She be doing this right there, rock this, got this. Feeling that she got like the bags, no boxes. She's about to do this. Yeah, man, I Jack the lad about to pack that bag. Yeah, she be doing this. She keep it so slick and this ridiculous. She got the bag, she's ready then to zip them quick. She be feeling like she's a packing dawn. She looking for the bags. What the feck, they're bloody gone, man. She be jumping through the house, hopscotch quick, but somebody's packed them in some motherfucking boxes. We've been on this lockdown so long. Partner, where are all the bags gone? We've been on this lockdown so long. Putting them away feels in my heart so wrong. We've been on this, we've been on this, we've been on this, maybe we've been on this, we've been on this lockdown so long. First of all, man, it's easy to say, raising that money, Diabetes UK. He be doing this, man, never getting boozy. Right there, got the bins coming on a Tuesday. He be looking there. Colin is a good man. He takes them out on his own, but Colin is one man, feeling like it's good, but in the house he's not the boss. Got a flatmate acting like this stuff is not a two-man job, yeah, probably. He's like Colby, you got me, but he's never on either side like sound when it's Dolby. Man, inside of the body, man, no doubt we're standing up for Colin, cause Colin's the taker outer. Fam, don't you know flatmates are Jack the lad? In future, getting involved when Colin's a plastic bag. Sing it. Do you feel my pain at them bins? Every day you know that my anger's bubbling. Do you feel my pain at these bins? Help me bring this out, you know that it's not a big thing. We've been on this, we've been on this, we've been on this lockdown so long. We've been on this lockdown so long. Ladies and gentlemen, please give yourselves a proper, bloody round of applause. This is the Colin Lego 24-hour stream. It's an honor to be here. We're a couple of pounds away from that big 1,000 pounds. Let's help Colin get there. I believe it's, I looked it up. What is it? Just Giving. I think it's Just Giving. Did I pick that up? Colin, there you are.
Yeah.
The website I'm thinking is Just Giving.
Just Giving. JustGiving.com/Legless in lockdown. Yes.
That's what I was trying to say, man. I just, the words failed. Colin, let's keep an eye on that money. If you got that cash, drop it like it's hot. We're keeping the kind of pop music vibe going. There is, when I was a child, when I was a youngster, when I was a young fella with the fake IDs going to the clubs, a huge amount of music was about, it was very meta. It was about, we were in the club dancing to music that was about being in the club. It was a lot of like, we're going to party on a Saturday. And I was like, oh my God, we're living the song. What we're going to try right now, something very simple. Easy question for everybody. Pop them in the comment box. I'm pointing
pointing. I don't know where it is. Wherever it is. Colin is saying it's that way. Who knows, Colin? People are watching in different media. We're not in control. Who knows? Periscope. Who knows where the comments are? Wherever your comments are, get ready to get involved. What is a thing that you have missed while in lockdown? And I will go first. This is just as an example. I miss dogs on the train. I can't lie. I miss the train. I get sad. I walk past a tube station every day, and I'm like, one day, my friend, we will be reunited. I love the train. As an Irishman, your sense of timing is phenomenal here at TFL. When people complain about TFL, I'm like, you live in luxury. They are every 3 minutes. So I think trains and dogs on trains, that's a big thing for mine. If I see a dog on a train, I'm like, what? I'm just missing my stop. I'm going where you're going. I would say the pain du chocolat. That's a big thing for me. That's my real treat. Often on a Wednesday, just if you need to know. I'm a real Wednesday guy when it comes to the pain du chocolat. And I say it. Oh, I put on the accent. I didn't do French until I was 18. Not to say chocolat. Bonjour. Le prêt à manger. Je voudrais le pain du chocolat. Je suis Robert. That's it. That's it. Je suis irlandaise. And they look at me and they go, have it for free, you bloody legend. So this is what we're going to try. It's better without my headphones. Sam, I'm glad that you have been your own technician and you've rectified the situation. I respect your energy, Sam. I am a phonetic. I am focused on sound and I respect that you fix your own sound issues. Gang, this is the question. What's a thing, the weirder the better, that you've missed in lockdown? Colin Lego, you know I'm coming at you, baby. What's something that you've missed, my friend? You've been on lockdown 12 weeks. I'm like, Colin, you gotta break free, brother. You gotta break free. What's something you've missed, my friend?
I have missed. I've done really nothing in lockdown for 3 months, but what I miss is doing nothing in a Costa Coffee. I will happily sit in a Costa Coffee doing nothing for hours. I've missed that.
I feel you. I do feel you. Do you have any allegiances to Costa over
Yeah,
other, like
because
Costa for life?
I'm Costa for life. Nero's too strong. It's a double shot. Yeah.
You know that you can. I don't mean to jump in here. You know you can communicate these things with them. You
What?
know Nero, because Nero are very, Nero are very good. Nero are a positive company. Nero, for instance, Nero are definitely more positive. One thing that I like about Nero is they're currently supporting the Black Lives Matters movement.
Yes.
Like Starbucks, they were like, you can't wear things to do with it. Nero are like, lean in on this. So I'm kind of stepping in with Nero at the moment. But you feel their double shot is too many. Costa, you're just like single shot, keep it moving. I'm going to be here forever, but I'm doing nothing, so I do not need that double shot energy. I respect that, Colin. It is. You have a system, and I'm not going to try and break that. We've got the wonderful, let me see what Sam is saying. Hang on one sec, let me get the old thing up here. Sam, what are you saying, brother? What are you saying? Our sister, I don't know. So Sam is saying something. Sam is saying, oh no, have I fucked that up? There it is. Sam, there you are. Putting dog poo. Right, Sam. I don't read these before I thought them up. Sam is putting dog excrement through his mum's letterbox. Sam and Sam's mother are in a vicious war involving dog poo. They've been trapped in it for many years. Sam, do you know what? We're gonna see where that takes us. Who else have we got? Ian, what's Ian saying? Hang on one sec there, Ian. What are you saying? Ian. Hang on one sec now, Ian. Where are you? Ian is saying the following. Ian is saying the free dinners I get at the school I work in. Ian, this is beautiful. This is absolutely lovely. Hang on, there we go. Sam, we're going to end with Sam. Ian, we're going to get you, my friend. And Colin, missing Costa. These are all absolutely bloody lovely. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to try let's try a kind of ravier one. Like I said, a lot of songs are about partying. This one is going to be about partying. Woo! Let's see where it takes us, my friends. You are watching the Diabetes UK /Colin Lego 24-hour jam. Let's get Colin all the way to £1,000. And we're going to start with a little party. We got Ian live. We're going to start with Colin and his Costa Jam. Let's go, oh, let's go. Sam, Ian, and Colin
Let's go, go. Proper, fam, you know right now my rock star. Calling to my right, we can pop to Costa. Yeah, you know in my life, man, we got a good. Feck a bit of Hollywood, we popping up a coffee. What? Coffee shops, man, we doing this, the hard stuff. Man, we doing this, feck that Starbucks. Proper, you know, man, tonight, man, come what? I call him Nas, cause he only needs one shot, one mic, fam, we doing this, man, looking what? We go to Nero, they pop him with the double shot, fam. Team, we be mad, keen. Me and Colin poppin' with the caffeine, yeah. Oh no. And we ready, man, trust fam. We sit back and we just do nothing. See that we keep it easy, B, when we just do nothing like the BBC. Oh no. You know how it goes. Oh no. Fam, we be rock stars. Oh no. And we drinking all day. Oh no. Me and Carl at the Costa. Hi, every day. We gonna drink that coffee like a caffeine ray. Hi, every day. Man, Colin got the coffee, so let's go celebrate. Family team, like can it be? To forget like the Fleming, cause we jamming with Ian, man, Bowden. So then you know that he be hoping that one day the dinner place he goes, friends, is open. He be doing this family see. When he going for the dinner, man, the dinner is free, man. Life like there, man, is freaking crazy. Dinner, dudes and dinner, ladies. Never hesitate, life, man, is hella great. He be running up there with the fecka plate. Yeah, man, you know, every day, bro. He be like, let's get mashed on potato. Yeah, man, ridiculous. Slick at this, you know that he be dipping free chicken and chips. My friends, people, yep, show devotion. Make some noise for your boy Ian Bo and oh no. And tonight, man, you know, oh no, that we waiting for the winner. Oh no. One day we going back. Oh no. Ian Bo and free dinner. Hi, every day. Man, everybody here, get your dinner plates. Hi, every day. We gonna eat that dinner, never hesitate. Hey, tonight, man, family, Danby, hanky panky, I got Sam. We about to do this, man. Sam, we got a great time. Both of us be in the park, walking with a canine. Nothing but love, man. I say that it's amazing. Running with the pugs, man, running with Dalmatians. Yeah, I'm like, man, this is cool. Then my dude is like, did your dog do it? Number 2, I'm like, whoa, man, so much fun. He's like, bag that up, let's go see mom. I'm like, listen, my friend, don't do that. This guy is a poo-based postman, Pat. Yeah, that's right, love between mom and son never stops. He be popping this stuff through the letterbox, fam. This, my friend, is my jam. Make some noise right there for the parents and Sam. Oh no. Tonight, my friends. Oh no. You know what to do. Oh no. If you got a dog. Oh no. Save their poo, I don't know. Hi, every day. My friends, this is like a Colin Lego rave. Hi, every day. We raising money right there for diabetes. Hi, every day. Man, tonight we gonna build this up to 1K. Hi, every day. Everybody in the place, this is your rave. My friends, it has been a goddamn motherfucking pleasure to be here. Colin, you know that I love you. We've known each other for a long time, and I'm proud of you, brother. I think that it's amazing. I can't believe that Colin just said to me offline that he's actually going to extend this to 48 hours, and that is amazing, Colin. I can't believe you're doing it. But Colin, do you know what? I support you. So guys, just so we can just acknowledge that commitment. Colin is going for the full 48 hours. A lot of people said it couldn't be done. Even StreamYard were like, "Are you sure?" And I was like, "I trust Colin." 48 hours. So 28 more hours. If you want to get Colin a double shot, do not do that. He doesn't need it. He is a one shot and done guy. Colin, you know it's been a pleasure, brother. Thank you for having me, and well done. I really mean that. It's so lovely seeing everybody supporting you and getting you to that point where we're almost at 1K.
Rob, that was amazing. Thank you so much, mate. That was a brilliant. I needed that. I needed that pick me up at this time in the marathon. That is. Go on.
We'll see each other again in, is it 12 hours? We're doing the whole thing again. We're just going to reset everything back in. Just going to do that whole thing all out. And I respect that. I think that's really, honestly, I think that's really beautiful of you.
Well done. Listen, if anyone wants to look you up or follow you, where can they do that?
They can do that
Abandoman is the name of the thing. They can do that on any of the socials at Abandoman. Instagram, I kind of am heading back into doing some shows. I did a lot of shows, and then I took some time off to learn how to do things like this, the visuals, and I'm going to be heading back. So Instagram is a good place. I'm not the most lively. I'm either on the socials or I am not on the socials. Sam, don't be sorry that you can't donate. You are here. You are bringing the vibe, and we love you. So yeah, Abandoman on Instagram, and then when life goes back to normal, just in the clubs. But jump on Insta. There'll definitely be some shows, a couple of shows each week, and I try to get around. So if you can join me, I'd appreciate it. If you can hit a follow, I'd appreciate it. And Colin, most of all, I appreciate you, buddy. It's your bloody hero.
One-legged hero.
One-legged hero, man.
Yeah. Rob, nice to see you.
Absolute pleasure.
See you soon, buddy.
I'll see you soon, virtually or in the real world. Take care, my friend.
All right, see you later.
See you later.
That was the brilliant Abandoman. If that isn't worth a donation, I don't know what is. Just the production values that Rob's got going, that was superb. Thank you so much, Rob. I really appreciate it. Here is the link, justgiving.com/legless in lockdown. If you enjoyed a second of that, do donate some money. I'm going to have a little refresh of the donations page, see where we are. Like Rob was saying, it would be wonderful if we could get to that 1K mark, and we're slowly getting there. 835 £835. That is amazing. Well done, you. Thank you so much. We have got, what is it? We've got about 3 hours to go. I am surprisingly okay. I'm not feeling that tired anymore. I think Rob perked me up. We had a nice song about coffee. So I think I'm doing all right tired-wise. But listen, if you've enjoyed any of this stream, please do donate. Diabetes UK is such an important charity, especially for people like myself with type 1 diabetes, type 2 diabetes. We would love for you to get involved. And thank you so much for all the people who are getting involved and commenting as well. What does Ant says? I want to be a Banderman when I go to sleep at night. I'm not sure what that means, Ant, but yeah, fair enough. We all want to be Rob when we go to sleep at night. Ian really enjoyed the song about him. Isn't that clever? Like making stuff up like that just on the spot to make it sound like it's just not made up. It was very good. Listen, thank you so much. At 1 o'clock we are going to be joining the wonderful Julian Lee for a chat show, which I'm very much looking forward to. Before we get there, though, however, so he can get all his guests prepared and that kind of thing, let's have a little bit of a video, shall we? I would like to play you this. Let me see if I can find it. Where is it? I love it when I'm going to play you this again because it's one of my favorite videos that I've got on this stream. I love it when you try and tell puns to a 9-year-old and they get most of them. But some of them, they just look at you with absolute horror because they don't quite understand why you're saying such bad jokes. So this is me and Amalia walking around Pets at Home and around Hobbycraft with me pestering her, trying to tell her jokes. If you like a pun, you'll love this. If you don't like a pun, feel sorry for Amalia. And then at 1 o'clock, we will hand over to Julian Lee for his wonderful chat show. I will see you in 2 or 3 minutes. See you in a bit.
Amalia?
Yeah.
You know when you did some bad colouring the other day?
Yeah.
You really crossed the line? Amalia?
Yeah.
I really want to buy one of these.
Why?
I'm going up in the world.
What?
Amalia, we better get these back to your house. Do you know why? There's
Why?
no place like foam. Amalia?
Yeah.
You looking at these?
Yeah.
It's quite a sticky situation. Amalia? That looks
What?
so good.
Oh, okay.
Amalia?
Yeah.
You look really puzzled? Amalia?
Yeah.
Have you ever met my friend Flaming? He always stays too long at my house. I always say, Flaming, go.
You sound like Siri.
Amalia?
What?
These over here,
Okay.
they're just plain bad. Amalia,
Yeah.
you really need to brush up on your skills. Amalia, come and help me with this.
Yeah.
The price of the glue guns.
Yeah.
Because I'm really stuck.
On what?
Amalia, we don't need to shop in store. Do you know why?
What?
We can buy things on the web. Amalia,
Yeah.
I've got a hamster on my forehead.
Yeah.
And also a rodent on the bottom of my face.
Okay.
He's my chinchilla.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Good.
Amalia,
Yeah.
I saw one of these rodents in a restaurant.
Yeah.
He said, "Can I get Jabil?"
Yeah, that does not make sense. I'm sorry.
Amalia,
What?
I was going to buy some fish food,
Yeah.
but I feel him a bit flaky.
You can feel bubbly, but you can't feel flaky.
Amalia,
Yeah.
you see that water on the floor?
Yeah.
Because we're in a pet shop, it's not a puddle. Do you know what it is?
What?
A poodle. Amalia,
Yeah.
what does a grumpy small dog say at Christmas?
What?
Bar humpug.
It's right there.
Oh, what? Amalia,
Yeah.
I was just watching the bunny eat its food.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the last straw.
But it's there.
Ah, what? Amalia,
Yeah.
who delivers presents to dogs at Christmas?
No. What?
Santa Paws.
Oh my God, Colin, it's right there.
Ah.
Pun taken.
Amalia, are you scared of this?
What?
That.
Kind of.
For goodness sake. I really enjoy that video because I know how much Amalia maybe didn't enjoy me saying all those puns. It makes me laugh. Good. It is 1 o'clock, which means I have done a lot of hours, but I'm very pleased that we've got 3 left. 3 hours, however, for you to donate money down here, justgiving.com/legless in lockdown. And I'm going to hand over now and say hello to a wonderful comedian, a friend of mine from the UK Pun Championships and the UK Pun Off. It is the marvellous Julian Lee.
Hello.
Hey, Julian, how are you doing?
I'm all right, thank you.
I'm all right.
How are you doing?
Good. How? Well, I'm all right. We've got. I think it's a 3. Feeling surprisingly chirpy. I'm all right. Yeah.
Good. Good.
How's your Sunday been?
Well, we did a quick shop and then I made a healthy fry up, which sounds like an oxymoron, but we did it.
That's good. And it's basically your chat show now. So tell me a little bit about how you want me to run this, and I can disappear, or what do you want me to do?
Well, actually, I don't think any of the guests have turned up yet, which is a little worrying. Can you see anyone?
Yes, I can. I can see.
Oh, right, good.
I can see. Yeah, I can see 3 of them waiting in the wings for you.
Yes. I was worried I couldn't see anyone from here, so I panicked. Well, I'm just going to introduce them one at a time. Do you know who's who from looking there? Can you see?
we've got Tony, and we've got Scott, and we've got. Yeah, absolutely.
Right, okay. Right. Well, I'll just introduce them one at a time. If you can bring them in one at a time, and then we'll just go from there. Is that okay?
And you're going to all stay on screen at the same time?
Yes, we'll just all stay on screen at the same time. Nice and easy. You can even probably nip out and get a coffee or something.
I think I might eat some dinner, but that's fine. I'm going to still be here, so don't worry. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy yourselves in the company of the brilliant Julian Lee. Off you go.
Thank you, Colin. Thank you. Firstly, let's have a mini round of applause there for Colin. We'll have a massive round of applause at 4 o'clock when he finishes his 24-hour shift. But a mini round of applause there. He's doing well. He's done 21 out of 24 hours so far. That's 87.5%. That's fans. Right, but enough about me. I'm very fortunate to have 3 full-time UK comedians coming on the chat show today. I'm very pleased they said yes. Not really sure why they did, but let's not question that. First guest is the 3rd most successful shed-related person in the UK, after Rick Witter and Alan Titchmarsh. Please welcome Scott Bennett.
Hey.
Hello, Scott. How are you doing?
How you doing, Julian? You all right?
Yeah, I'm not so bad. I've just come on myself, so I'm fairly energetic.
I feel
How are
like
you?
I'm good. I feel like we've taken over from Colin when he was flagging, and we've just come in with all the energy. Like
That's what it is.
It's a shift changeover, isn't it? Like people change the shift. You know,
never having worked hard in my life. I've never worked shift work. You see, Scott. So
It's good. Has he been doing 21 hours in front?
yeah, started at 4 p.m. yesterday. Finishes 4 p.m. today.
That's like the worst family Zoom quiz of all time.
You're right. Now I know you normally have your missus as support for your shed gigs. Is she here today?
Do you want to know what she's doing? I can see her through the window.
Right.
She is spraying our fence, staining our fences with a spray gun. That is genuinely what's happening. So in here, I'm in my shed, and my wife Gemma's outside doing all the proper work while I tit about in here.
See, I'm just telling my girlfriend that say it's not you, not just you.
Yeah.
She's probably also changing the locks, Scott, but that's a different story altogether.
They can lock me in from the outside. That's not happened yet, but it's only a matter of time, I'm sure.
Plenty of time. Right, Scott, I'm really, really chuffed to have you on. So thank you. I'm just going to introduce the rest of the guests. Next one, we've got one of the best one-liner comics in the country. We've had him on UK Pun Off before. You probably hate us for saying this. He's also one of the nicest guys I've ever met in comedy. Please welcome Tony Cowards.
Hey, hello.
Hello, Tony. How are you doing?
I'm all right. Right.
Oh, are you live from the Serengeti?
Yeah. Well, I'm on. I use a Mac for all this sort of thing. It's a Mac, so of course this is. I'm using Safari.
Right. So we've got a shed. We've got a Serengeti. That's good. Scott's been busy with his shed. Have you been busy with anything during lockdown, Tony?
Yeah, mostly trying not to kill the kids.
Right. Okay. Successfully?
So far, yeah.
Yes.
They are your own kids, aren't they?
No, they're my girlfriend.
All right. I was going to say just some random. It sounded dark, that Tony.
Yeah. Just trying not to kill kids in general. That is my life. My life's mission.
The show's gone a bit darker than I thought already, but never
47 years without killing a kid. I'm hoping I can make it to 50.
I'm hoping you make it 47 years in 1 hour, if I'm honest. Right, then, well, that's Scott and that's Tony. We've got another Northeast representative. He's got the finest dimples in all of English comedy. He's also writing a show a month. So, Scott, you're not the only one who's sort of prolific at the minute. Please welcome Lee Kyle.
Ooh. Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Hello.
How's it going? How's the finest dimples in English comedy?
Hello, hi, mate.
Do you all know each other?
Hello,
Have you met
they're
before?
Yeah, we all know each other, yeah.
Good.
Oh, and
Lee?
me and Tony did a horrific gig together last year for in memorial of a woman who died 10 years earlier.
Lovely.
Darlington.
Where was it?
It
Darlington.
wasn't that good,
Yeah.
I'll be honest.
it was a shocker.
I
Right,
blame neither of us.
Lee, how's South Shields treating you?
Sorry, mate?
How's South Shields treating you?
It's brilliant. I've barely been outside for 13 weeks. I'm having a lovely time. Got a guinea pig. Look, we're looking after a guinea pig for the duration. So
that needs a haircut. That guinea pig needs a haircut. A
it's a
lockdown
little
haircut.
scruff in it. Look at it, man.
It's incredible. It's like an 80s Death Leopard guinea pig.
Pour some sugar on it. Wait till after this show. Right, what we're going to do, I sent Lee, Tony and Scott 4 questions that we're going to have a discussion on today. hopefully we'll talk amongst each other. We'll maybe comment on people's choices. Hopefully that'll be amusing, and that'll take us through to 1:30. Now, can you remember the questions first, gentlemen?
Yeah, just about.
Right. Now, the first question was, what was the what was the first single you ever bought? Now, before anyone answers, this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for you to start off trying to be super cool, going, yeah, it was a White Man in Hammersmith Palais by The Clash. But then halfway through, admitting it was Grandma by Winifred School Choir. So that's the kind of answers I'm looking for. So, Scott, what have you got for us? First single you ever bought?
Mine is embarrassing. Mine is the Theodophilus P. Wildebeest, Lenny Henry, when he did the character, and it was a vinyl from a Carbu of Big Love, the single.
That is just what I wanted, Scott. He didn't even mess about, pretend it was cool, did he?
No, it's not cool. I think I was about 9 years old and I bought it. I didn't even know it was a character. That's how ridiculous it was. I thought it was like a Marvin Gaye genuine thing, and I bought it, and I remember it. I remember buying it, and I even remember the artwork. And I think my dad's still got it at home. I mean, I can't even remember what it went like, but yeah, that was my first car boot purchase for about 20p, 25p.
Tell us you had your first smooch with your wife to Theophilus P. Wildebeest.
No, that's way. No, unless I didn't meet my wife in 1982 or something. But no, I haven't listened to it in years. But yeah, I do remember buying it, and then I remember like bringing it home, and my mum and dad just going, "What you bought that for?" Even they were like, and I was just like, I don't know. I thought it looked good. It wasn't, but you know.
So I don't want to put you on the.
I like to think it was your dance at the wedding.
What was your first smooch with your wife? Can you remember that?
Oh, what in our first our song at our wedding was Stevie Wonder. It was "Sunshine of My Life." That was our first dance. That.
We have no way of checking that's true, to be honest.
Yeah, but that was a trajectory of Wildebeest to Wonder, isn't it?
Right. I often hear Theophilus P. Wildebeest and Stevie Wonder mentioned in the same breath. So,
yeah, I mean, they influenced each other. They influenced each other.
Tony, have you any comments on Scott's wonderful first choice?
No, you can't really top that.
Are you talking to me? Sorry, you're cutting in and out.
Right. I was just asking Tony, but I'll ask you as well. Any thoughts on Scott's first single?
Sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to say Theophilus P. Wildebeest. You can't really top that, can you? It's kind of.
You can't, but we'll have a go. Tony, what's your first single?
Good Gnu's, isn't it? With the Wildebeest there.
Yakety yak.
Yeah. Well, I was struggling to think this. The first record I ever owned, but it was bought for me, was I think the Jungle Book soundtrack with "I Want to Be Like You."
It's still good.
It's cracking, isn't it? I don't think I still.
It's an unarguable song, that.
Yeah, but I think the first one I actually bought myself was Paul Hardcastle, 19.
1985.
I don't know if that's cool or not, though.
It is.
It was very groundbreaking. Yeah. None of them are here perceived that he was welcome. None of them. Lee, had sort of Tony spoiled it by going a bit cool there. Scott, you got the gist of it straight away. Lee, come on, you're the decider.
In all honesty, it was the Chicken Song of Spitting Image.
Yes. Yes. A classic of the school disco, that was. That was.
You know what? I stand by it. It had. I've never met a nice South African on the B-side.
Yeah,
it
the
seems a bit iffy now. It was a different time.
Yeah.
I'm hearing that phrase a lot recently. It was a different time.
Yeah, that's you can get away with anything, can't you?
Have you had to, Lee? Have you had to chuck it in the river? Have you had to take it down the docks and chuck it in the river? It's a bit dodgy.
Yeah, I've thrown it in as a monument against.
I think you need to offer a teary.
Even though it's rewriting history.
Yeah, you need to offer a teary apology now. That's what you need. You need to do an apology for buying it.
The thing is, I've always thought I had the most embarrassing first single story, but Lee and Scott, I think you just gone boom straight in. And but I will briefly tell mine. Just basically, I thought I was buying Rhinestone Cowboy by Glenn Campbell, but I bought Rochdale Cowboy by Mike Hardin. So that was my first ever single.
Amazing. I've never heard of that.
I played it to death as well. Yeah.
Really?
The B-side was Strange Ways Hotel. I played it to death as a kid. I loved it.
Was it Glenn Miller? Glenn Miller who sung Rhinestone Cowboy? Is that no?
Glenn Campbell.
Glenn Campbell. Do you know what would have been amazing is if you'd have carried on with that sort of denial and then gone to see Glenn Campbell and gone, "This isn't Rochdale Cowboy. What's this nonsense?
Rubbish. I think this bloke must be doing parodies."
Yeah, he's doing a cover. He's doing a cover, this guy.
Or if Glenn Campbell had been asking for suggestions of what he should do next, and you just shouting a big chant of Rochdale Cowboy, Rochdale.
Do the song about the M62. Do the M62 ballad. Who's this lunatic?
There you go. I've missed an opportunity there. By the way, if anyone is watching, I hope you enjoyed that first round as much as I did. I can hardly talk properly here now. Right then. So first single covered. Everyone's done really well there. Tony, yours was groundbreaking. I'll let you off, but Scott and Lee on the nose. Right now, what TV sitcom can you watch again and again? We'll go with Tony first for this one.
God, I agonise with this because I've got quite a lot that I can watch again and again. I recently went through most of Frasier again. Watched Frasier.
Right.
Spaced as well. Spaced. All the Alan Partridges. Green Wing. But I think I'm going to have to go for my ultimate classic that I could watch all over and over and over. Showing my age here, but I think I'd have to go with Porridge.
Oh yes, excellent. Porridge, excellent. You mentioned Fraser. The only thing with Fraser is once it does the thing where someone overhears something or misunderstands, I have to turn those episodes off. I can't watch those. But I do love Fraser, but those ones.
Yeah.
That's why I can't watch. Yeah, it's a bit farcical. Yeah, I can't do soap operas anymore. Like I used to watch soap operas when I was younger, but a number of storylines were where someone mishears someone else or takes something out of context, and they never actually just ask each other. You know, when you said that thing,
yeah,
a bit like that.
It's the frustrating constant airing of dirty laundry in public, in the pub, or in the middle of the street. And you're like, guys, at some point you've got to argue inside where no one else can hear you. It's ridiculous. I know what you mean. You see the same things played out again and again all the time.
What kind of, you get that thing, you know, where someone's angry with someone else. It's like, rather than talk to everyone apart from that person about what you think they said or what you think they done, why don't you just talk to that person and ask them if they actually did what you think they did?
Yeah, the problems could be solved in a second.
90% of all plot lines in soap operas.
I'd love that because if the one route ends in a death on Christmas Day, and the other route is just going, "Yeah, I'm sorry, mate," and that was it.
Sorry, I got the wrong end of the stick. Sorry.
Oh yeah. Oh, you didn't say that. Oh, I'm glad we checked. Otherwise, this would have got weird. Do you know what I mean? And then like,
do you fancy just a pint now?
Yes. Spin forward 6 months. I'm not your real mum. All right, Jesus. You know?
I feel sorry for stabbing your dog now. You know.
Yeah. Just like letting it escalate, man.
Yeah.
Lee, what's your TV sitcom can you watch again and again? He's thinking about it.
Is it Frozen?
We have technical difficulties. I think it's called. We'll just wait for Lee to come back. Scott, same question to you, please.
I think I'm the same as Tony. I thought about this. This is a difficult one for me. I'm a huge comedy fan, and this is difficult. I have had to narrow it down, and I think number one is I'm Alan Partridge 1 and 2. It's perfect. I can watch it relentlessly. I always see new things every time I watch it. Then I've got Blackadder, but not 1. That's the stipulation, not the first one. Does nothing for me. 2, 3, 4, magical. Seinfeld, that's another one I could watch endlessly. And then, if I'm being honest, the hidden gem.
Hello.
A hidden gem is Early Doors. That is the one for me. It's just magical. So I think there's quite a few, but I think if I had to pick one to take to a desert island where Tony's on his way to now, I would say I'm Alan Partridge every single time. Although bizarrely, I watched Saxondale again this week, and that's perfect as well.
Does that stand up? Is
so
it?
many. One, yeah, that is just Coogan, isn't it? Coogan, man, every time.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back, but you're in the dark, mate.
We can hear you, mate, but stick the lights on.
I can't see you, Lee.
I was tempted to make a really topical joke there about that image, then I decided not to. Just thought best not to. Lee, can you hear us?
It's because he bought that single. He's now been cancelled.
Yeah, it's been cancelled.
Yeah, shouldn't have bought that single, mate.
Lee, put your camera on, mate. Is your camera on?
This is like a quiz with my nana. I love this.
Am I not on anymore?
You've muted yourself. You've
Can
muted.
you see it?
Right.
No, can't hear you.
Hang on. I'll level with you. I can only hear. So could you pass any messages via?
Who can you only hear? Ask him to say what sitcom he watches again and again.
This is ridiculous. Where is your internet? Are you actually in a pit or something, Lee? This is incredible.
Well, he's in the northeast, isn't he? He's come down the coal mine.
I think I know what that guinea pig's for. Is that powering your broadband?
It's on a little wheel.
Am
I not visible anymore?
No,
Lee,
get it back on the wheel.
Can you hear?
Oh, now he's Avatar.
Colin said to leave and come back in. Lee.
Right. Colin, thank you for keeping an eye on it. Right. Okay, we'll come back to Lee's sitcom.
Yeah.
Apologies for this, people, but obviously it can't be helped. But it's amusing me, Scott and Tony, so that's some importance there. Now, the next question I asked was, which film makes you cry every time? Now, I'll be honest, Forrest Gump for me, the same 4 times, the same 4 places of the film, I just weep buckets. So I just get my manliness out the way there. Scott, which film makes you cry every time?
I've got an older one and a modern one, and it's every single time, and it's the same point. Planes, Trains and Automobiles with Steve Martin and John Candy. The bit at the end where he's stood there and they've come back to Steve Martin's house and all the family are together, and then it cuts to John Candy and he's just holding his hat like that, and he just sort of screws his hat up because he sees they've got a lovely family, and he says, "You can stay as long as you want. I've gone. I'm in bits." Absolutely. It's ridiculous. Like sort of aching, crying, awful. He's back. And the modern one that made me cry just last night, we watched it, Inside Out. Have you seen that?
Yes, I had.
Oh, I thought Up was challenging. Then I watched that and I was like, I can't deal with this either. So they're the 2 films for me. Just absolutely in bits.
Right. Tony, if you don't mind, I'm going to jump to Lee first because I don't know how long I'm going to have him for. Lee, we're talking about the film that always makes you cry.
Right, I've tried to think about this, and first off, I missed my sitcom answer. The answer is Allo Allo, even though it's not really very good. I just because I like to watch things where you don't have to concentrate, and I like when the bloke says "good morning." I think he's really funny. Of moods, I've tried to think about this, and I don't think I've ever cried at one or got what does it for me is things like, you know, when Derek Redmond was in the World Championships athletics and his hamstring broke, and then his dad helped him round every time, man. I know it's not a film, I accept that, but it should be.
Yeah, that moment.
Yeah. Well, actually, what I nearly was going to ask what everyone's favorite sporting moment was, but like emotionally, not, you know, like Newcastle winning 5-0 against Man U or something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. Tony, what's a film that always makes you cry?
I don't know about the other guys. I think we're all sort of a similar age, but as I've got older, more and more films just make me cry all the time now.
Yeah.
Anything even vaguely emotional. So like I love Pixar films, but nearly all of them make me cry nowadays. Like Scott mentioned, Inside Out. There's a moment, I forget the character's name, but her imaginary friend, the guy when it's got a weird name, isn't he? Like
who's the thing who likes Bing Bong.
Bing Bong, that's it. Bing Bong, yeah. When he goes, like,
awful.
So, but of all of them, the worst one for me is Toy Story 3, which I love, and I must have seen it at least a dozen times. And it's now kind of like a personal challenge is to try and see if I can get through all of Toy Story 3 without crying.
Yeah.
I think there's like about 3 major points where I'm liable to cry. There's the bit where all the toys are holding hands going in. Sorry, spoilers for anyone that's not seen it, but where they're going into the furnace and the toys all kind of hold hands. And then there's the bit right at the end where he hands over the toys to the young girl. And I think there's another bit as well. I can't remember, but every time I think I'm going to do it, I think I've hardened myself now to it. I can get past most of them, and I get to right to that end scene, and I think this is the time I'm going to finish Toy Story 3 without crying. And it gets that final bit where he hands the toys on to the little girl, and he asks her to look after them for him, and I'm gone. I'm in pieces every time.
I think you get more sensitive. I reckon I could probably cry at Texas Chainsaw Massacre now. I reckon like that point where I'd be like, Leatherface was so misunderstood. He was just a nice bloke, really. I'd be in bits, man.
Is it not from a DIY perspective though, Scott? You're not saying you wouldn't use a chainsaw for that job. You need a chainsaw for that.
It's got a reinforced door and no one to share it with.
Yeah, I think what we can take from this is that
for that he's using it all wrong.
What we can take from this is Lee is emotionally barren, and we're just a well of manly sort of cryiness.
I cry.
I've
anything.
never been a rugged one before. I'm pleased. I do. It's not films because I'm fully aware they're just making it up.
I cried at the sewing bee. you know the sewing bee where
there are limits, Scott. There are limits.
It's like no, because they've done really well, Julian. They tried really hard. And they just got the hemline slightly askew, and it ruined the whole thing. And then fought all the way to get there, and I was just like, "This is awful."
After all that effort,
all that effort, and a waistcoat undermines your success. I couldn't cope with that.
Actually, Lee, when your internet let you down before, so Scott's bottom lip go a little bit. I thought, it's got.
I can feel. My broadband touch wood is working.
Very much, and
yeah.
We just missed each other so much. I can understand it.
I felt like we were doing some weird reality show. I thought Lee had been voted off by the. It was just like.
I do think I would be the first out. I'm very much someone who's the first out on Big Brother. I'm very much Sarda from Big Brother 1. I've always thought that about me.
Right, I don't get that reference at all, but never mind. I know Big Brother. I know Big Brother, obviously.
Wait till you get right. Nasty Nick, mate. Honestly, he's a monster.
We'll have one more question, but I'm just going to do it very quickly. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, because I want to give you all a chance to advertise anything that's coming up soon. The last question was, which non-current, I specified that so that we didn't get into any too much controversy, which non-current classic comedian just leaves you dry, doesn't really do anything for you. Lee?
Okay, I will say this one, and I will accept that the faulty error is mine, okay? And it's similar reasons to what we were talking about before. The same reason I can't watch Faulty Towers, because I can't deal with farce, and you just solve your problems. It's fucking obvious, and it does me head in, right?
Yeah.
It's Tommy Cooper, because you just go, just do the trick right. Just do the fucking trick right. And I'm not saying he's not a funny man, but I just go, well, he's doing that wrong on purpose. And I know that is the joke, but I can't deal with it. Just do the trick.
I'd love to imagine Lee in the audience where Tommy Cooper's playing the Palladium. Everyone's pissed themselves going, he's doing it wrong. He's doing it wrong. He's dropped it. He's dropped that.
He knows how to do this. He can do it properly.
You're just being stupid now, Cooper.
Just standing up and going, I saw Paul Daniels in this very room make someone levitate. Just put the wine bottle in the box, you useless prick.
It's not even a hard one, Cooper. It's just balls and cups, for fuck's sake. I've seen kids magicians do this.
Yeah.
Sacred cow shot down right here. Tony, your sacred cow that you don't quite get.
I struggled. I agonized over this one because I had to think about it. But like the one that I suppose that a lot of comedians seem to see as this massive sacred cow, but who always left me cold, was Bill Hicks. I never really found him that funny. And this for anyone who loves Bill Hicks, this will absolutely kill him, and they'll want to kill me. is I always thought Dennis Leary was much better. And of course, Dennis Leary just nicked all his stuff from
Allegedly.
I always thought he was actually funny, whereas Bill Hicks never made me laugh.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so Tommy Cooper, Bill Hicks, probably in most people's top 10, but never mind. That's what we wanted. Scott, can you top those two?
I've got an interesting one because I think this one left me cold as I got older and I understood what they were doing and I sort of saw through it. I'll tell you who it was. There was an American guy called Andrew Dice Clay. Do you remember that guy?
Yeah.
He was huge in the 80s.
Yeah.
It was like, apparently it was a character, but I don't know if it was. But he used to do stuff like nursery rhymes that were filthy. It was quite, it was like that sort of tape that goes around your school playground and they go, oh, listen to this because it's really offensive. And everyone was like, oh, it's amazing. It's so, and as I got like, even like to like 12, 13, I was like, this is shit. This is just really crap comedy. This is crap comedy. And like you sort of look, and he was playing Madison Square Gardens. So it tells you a lot about Americans, really, doesn't it? When he can sell out Madison Square Gardens by doing, what is it? Incy Wincy Spider, sort of filthy versions of that and stuff. And I'm like, oh, Mary Had a Little Lamb. That was his famous one. And you're like, mate, you're just changing the words to be filthy. And it was just, I don't know, it just left me feeling like, oh, it can be, that should have stopped when you were 10-year-old, like in that comedy. When you see grown adults there singing, shouting along, you're like, come on, this is awful.
They're pissing themselves laughing too. They couldn't be laughing more.
It's getting standing ovation.
It's just empty.
Apparently, though, I read somewhere, whether this is true, he knew exactly what he was doing. And it's that, but then I think, well, that doesn't excuse it, mate. Do you know what I mean? Because it's still bad comedy.
You can do something better, can't you?
Yeah.
Doesn't he play?
Because you go, well, stop it.
Yeah.
Doesn't he play a bouncer in Pretty in Pink as well, who doesn't let Ducky into the pub?
Yeah, he got he made an absolute fortune off the back of that character. But it's just like one of those things, like, you know, when you're at school and tapes go around, like Chubby Brown and the Mac Lads and all that sort of stuff, and you think that's comedy because you're into the shock thing at a younger age, and then as you get older, you think, oh no, that isn't comedy. There's far better stuff there, and I think that's what now, if you listen to it, you'd be like, God, that I actually used to listen to that when I was young. Do you know what I mean?
Right, gentlemen, I'm really sorry to interrupt, but we've got to get ready for the next show. Thank you for being guests. I'd like to give all you a chance to tell us what you're doing in the next sort of week or so. So, Lee, what's coming up in your sort of horizon in the next couple of weeks?
Is this me?
Yes. What are you doing
sorry, mate,
in the next couple of weeks?
My connection's not very good. So I'm putting out a show every month, a whole new hour show every month from me house, where I'm trying to find ways to make it being in the house a positive rather than a negative. And it's all new stuff, mostly new stuff this month. Not previewed, no audience. But the last one wasn't as awkward to watch as that sounds. And it's on my Facebook page, Lee Kyla Comedian, or, well, you know how to find things, these aren't idiots. And this one is about the place I live. It's called South Tyne's Teenage Rock and Roll Machine, and about being from a town that was described as the town that was murdered and had Britain's first ever race riots, but with jokes.
Excellent. Tony, anything coming up in the next couple of weeks?
Not a huge amount, but if people want to follow me on Twitter, that'd be good. Down there at Tony Cowards on Twitter, you can see what I'm up to. I'm generally putting jokes and stuff out there. I was going through all my old clips, comedy clips of stuff. We were talking about films that make you cry. I saw a clip of one of my first ever gigs that made me cry. But yeah, I'm going to try and put some, if I find anything interesting, I'll try and put some bits and pieces out online that people can watch, and I'll be doing online gigs and stuff. But best thing is just follow me on Twitter at Tony Cowards, see what I'm up to.
Brilliant, excellent. And Scott, can you give us a rundown of what's coming up?
Yeah, I am going to be in the Shed show as usual every week, 8:15 on a Thursday night, live stream to my Facebook page. Facebook.com, Scotty B Comedy with a Y, and I put it onto my YouTube channel as well. Yeah, every week. We've done 13 weeks now, 13 hours of shows, which is ridiculous. So I'm starting to go slightly mad. So do go on to that. I'm also going to be popping up on various Zoom gigs, and That's about it, really, for now. But yeah, do check out my channel. Oh, also, I've got 2 things. I'm putting a special up on YouTube next weekend, an hour and a half special of some stand-up. So that's going on.
Great. Excellent. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for being guests on my first ever chat show. I hope you enjoyed it.
Sorry, I know this is quite... Can I just say mine is at 8 on Tuesday and that it is recorded. I'm not relying on my internet to do a live gig. That's all.
Wise move. Wise move. Right, can we all do a comedy wave until we all get sort of exited from the studio? Thank you very much, gentlemen. Back to Colin.
Nice to see you.
Will come in as well. There we go. There's me, Julian. I'm just getting rid of you. Sorry. It's all happening. That was fantastic. Hopefully you can hear me. Thank you so much, Julian. That was brilliant, and thank you to all your guests as well. Brilliant. Such funny chats. Yeah, my first record was Orville and Keith Harris and Orville. That was my first record, and I was so proud of that record, and it was absolutely tosh. So in a moment, we are going to be carrying on with the comedy in a little bit of a different way. Not so much a chat show, but we're going to have some puns with the UK pun-off crowd. So let me just do a little bit of a jingle thing, and we'll come back with some puns straight after yes, there we go. Thank you again to Julian for the chat show. It was brilliant. We're moving on with our next show because we're into the final stretch of this 24 hours. If you've enjoyed any of it, do give. justgiving.com/Legless in lockdown. We are so close to the goal I want to get to, but everything you've given so far is amazing. So thank you so much. I'm not being greedy. I am a little bit, but it's been a fantastic. Thank you so much. We're doing a bit of punning now with a show called the UK Pun Off, which is a group of comedians that I met over the past 2 or 3 years at the UK pun championships, and we got together at the start of lockdown and we started doing a show every Sunday, a show based on puns and wordplay and that kind of thing. So let me bring into the stream. We're missing Love Dev. I have no idea where he is. Never mind. Let me bring into the stream. We'll do it in this order. All the way from Scotland, up in the wilds of Scotland. He did a wonderful show earlier called Buzzwords. It is Ian McDonald.
Hello, Colin. How are we doing?
I'm all right. We're almost there.
How are you really?
I'm okay, actually. Yeah, I am actually genuinely fine. Yeah.
The adrenaline is getting you through.
Oh, yeah, and the heroin. Okay, good.
That's more for me.
Let's say hello now to the current UK pun champion, all the way, I think, from Cambridge. I'm not sure where you are at the moment, Adele. It's Adele Cliff.
Oh, hello. Yeah, I am currently in Cambridge.
There you go. Good memory for someone who's not slept. Hope you're doing all right on this lovely Sunday.
Nice to be back again.
I've seen you quite a lot this weekend.
Yeah, this is my 4th. I feel like I'm checking in on you, just a welfare check every few hours. You know,
I'm fine.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. And finally, I think, because we don't have Love Dev, which is weird. So finally, for now, back again, just as he left, it's the wonderful Julian Lee. Oh.
Unfortunately, Julian's had to step out, so he's asked me, Harry Yochu, leading media and communications expert, to read out his joke. Was that okay?
That's fine. Yeah. What? Remind me of your name again?
It's Harry Yochu. You've not heard of us? He's leading media and communications expert.
I'm still a Geordie though.
Yeah. Okay.
T-Sad's different. Different.
Well, it's nice to meet you.
You must have heard the joke. Homicide is when you kill a man. Suicide is when you kill yourself. T-sad is when you lose the will to live.
Well, this is unexpected but really enjoyable. We're going to do some puns. I hope you're okay with that. We've got pre-set topics, so if you've got a pun on this topic, do send it in and I will read it out. I think we haven't got loads of time, so I think we'll do 2 per subject for now. 2, is that good? And we'll go around like that. So let's have a look. If you have one, do send it in. We're going to start with a lovely bit of mythology. So if you have a pun which is mythology based, do send it in and I'll do my best to read it out. Adele, let's start with you and then we'll go around to Ian and then we will see Harry. Is it Harry? Harry, yeah, right, okay. Right, Adele, off you go with some mythology punnage.
Good. I'd like to preface these puns by saying I wrote them in the last half hour, so they are hot off the press. And maybe terrible. So I saw this mythological beast, and he was really terrible on a push bike because he has no depth perception, which means that none of the other mythological beasts really let him use it very often. There's a real lack of cycle opportunities.
Did he have his Cyclops proficiency badge?
Oh, Harry, this is interesting. Good. Ian, let's go.
I absolutely loved this giant squid-like sea monster. Oh, it was cracking.
Oh, nice. Harry, are you okay to do a joke?
I'm glad you said how to pronounce it because I thought it was pronounced mythology. So you said it's mythology, right? Okay, then. Actually, Cyclops, I've got an interesting new Scottish neighbour called Ian. Ironically spelled with 2 R's.
Yeah, I saw. No, I can't do that joke. I can't even remember it. I was going to do a joke and then stop myself halfway through. Adele, let's carry on the fun with mythology.
Yes, more mythology. I was introduced to the Greek goddess of the harvest recently, and let me say, it was very nice, Demeter.
Yay!
Nice.
Somebody did that joke as well. I'm going to have to change my joke now.
Oh, no.
Oh, sorry. I've got another one.
Too late now. You said it.
That doesn't help, does it?
This is what happens when I just Google the names of gods and goddesses and quickly write the first joke I can.
Have you got one, Ian?
Oh, yeah. The title that all women with lisps want to have is Mrs. That's a myth.
Yeah, nice. Okay, and Harry.
I don't understand this one, but he says, Oedipus, he's a bad motherfucker. Don't get that, sorry.
I think I've got one, which is, what do you get if you cross a Greek king with noodles? Wagamemnon. I don't know.
Yeah.
Is that a thing? Good. Good. Let's see.
Well, tell another joke. Made us well tell another joke.
Oh, yes. What do you like?
Adrian Mole studied Greek mythology. That's why he was so interested in Pandora's box. So there you go. Let's have a look at this. Oh, I might not get this one, but let's have a look at it. This is Steve. Made a controversial joke about how gorgeous the Marvel guy with the hammer would be if he wore pigtails. It was pretty thought-provoking. Right, yeah, good. Nice. All right, wonderful stuff. Let's move on to our next topic. Why not? Let's whiz through them. And as I go onto the banner page, let's have a look at games and sports. Anything to do with games and sports and that kind of thing. If you've got anything to do with PE, games, sports, Olympics, do send them in. Let's start with Ian on games and sports.
Okay, well, there was this really spotty snooker player, and I couldn't take my eyes off of him. But he was absolutely rubbish. Just shows you, I watched Boyle, never pops.
That's ridiculous. I love it though. Very nice. Harry, do you have one on games?
Well, it's not a joke. I've invented a new sport, actually. Oh. It's where you go to set points in time using a car that travels at 88 miles an hour. It's DeLorean-teering.
Yeah, nice. Very good. Adele?
I've got quite a few game/sport type things, so I thought I'd let you pick, Colin. Which page would you like one from?
Oh, the blue one?
The blue one? Okay. Right.
Blue?
Pick one that isn't one I have done on the Panoff before. Ooh. Okay, well, we'll try this one. Why not? My sister owns one of the shoes I use for exercise, but the other is my personal trainer.
Hey, lovely.
Man, that Julian never mentioned anything about new material. No, he didn't say anything about new material.
It's all new to you, Harry, isn't it? So that's
of course, yeah, I've never seen it before.
Ian, your second joke on games and sports, please.
Right, what did the referee say to the fat boxer to let him know that more food had just arrived? Seconds out, round one.
Very nice, good. Harry, have you got your second joke on sports?
Talking of boxers, the 60s boxer with the worst flatulence was gaseous clay.
Oh, we're all doing boxing puns now. Adele.
It's always like that's been a topic at the UK Punch Out.
I know, isn't it weird? Yeah. Yeah. Adele, your last joke on this. Oh, more colours.
Let's go for the same colour.
Let's go for the page nearest me. So that's that other one. That one. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let's pick an ice skating joke.
That was a topic at the UK Punch Championships as well.
This is where all the pages come from. Look, they're very neat. I write the topics there and then I write all my jokes on them. It's very easy to find. Right. I think my ice dancing partner is flirting with me. Yesterday at training, he winked in my direction.
Very nice. Yeah. I'm trying to think of a joke which I haven't said in the last 24 hours. It's pretty hard going. Let's have this. I was at school. I was really disappointed because I went to the hurdles tryout, but I failed the hurdles tryout. I mean, I really couldn't get over it. All right, that's fine. Yeah, it's simple but effective. Here's one from Richard Wolford. I played football with the Grim Reaper. We put him in goal as we all passed away. Lovely. It's very silly. Very silly. Ian Thompson also says, if I can see it, I used to play a lot of laundry basketball, but today I've just thrown in the towel. Hey, very nice. Yeah. Does anyone else do that? That's not. I haven't got a pun, but does anyone else actually throw their laundry in their basket like they're doing basketball or netball?
Oh, yeah.
I do.
I do that. Well, at the moment, I don't have a basket. I've just got a laundry corner, which means
Laundry corner sounds like something from Vic and Bob, doesn't it? Laundry corner.
Or maybe the laundrette in EastEnders or something. Okay, we've had a few in from people. We've read them out. Let's go for another topic because we've only got we've got about 12, 13 minutes left. Oh, let's have this. I love this subject. Movies and actors. Right, we're off now. Here we go. Here we go, everybody. So let's start with Harry. What have you got on movies and actors?
Right. Well, it's about stationery, so I think you dealt with that. It's about stationery. Which was the actor with the worst glue stick? Bad prick.
Nice. Adele, off you go.
What should I do? Which one? Okay, let's try this. Yeah, I just directed a film with an amazing all-star cast. It's been given a 15 certificate due to mild Peril Streep, a strong Your L language Jackson, and sexual Rafe Fiennes throughout.
Oh, gosh, wow, that was multi-layered. That was like a lasagna. Very nice. Ian, what have you got?
Oh, I've got many things, but let's go with the joke. Do you know how Mr. T counts? Uses a BA Barabacus.
Yes, good. Very nice. Harry, what have you got?
Oh, sorry, I was being the media and communications expert. I was too busy communicating by some kind of webinar there. Sorry. That. Well, which British actor can do the most obscene things with his chin? Lewd Joe.
Lewd Joe. Wow. Yeah, that's amazing. How many jokes have we done on this? I've forgotten.
We've just done one.
You just as Harry done two? Is that right? I don't know.
Two. Yeah. Well, Julian left two jokes. Julian.
Adele, you do your second one, please.
Sure. I've never done this one before. Might be a reason. Okay. When they made the Simpsons movie, they had a lot of merchandise associated with it, and there was one brand of one sort of line of merchandise where they teamed up with the band Madness, and the best sellers in that line were the Maggie trousers, Snowball One Step Beyond, and the Millhouse of Fun.
Very good at that. Even Julian would like that.
Yeah. Nice. Ian, finish off this round for us.
Okay, well, Sean Connery went to a pebbled beach and asked, "Is this a shingle beach?" I replied, "No, there's married couples here as well."
Nice. We've had a few in as well from people who are getting involved, which is good. Here's one from me while I work out which ones to read out. I can't remember it. Oh, yeah. Paul Hogan, who played Crocodile Dundee. Now, they almost got Paul Hogan as Crocodile Dundee to play Colonel Jessup in the film A Few Good Men, but they couldn't handle the truth. Manage the accent and everything. All right, so, yeah. Here's Steve. Steve says, managed to swallow the entire DVD box set of James Bond, then I got the living daylights kicked out of me. Here we go. Let's read this out before let's see. I bought some condoms from a warehouse in the shape of Edward Scissorhands and Captain Jack Sparrow. I got them from the Johnny Depot. That's ridiculous, Richard. I love it though. Good. Okay, let's have one more topic and then we will leave it there for today, because you guys have got a show in a few hours tonight where people can watch again, haven't you? So let's do one more, and that is music. So music puns, anything to do with music, musical instruments, musical songs, song titles. Do send your musical puns in if you have any. That would be wonderful. And let's go. Well, I tell you what, why not, for argument's sake? Let's start where we began, which is Adele. Adele, off you go.
Which page do you want, Colin? There's 4 pages there.
Oh my gosh, I want page 2.
Sorry, I always tend to put similar topics on the same colour, which makes them quite hard to distinguish. Oh, we can on this side. 1,
yeah, 1, 2, 2.
Okay. Right. One that I've not done before. Colin has a sex playlist including Shake It Off, Bad Blood, and 22. In bed, he's a real Swiftie.
It's true as well. It's always true.
There you go.
The true ones are funnier. Good. Who am I? I've forgotten which direction we've gone in. Ian, sorry, I'm so tired. Ian,
do you know how country music stars pay for their condoms? With Johnny Cash.
Yeah. Harry, off you go.
Well, if you want to look up a rock guitarist, you look in the Jimmy Pages.
Great, very nice. A final joke from you, Adele, before we go round once more. Off you go. Oh, page 3, whichever that is.
This one.
That one, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
let's do that.
Okay. Let's do one. Sure. Okay. My friend asked me to value his Lumiere figurine. I said it's a beauty, but I couldn't. It's more than my Cogsworth.
Oh.
Too cultured
Wow.
to be Too cultured to be sad. Don't know.
That's highbrow. Okay, good. And over to Ian.
I don't know, did they play that one at Gastonbury? I don't know. Anyway. Marshall Mathers is actually going to get out of the rap game and go into the colonic irrigation business. Yeah. He'll now be known as Eminenema.
I got a visual image there I didn't want. Harry, you're finishing off this whole section, my friend. Off you go.
It's good to hear that he's going to be employed in something different, isn't it? Yeah, well, like I said, Julian hasn't bothered writing any new material, so you've heard this one before, but he thinks it's a classic, so you know. My granddad refused to dance to the model by Kraftwerk as he thought they were Nazi synthesizers.
Brilliant. Very nice. Right, I'm going to get rid of that banner. Ladies and gents, you are going to be on at 7 o'clock, not part of this, but part of the UK Pun-Off, which happens every Sunday on the UK Pun-Off Facebook page. Who have you got on tonight as your guest?
We've got the one and only Roger Swift.
Oh, yes. All right.
And also
Ben Turner.
Ben Turner.
And Ben Turner. Ben Turner was in the World One Ladder Championships that Adele and Julian Lee attended.
Ah, there you go. All right. So you must tune in. UK Pun-Off, 7 o'clock. UK Pun-Off on Facebook. UK Pun-Off on YouTube. It can be on there as well. And also, it will be on my Twitter page, at Colin Lego. Do tune in. What can people expect? Can they join in? What's the plan? Adele, how does it work?
Honestly, well, non-stop fun is the main plan. Absolute relentless fun. If anything, more fun than they might be prepared for.
Yeah.
But if they're the fans of things including languages, restaurants, Italy, parenthood, rock music in the 1990s, it's really the week for them. If they're not, turn up anyway. Sometimes weird things happen.
Well, I like all that. That's good. And unfortunately, I will not be taking part because I will be asleep. But
Colin,
guys,
you're going to have such a lovely sleep. It'll be great.
Oh, I'm going to
think about that. You're going to you'll sleep like you've never slept before, and it'll be lovely.
Yeah, I am. That's going to happen. Thank you so much for getting involved, Ian. Oh, I should say Harry. Tell Ian. Sorry, Julian. I'm so tired. Harry, tell Julian that I enjoyed Julian's stuff. Please do that. And Ian, thank you so much for all your help, my friend. It's been delightful. Adele, I will see you in a bit for your podcast, all right?
Yes.
And if anyone enjoyed any of those puns or got involved, you do donate justgiving.com/legless in lockdown. That would be brilliant. I'll say goodbye to all three of you and I'll bring Adele back in a moment. So see you all in a bit. Well done, well done, well done. So there you go. That was some UK pun-off fun, a mini UK pun-off. We have had some lovely jokes in. I need to read this. Elaine has sent a joke in. She says this is a sports-based joke. Chris Eubanks, has he got a plural? Chris Eubanks has just written a book about ethics. If it's a success, his next book will be about Kent. That's a joke about someone having a lisp there. That's very nice. I'm going to read this one as well. Who was this from? This was from Steve. Deleting all references to George Formby from my computer operating system. I do this regularly when I'm cleaning Windows. Now, that is a timeless gag about an old man who cleans windows. Could expect. Oh, this is from the UK pun off. Yeah, I think Jake's been there before. Expect filth, says Jake from the UK pun off. Maybe. I mean, it's not guaranteed, but it is very likely. Frizz Frizzle. Hello, Frizz. Lovely to see you. Very well done, man. Just 2 hours to go. Yeah, just 2 hours to go, and we are done. But in a way, I'm sad because I would love to. It's 2 hours to give some cash if you can. Just 2 hours left. That means this is the final race to the end. 2 hours to go to that link. justgiving.com/legless in lockdown, just to give a few pound. That would be amazing. And it would help Diabetes UK. It would help me in a sort of way, because I am a type 1 diabetic who lost a leg because of type 1 diabetes, which was an absolute nightmare. So let's we're going to move on. We're going to have another show. This time it's going to be a bit of podcasting. I'll just play a little quick sting just to make it seem like I know what I'm doing, and then I will pass over to Adele. So here we go. In a moment we'll be back with Adele for her wonderful podcast. I'll see you in about 30 seconds. I think I've got a new rule as well. If you really hate that tune now because you've heard it at least 58 times in the last 24 hours, you have to donate money. So that means I have to donate a lot of money. I've heard that tune quite a lot in the last day, and I will never want to hear it again. So moving on, we have now got a podcast, or an idea for a podcast, that Adele's going to try out, and it's going to be lovely. She said earlier it's an idea that she's had, and let's give it a go. Why not? This is the platform. So please welcome back to the stream. It's Adele Cliff. Hello, Adele.
It's been ages, Colin. How have you been in the interim?
Well, I think I breathed in about 50 times, but that's about it.
Whoa, 50 in that time. I'm surprised.
I'm a bit lightheaded now.
There's a chance you're hyperventilating. Calm down.
Well, how would you
like that song anymore? I was like grooving away.
Oh, I know it's chirpy, but I've heard it so much.
Aww.
I played it every.
I can see any bird that lives near you. Oh, it's chirpy, but I've heard it so much.
I mean, I've played that or the other one every half an hour for the last 24 hours. So, you know.
Yeah, that's quite a few times.
So we're going to try out a bit of podcasting. I think I'll just disappear into the background. You can have a little.
I'm still actually logged into your account, Colin, so I can do all sorts at the moment.
Ooh, okay. I'm just going to go away then, and I'll sit here. But yeah, you go for it. All right.
Okay.
I like that.
Hey, Colin. This is exciting. I've got all the power here. Hello, everybody. I'm back. So I'm going to do like a very mini version of a new podcast I'm developing that's called Thank You for Your Feedback. It's all about feedback and advice. So I'll do it like it's the real thing. Why not? And I've got a brilliant guest who I'm going to introduce in a second, but it's Rachel Krieger. So brace yourselves. Okay. So yeah, hi everyone and welcome. This is Thank You for Your Feedback. It's like a sort of 3-star-ish Yelp reviewed nail salon where there's a suggestion box, but we burn everything that goes in it. So just don't put anything in there. But I'm a stand-up comedian, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to interview other comedians about comments and advice and feedback that they've received, and just see how that's what they've thought of it and things like that. And yeah, so we have 2 very simple rules on Thank You For Your Feedback. They are, number 1, no name dropping, and the second rule is chew with your mouth closed, because it's a podcast and that sounds disgusting. Okay. So, yeah, I'm Adele, and I was once described by a reviewer as nerdy, which is accurate, so fair play to them. Yeah, so my guest today has been described as many things. I would describe her as arguably my favourite Jew, which is, I would say, I do know quite a few other people who are meant to be good friends of mine, so congratulations, Rachel.
I'm so proud to have one favourite Jew. That's like, it's made my day. I'd like to thank the Academy and Adele.
Oh yeah, please put it on your posters, you know, whatever.
At least you don't want to be a 1-star Jew. That's what I'm telling you.
No, that's historically not the best thing to happen. Okay, good to get references to the Holocaust in early. That's what I like in my podcasts. So Rachel, welcome. Introduce yourself, please, with a description somebody else has used for you.
Okay, I'm going to read the description to make sure it's accurate. Rachel has an excellent facility for language. However, she tends to write rather silly essays in the belief that they are humorous and they are not indicative of her real ability. And that was my teacher in class 5.
Incredibly accurate work from your teacher there.
Incredibly accurate.
Oh, great. Well, that's nice. So we're going to talk about feedback for a bit, basically. I've got a bunch of questions which would take arguably much more time than the amount of time we have, so I'm going to skip through them in a random order and maybe make some other ones up. We'll see. So first up, Rachel, you perform, obviously. You perform all the time in many places for many different audiences. What sort of feedback do you get from people, and what sort of feedback do you value?
Well, I mean, the feedback we're all after is the clapping and the cheering, and sometimes you do get that. Sometimes really not. So that live feedback is quite exciting when it's good, and incredibly depressing when it isn't. I quite like it if someone comes up to me and references something I've said and shows they've been listening, which I imagine is exactly what it was like for all my teachers when I was at school, and I never did for them. So my bad.
Right, they'll be like, oh, Rachel has been listening, but just not in the way we hoped.
I mean, that was definitely true in my history GCSE, where I hadn't listened for 2 years, and the question was something about politics in America in the 60s, and I just wrote about songs from Flower Children and stuff. I didn't listen much. That kind of feedback's really cool when you're touring. I get a lot of feedback from people who either are Jewish or know Jews, about their Jewish connections. So they can't me in a bar afterwards and they'll say, like my uncle's cleaner was Jewish and she was nice. Something like that's nice.
To come to you as I don't know, the arbiter of all things Jewish, to be like,
I mean, I have got that stash.
Yeah, you do. And you do wear it after every gig, so that's probably why they're doing it.
If you had a stash, why wouldn't you wear it at every gig? I mean, the feedback is nice when it's nice. It's also nice if it's sort of difficult but supportive, I think. I think nasty feedback, not fun.
No, definitely not. And often I find, I don't know if it's a woman thing, but I suspect it partially is. I often find if I'm doing a gig, especially if I'm doing previews or things with new material in, that people will want to give me unsolicited feedback on my material. That is not, obviously the feedback you want is whether they laugh or not, or what their reactions are during the show, but quite frequently they will decide afterwards to give you some hot tips. Have you had any good ones of them?
I mean, we all have. I feel like, to be honest, if I'm gigging with people who are way more experienced than me or who I really rate, I'll ask them for feedback. So like when we work together, we always say, just tell me what you think afterwards, because we work together quite a bit. I think the weirdest not unsolicited feedback I've ever had, I'll tell you the story. It was last year when we were in Edinburgh. And for those who are watching, if you're interested, Adele and I are Edinburgh flatmates. And I'm so gutted to be able to get this year. But anyway, last year in Edinburgh, I had like a really packed day, and I had about 45-minute gap in the evening between gigs, and I thought I must sit and have something proper to eat. So I went to the vegan vegetarian baked potato shop on Cockburn Street. It's always good to give the whole location. And it's got a little table in there where you can actually sit down and eat your baked potato. It's got room for sort of 4 very thin people or 2 of me. And you have to be very good friends if you want to sit actually side by side with anyone, because you could literally get friends. It's very, 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 very packed. So anyway, I sat down, and there was a guy sitting opposite me, and I said to him, and you know, I'm a talkative person, so I got out my potato and I said to him, you know, hello, can you pass the salt, sort of thing. Are you here as a performer, or are you here as a to be an audience? Are you watching things? And he then started to tell me how he was a drama teacher who'd done a stand-up comedy course, and he proceeded
the best kind.
The best, and he sort of ran through pretty much every show he'd seen with his own critique. So he told me every comedian, every sketch show, every theatre show he'd seen, and why he could have done them better, like in so much detail, why he could have done them better, what was wrong with them, where the punchlines were missing, and how he'd done this stand-up course. And he knows that if he ever decides to do stand-up, he'd be like amazing. And then all the reasons why he hasn't done it so far, which are not to do with talent or drive or ability to stand. So quite long. And I can tell you that this conversation lasted the entire time on my break. You know, my break was about half an hour because of 7 minutes there and 7 minutes back from the gigs. And all I had to do for sort of 29 minutes or whatever it was, I can't do math. All I had to do was go, and I ate my potato. And then at the end of at the end of my potato, I had to go, and I started packing it up. And he said to me, this guy, "Oh, I'm so sorry." I said, "I've been so rude. I haven't even asked you your name." And I said, "Oh, you know, I'm Rachel." He goes, "What do you do?" And I said, "Oh, I'm actually a stand-up comic." And he went, "Oh, really?" And I said, no, actually. I said, "If you just look over there," and he turned to his right, I said, "That's my face on that massive poster." So he looked at my face, and he looked at me and said, "Oh, I probably don't have that much to teach you then." I just want to express clearly that he didn't say, "I probably don't have anything to teach you," as all I've ever done is a little course. He went, "I probably don't have that much to teach you." He said, "But I'm going to come and see your show," which I was delighted about. And would you know, people of the world watching this, that he came to see my show, and he did have something to teach me at the end. But he stayed behind to give me his own version of what he'd have done better. And from then on, I ignored his advice.
Oh, the absolute, I love the confidence of every level of this man.
It's amazing. I mean, I want to be that confident in my life.
I know. Just a fraction of that confidence. Were you in your head when he was going through everyone's shows and what he'd thought of them? Were you like noting down anyone you knew so you could send the feedback? And like, "Oh, actually, I was talking to a man in a potato shop who's never done stand-up comedy, and he told me that the reason your show's not working is this."
And do you know what? All I was focusing on was shoveling that potato in and leaving. That was it.
What was on it?
What was on it? It was coleslaw.
Oh, nice. Is that the vegan coleslaw one they have?
Vegan coleslaw. I'm quite limited on what I can have because of the whole Jew thing.
Like the secret gesture. I also like that you pointed to your head, but also right behind you is like a lovely array of like on the other side. It's like little.
I'll tell you what that is. That is a Passover decoration. That's like a prop from a show I did. And it's a Passover, it's a thing called a Seder plate, which is a plate you have on the table for the Passover meal with different stuff on. It's all very symbolic. So this was a prop one, which we put up now every year as a decoration. And I still haven't taken down, despite the fact that Passover is now like 2 months ago. We've been in lockdown and I've had nothing else to do. Still up.
Yeah, so you've walked into that room every day and thought, "Oh, happy Passover." Even
and in 6 months' time, we'll all think that that's just where that lives. That's just like.
Yeah. But in 6 months' time, would it be worth taking it down? It'll be a false economy because you're going to have to put it back up again in less than the amount of time that it's been up. So just leave it.
You're not wrong. Yeah, I think I will. And it looks impressive.
Yeah, it's very pretty. I like it a lot. And also, it's got a story. Why not?
Why not?
So, aside from ignoring everything that the lovely man in the potato shop had to tell you about your career and your choices, do you think you're good at taking feedback?
Well, you could probably answer this yourself because you've given me feedback before. I think I'm quite good at taking feedback from people where I know it's coming from a good place. I don't know if I'm good at taking it like from my parents. I don't know who is. And my mum's
I think you're really good at taking feedback.
Thanks. I mean, my mum is
Better
very.
than me. Also, you're much better at taking the kind of feedback like this guy turning up to your show and telling you everything that he would have done than I am by a long way.
But you know what? Because that you just know that that person is becoming material. So that
is true. Yeah.
You know, that kind of feedback. Yeah. So I think that sort of thing quite good. Not good with feedback around. I'm good with feedback about like my work. Not good with feedback around games. Like we've played a lot of games because obviously nearly 5 weeks in flats together every summer. We're very competitive with board games, both of us, you and I.
Yeah.
I would never want you to give me advice in general, but you did give me advice when we played Monopoly last summer. When you said, I think you said, was it the green pieces aren't worth on balance?
Yeah, well, just if you economically work out all the pieces on the board, the greens are the least value for your money.
Yeah, so I quite like that because that was like general advice. But if you commented on my like board game move choices, that would infuriate me like beyond anything. I'm super competitive, but I want to win on my own terms. You know, like even with computer games when I was younger, I would play them until I wouldn't want someone to tell me, you know, have you thought about this cheat? I don't want to cheat. I want to win fair and fair.
Well, that's true. Well, also, even if it's like useful techniques, you're like, well, stop it. I want to discover it myself. I want to be the genius here.
Yeah. I feel like I'm the genius.
Yeah, exactly. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So have you ever think about like, if you think about, remember that our rule is no name dropping, but can you think about like one of the most successful or influential people you've ever met or heard feedback from? Did you, or not even feedback necessarily, advice, did you think it was good advice and have you taken it on? You can broadly describe who they are to give it context.
Well, directly to me, it was an interesting bit of advice because I hovered on the cusp of becoming like a proper stand-up for ages, where it was like my side thing that I did now and then, and I compared things down there, and I ran a comedy club and I ran loads of gigs, but I didn't, you know, I was sort of, there was something about taking that leap that was really difficult for me for lots of reasons. Another podcast maybe. And someone, a very well-known comedian, introduced me to someone as this is Rachel, she's another stand-up. And I said to them, yeah, I'm not really, you know, I just, you know, do it. And I started, you know, waffling. And then we had a very brief chat with the person he was talking to, who obviously got bored by my waffling and left. And this particular comic sort of said to me, I've heard you deny you're a comedian over and over again, and you should look at why you have an issue with that label. And I thought that was quite interesting feedback, advice, and challenging of my status quo. And I had quite a similar thing around sort of literally a few weeks later, where the headliner at my own gig that I run, I was comparing it, and I did like a little bit of material just because I was still kind of, you know, playing around with the idea. And at the end of the gig, physically, like I was sort of packing up and was going to give him a lift to the station, he sort of beckoned and he put a chair opposite his chair and pointed and sat me down like I was in trouble. And
see the teacher afterwards.
It was a bit like that. And he said to me, you know, we all think that it's enough messing around now. You've got to do this. Probably he sort of gave me a bit of a lecture about pulling my finger out and making a decision and not just wavering about it when I'm clearly writing the stuff and doing the stuff. And it was again about challenging the label. And I thought they were both coming from two different people, made me really, really think about it. And then I thought that in a movie, like the advice that I always thought was the best thing that I'd ever heard that related to me. And this is quite arrogant, but I was young when I saw this movie. I'll read the quote and see if you know which film it's from. It was, I can't do accents. If I try and do an accent, I just sound racist. I'm not going to do an accent. It was, why don't you turn that high-powered perception at yourself and tell us what you see? Or maybe you're afraid to.
Oh, I don't know what film that's from.
Oh, I'd love it if in the live comments someone could say what they thought it was.
Mm.
That'd be exciting. Can we do that? Is that a thing we
Yeah,
can do?
leave it with them. Does anyone watching know what that film is? Tell us. If you don't, also, tell us.
Yeah, have a guess.
Highly unprofessional in the middle of the podcast, but I had to let my cat in because she won't stop hitting the door, and it's probably bad for her.
Adele, we've been on like 4 podcasts together, and you've had to do this every time.
I know. I need a cat flap on my door.
I think it might be a thing you set up because it always happens around the same amount of time in. Can I give you some advice?
She's very well trained. She's a performer. And she just waits for halfway through and then she asks to be let in and we do the
What
thing.
a diva.
She's such a diva.
I mean, advice from me to you, maybe have her in at the beginning.
I've tried that and then sometimes she asks to be let out. So
really?
The door is the issue. Oh, we've got a guess.
Working girl, no, sorry, no. But thank you, Esther, for your guess. Should I repeat the quote just because that's what they do on television?
One more time. Okay.
Hello, Kat. The quote is, "Why don't you turn that high-powered perception at yourself and tell us what you see? Or maybe you're afraid to." I did it with acting.
Oh, that was beautiful acting. Loved it. Yeah. Mandy was saying, no, she has no idea what the quote is. Yeah, I don't know either. That's good, though. Whilst other people are thinking about it, I was going to say, do you give other acts feedback? Apart from, well, like we've both said, we give each other feedback. Are there any other acts you give feedback to? And do you give feedback to acts that you don't know as well?
I wouldn't give feedback to other acts who didn't ask for it as a general rule, because I think it's quite obnoxious. Sometimes the only thing I might do, which sometimes people do, is if you think of a topper for that joke, you think of another thing that thing could go, then I sometimes will message them afterwards. I wouldn't come up to you like as you come off stage and go, I thought it was a better way to end that joke. But I might message afterwards and say, I was just thinking about that particular joke in relation to this. And I'd leave it to them. I'd sort of give them the idea, but leave it to them. I wouldn't spell it out or give it as a formed thing. The only time I've really given feedback to acts in an unsolicited way is if they've actually done quite anti-Semitic material. I feel like I have sort of heavenly permission to intervene, or really any other kind of racist material that isn't funny. Like if it's actually punching down of a race, then I might come and speak to them afterwards. And I've done that a few times where people, particularly people, often conflate Jews and Israel when they want to make, if they want to make a political point. Because I've got no problem. People can make political points about anywhere. Israel, that's fine, because political satire is a really important thing. Like it's a vital part of being a person and having the right to complain or criticize or judge. That, that's no problem with that whatsoever. But when there's been a few times when people have gone, instead of the Israeli government, they've said the Jews, and that's a very different thing. So
I don't think you're a member of the Israeli government, as far as I'm aware. You've been busy as well. You've got a comedy career to maintain at the same time as running a country. That would be a busy person.
I mean, some of them are massive jokers, but that's difficult. And I think sometimes people are a bit uncomfortable if I'm in the audience or if I'm in the wings of the show and they see me and they think I'm going to be quite judgy if their material is related to the situation in the Middle East or whatever. Like, if it's funny and you're not punching anybody down, I don't care what you talk about. Honestly, I think there's very few things that are off limit if it's clever and it isn't punching down. But if your joke is ill-informed, then that's different, because you have a lot of power when you're standing on the stage, and there's an element, and I think it's true of any kind of racist material, that if you're on stage and actually what you're saying is untrue, then you could consider that to be inciting racial hatred, because people often assume if you're doing something topical, you really know about it and you've looked into it and researched it, and often that is not the case.
Well, people do really trust that most of what you say on stage is based in fact, which is why you can play with that with sillier jokes. You can state a fact that's clearly not a fact and then use that as a joke because of the trust people have in the fact that you're going to be telling them the truth. So if you're not giving people advice about things where sort of it's important advice that you feel you need to give, and it's more just I've thought of something for your joke, do you kind of go to them and say, I've had a thought, do you want it? And let them choose?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I usually say I've had a thought about a thing about that bit, and then if they say, "Oh yeah, go on" or whatever, then I'll say something around this, as opposed to saying a really better joke, because I think that's disrespectful, and also because we've all got our own voices in comedy, and there's very few people that I'd be confident I could give them a joke back that's in their voice. Like maybe you, maybe other comedians, there's sort of 2 or 3 who I work with really closely and know very well. But even then, I'd want it to be that they wanted it, not that I'd like shoved it down there. The only thing I shove down people's throats is food.
Yeah.
Oh, can I just say, Eamon Goodfellow, you are correct.
Is he correct?
Correct answer. Yes, Clarice says that, Dr. Lecter. And I remember when I watched it, when I was much too young to legally watch it, I thought, oh, that's so true. And it's really the same advice as those 2 comedians gave me, which is, first look at yourself and put yourself out there unless you're too scared. And I was, but now I'm less scared.
Yeah. Well, that's good. It's nice that it was consistent advice. I suppose if it's the same advice from many sources, you're like, this might be a good idea.
3 Starling and 2 comics.
Yeah, that's plenty. That's more than enough. Do you ever try and give people advice on things that you're not an expert in? So obviously comedy, you would be able to give people advice on various different things because you have much experience, many expertise. But do you ever, walk past someone who...
advice on your grammar?
No, I'm very pleased with my grammar. Leave me alone. Thank you. Happy with myself. It's all great.
Sorry, but I did interrupt you. Go on.
No, so I was just saying, like, if you were walking past someone who was struggling to carry a weirdly shaped object, would you be like, I think actually you should hold this end? Or
I don't think I would give that sort of advice. I think it's tempting. What I find today is that people don't give that advice. They take a picture of the person and then they tweet it with like a hilarious version of the advice underneath. So I don't think I really would go up to a stranger and give suggestions on how they should do something or give advice on something I'm not experienced in, because I think I'd be too worried about embarrassing myself if it went horribly wrong, because I'd always be the person they associated with the really stupid, non-helpful advice.
So you think they'd be like, oh, I was carrying this really weirdly shaped, delicate object, and then that Rachel Krieger, that comedian, came up to me and told me I should do this, and then I dropped it on my foot and broke my foot and also the object, and she is the worst woman ever.
I mean, that may be giving me more credit then, and it's unlikely I would say to them, sorry, I see you're carrying something very heavy.
I'm the comedian Rachel Krieger.
My name's Rachel Krieger. Here's my Twitter, and would you maybe carry it on your head or whatever? That's better. I think that's maybe a Pandora's box that he's carrying that I need to give. No, I don't think I would do that. I think too risky.
That's fair. Oh look, Jake's got some exciting advice things to say. Oh, Colin's not even involved at the moment. He's involved. Jake says he taught a beginner stand-up course earlier this year and gave very generous feedback. Oh,
I mean, Jake, you weren't carrying anything too like clumsy.
Yeah, mostly the feedback was don't trip up when you go on the stage, stuff like that.
You tripped up when you've gone on stage?
Well, not in a big way, but I've done ones. I've done gigs as well. Like, have you ever done the Frog and Bucket in Manchester?
I know the
so the stage is quite high. It's like everyone's sitting down at tables and stage is like just above their head level, so it's quite high up, and also everyone's basically at the level of the stage, but it narrows at the front, so it's like I've done a gig there, I've done a couple there, and every time I do it, I'll stand in the narrow bit at the front because you shouldn't really back off because that makes you look like you don't know what you're doing. But I stand there and I'm so conscious of every time I move my foot that I might just total myself into the audience.
So I often wear, like, as you know, like massive platformy boots on stage, and that is my complete paranoia. And it's not so much going up the steps, it's coming down. Because going up, I can sort of go on the front of my feet and then I'm a bit safer, but coming down is always the terrifying bit where I think I'm going to end up crowd surfing unintentionally.
And also if you do something stupid on the way to the microphone, you can then be like, oh, I planned that, or say something to address it. But if you've just ended your set and they've been like, I'm the best person at comedy ever, good night, and then you fall over, you can't come back to the microphone and be like, sorry, meant to do that. It sort of ruins the vibe.
I had a little trip on my way to the mic during my last Edinburgh show, but the show was also about the fact that I've got a neuro disorder, and I am quite clumsy as a result of that. So I tripped a bit, and then I went, spoiler alert, you'll know why that happened later, which I think really gave it again too much respect for being clumsy.
Yeah. Yeah, although maybe you should have written that in for yourself as a stage direction, just every day, small stumble on the way to mic.
Small stumble in the stage direction. I love that. I'm writing that down. Thanks for that
Do
feedback.
it. That's all right. No worries. Happy to give feedback all the time. Actually, speaking of advice, what do you think is the worst piece of advice you've ever given anyone?
So I actually asked my household what's the worst piece of advice I've given anyone.
I'd love to know what your husband and your son think the worst piece of advice you've ever given is.
Like, there was literally a fight for the numerous pieces of terrible advice given, but my husband got in first, and he was quite vociferous in his response. Basically, I've used the word vociferous twice today. I don't know if I've ever said it before in my whole life. Anyway,
you can only say vociferous correctly about 2 times, and that's why that happened.
And so that's my quota gone.
Yeah.
Anyway, so my husband came up with really the best answer because it's the first piece of advice I ever gave him in our marriage, and it was terrible. And I don't know how much you know about Jewish weddings, but one of the things that happens, like, you get married under a big canopy with 4 poles, different people holding poles. Everything's very symbolic. And at the end of the ceremony, the final thing that happens in the ceremony is that the groom stamps on a glass. Did you know that that was a thing? They break a glass. That is, anyone who's like not feeling this is enough of an RE lesson or a TED talk, I'll tell you, so that we remember in our happy times the sad time of the destruction of our temple in Jerusalem thousands of years ago. But anyway, so our wedding was happening, our ceremony was happening. It was all very exciting, wonderful. I was in a very flouncy dress, and we get to that point, and they put the glass beneath his foot, and it's kind of wrapped up in something, and he stamps down. And I didn't hear a noise because everyone goes, oh, everyone starts cheering and gets ready to sing. I didn't hear a cracking noise. So the first piece of advice I ever gave my husband at that moment, under the wedding canopy, rabbi there, parents, all the guests, I said to him, always check if it's broken. And then he leant down to check if it's broken, because I'd say at that point in time was optimum for me asking him to do things. He had to check it was broken and sliced his finger open, and someone had to give him, I think the rabbi gave him a big old-fashioned handkerchief to wrap round it. So and then we turned round to be kind of danced off the platform and like danced into the reception.
Him nursing a wound.
All the photos of like that, it's the pivotal moment, because we don't do like now you can kiss the bride. Like, that's the moment. Breaking the thing, you sing the song, you turn around and smile at everyone. All those pictures are of him with like a blood-stained handkerchief wrapped around his hand. I might even be able to find you a picture.
I definitely want to see one at some point. Right, we have 1 minute left. Rachel's going to go and find a picture. People who are watching at the moment, oh look, let's see. Hold it closer, 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 closer. Oh, look at his finger. He's trying to hide it. Poor Mark.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't want advice on the level of the advice that you were giving there, but before we go, could you give me a piece of advice?
Adele, my piece of advice for you is keep on keeping on. You are fab, and I don't think you need any assistance from me to keep being so brilliant. Do what you're doing. You're great.
Oh, that was perfect. Thanks for saying that word for word as I sent it to you earlier. Thank you, Rachel. Okay, yeah, this has been lovely, and we're going to have to move on now. Obviously, people watching at home, please do, if you've enjoyed this, or even if you haven't, just do. Please do donate to Diabetes UK. The Just Giving link is scrolling along below. Colin's doing a very good job, so let him know that you're pleased with him by giving him money. And yeah, this has been great fun. Thank you so much for coming on, Rachel, and thank you
for having me.
For your feedback. And yeah. See you all later, I guess. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much for your time. Wonderful. And that is a great podcast. That is a brilliant podcast, Adele. So yeah, keep on with that. Take Rachel's advice. Keep on carrying on with that. That's brilliant.
Well, we will.
Thank you, and congratulations, Colin. This has been amazing. This whole thing.
Thank you so much, Rachel, and thank you for getting involved and giving up your time as well. I really appreciate it. I really do.
Great. Right. Shall we run away, Colin?
Yes, go away, you guys.
Okay,
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Au revoir. Love you lots. Right. That was Adele Cliff with her brilliant podcast. Very good. All about feedback and advice. That was great. And what a great guest as well. Fantastic. In a moment, I'll be talking to a wonderful comedian, Rob Coleman. I wanted to share some advice or feedback that I got before from the Cornish papers. When you're a comic, you look for reviews from papers and that kind of thing. And here's 3 reviews I've got from 3 different Cornish newspapers, all of which I haven't been able to use on any kind of publicity. Here we are. Here's the first one. Let me see if I can press it. There we go. Comedian Colin Lego, male 40, said some quite funny things. That's from the Cornish Guardian. I love the fact they had to point out that I was male with a name like Colin. That's good. Also, another Cornish paper here. Colin Lego. Colin Lego could be heard from the very back of the room, which is good. The St Austell voice there, not understanding how microphones work. So that was nice. That gig was awful. I remember that gig being terrifically awful. And finally, Western Morning News. This is about me. Something fairly amusing before the free pasty supper. So, I mean, that is lovely as a way to talk about someone, just a free thing before we get some free pasties. Good. All right. We are going to be talking to Rob Coleman just after I play this little ditty, and then we are into the last hour and a half of this ridiculous 24 hours. I will see you in 1 All right, we are back once again. 90 minutes to go or something like that. Thank you for staying with me. I appreciate your support. I appreciate you watching, commenting, and I also appreciate if you have donated. You have exactly an hour and a half to donate. We are up to, I think, I'm going to have a quick look. We are up to £940, which is amazing. I would love to smash that £1,000 mark. It would be a joy. I think I would cry little tears if that happened. But £940 is amazing. If you feel that you could just donate a tiny bit more, if you've donated a few quid and you can do a bit more, or if you haven't donated, you only have an hour and a half to do so. Do not wait. Down the bottom here, justgiving.com/legless in lockdown, all for Diabetes UK, all for people like myself and other people who can possibly prevent getting type 2 diabetes. Any money goes towards helping that cause. So please, 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 here it is. 90 minutes to go, my friends, and then I might have a little sleep. I'll find out. Okay, we are talking to a wonderful comedian now, and I'm so pleased he's involved. Ladies and gentlemen, please go wild and crazy in a legless and lockdown style for Rob Coleman.
Yay! Hello, how are you?
Hello, Rob. How are you?
I'm very well, mate. Yourself?
Well, I won't lie. I'm a bit tired, Rob. But I'm all right. I'm fine.
What I'm impressed about you, Colin, most of all, is that you appear to have kept your hair neat and tiny during lockdown.
Yeah, well, it got cut at home. I had I'll just take my headphones off. It got cut at home.
Oh my goodness!
After watching many YouTube videos on how to cut hair. So
You
is
do it
this
yourself?
no. It was all all done by somebody else.
Right.
I wouldn't attempt to do it myself.
Hey,
It
no,
would.
no, cracking job for you, certainly.
Yeah, thank you. I've. How has lockdown been hair-wise for you? Has it been a nightmare?
Well, as you can tell from my, to be fair, you know, given I am the comic who's renowned for having slightly wild hair, it's been a massive non-event, frankly, the lockdown hair scenario for me. You know, it's just like normal everyday hair life in the Coleman household. So it's all good.
How has lockdown been? Because I've asked many comedians this over the last 24 hours. It's affected people in different ways. Some people have just gone, right, well, that's comedy stopped for the foreseeable. Some people have picked it up in different ways. What's it been like for you?
It's been really strange, I'll be honest. I mean, going from traveling 700 miles a week and living on caffeine, gigging 4 or 5, 6 nights a week, to doing nothing at all. And it was quite nice for a little while. It was quite a revolution, frankly, in my lifestyle. And I thought I was going to achieve. I was going to be fluent in 5 languages and got with great bands and stuff. And I appear to have done bugger all, apparently, during the last 12 weeks. My geography's improved. I've learnt all the countries in the world, but other than that, I've done no comedy at all.
You've not jumped on any of these kind of live stream shows or anything like that?
You know what? You're a lucky man, Lego. You are the first comedy show I have done online since lockdown.
Oh wow!
So
well, I
honoured.
I am honoured. I am very honoured. Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure. I think it's important to, as people have been saying, when you go on Zoom and whatnot, and whatever this is, StreamYard, that your background, where your face is in front of it, indicates the fact, you know, or what your interests are. And so it turns out my interests are nothing, as it turns out. So there you go.
I'm very similar. Look, I have a very
you do
plain.
Fantastic. Yes.
Nothing going on.
I do have quite nice line of curtains, though, as you can tell from that as well.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Very pretty curtains. And that's
lovely. That's lovely. I was just doing a little bit of sort of stalking you for a little bit for the show.
Okay.
I wasn't hanging around in your garden. Don't worry.
Mate, Carrot, you feel free, mate. You might as well.
When lockdown's over, I'll get back to stalking you in your garden.
That would be good.
But you were just about to. I miss it too. I'll have to. Yeah, it was the peering around from the bush, you know, like that.
You know what? Sorry, if I can digress for 1 second?
Yeah.
We live. Jane and I live on a farm, which is very beautiful, and you can see. If I do this, you can see fields and shit. And I don't think you can see that or not.
Oh, that is nice. Yeah, yes.
And the farmer lives about 100 yards up the track. And about a year into our tenancy here, the farmer's son got very pissed one night after his A-level results came out and forgot which house he lived at and tried to break into our cottage.
Oh gosh.
And we didn't know who he was. We didn't know so we called the police, as you would do, because we're quite, we're quite remote out here. We're quite a little away from civilization, which is how we like it. And Jane wanted to go out with a baseball bat. I wasn't quite scared on the idea. And the police came along and arrested him, took him home. He vomited on our lawn, and we got our shed painted for free as a result. So there you go. That's always a result.
Swings and roundabouts.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You should have asked for some swings and roundabouts as well.
We should have done. That would be much more fun. I interrupt you anyway. Sorry, dude. Go on.
No, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. I was saying that before lockdown, you were just about to embark on, this was the British Comedian of the Year 2020.
Indeed.
Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
So tell us a bit about that. And obviously it stopped, but what does that entail?
Well, the most important thing, obviously, is there's a massive cash prize at the end. And never mind the art involved. There's 10 grand to be won. So get your ass and get that sorted out. Absolutely right.
Love it. Yeah.
So we love that. And they chose, I think, 140 odd comedians and 560 odd that went into it. So that's good. Yeah. So my heat would have been in Ipswich, and then quarterfinals, semi-finals, and the final. somewhere down south, I think in June. But hopefully it'll come back next year. I hope. But it's open to anyone who of any standards. So it was nice to be chosen to start with.
I mean, that's a real honour, and I'd love to see. I mean, do you think some of these gigs will just get? I don't mean this specifically, but these kind of competitions will just get forgotten about for a year. Like 2020 never happened. Let's not even repeat it. It'll be a shame, wouldn't it?
I think, I mean, from a promoter's point of view, all I've done with my gigs that I've had to cancel from a booking point of view, I've just put everyone back. So the first gig, so when we do get back live gigging, people will just go back to where they were and we'll start from scratch again. So one would hope it would be the same for comics as well. And I'm sure the competitions will run again next year. Yeah, Edinburgh, right? Edinburgh's just missed out a year. I'm still going to do my Edinburgh show next year. I wasn't going to do this year. I'll do it next year instead. So still having a sabbatical for you. That's all. We're all back on it whenever we're allowed to. But I think that's the scary part. I think from a comics point of view is that even if we get 1 meter distancing, it doesn't work. Live comedy can't happen in 1 meter because we're losing 3 out of every 4 seats.
Yeah.
So you're still. It's got to be no distancing at all to make it work. You might get in the bigger venues, but smaller, you've got no chance. No. And I don't see personally it coming back properly until late autumn at the earliest, maybe even next year, which is kind of scary.
Yeah, absolutely. It is very scary. It's a tricky one. Are you already sort of thinking about what your show is going to be for that Edinburgh then? Are you down that road yet?
Yeah, because I had pretty much written. I mean, I was that's a complete lie. I had it right at the train on the way up as per usual. Because my show was going to be about my ocean row.
Yes, crossing the Atlantic, wasn't it?
Indeed, that's right. Yeah. So that will still happen, but just next year, not this year. That's all. And so I kept, it's all booked in. It's got a venue and stuff. It's just got no. Okay. We can't put it on this year, but it's all good.
Because you when you've not been doing comedy have been rowing across the Atlantic and breaking records whilst doing it. Is that right?
Actually, I should be charging a fee for this crap, I tell you, because I'm officially a world record holding ocean rower.
Oh, right. Tell us about it, Rob. What record do you have?
It's quite technical, so go with it. All right. It's okay. It is the fastest 4 mixed person crew in a pure ocean rowing boat. There we go.
Wow. Okay.
You know idea what that means, have you?
well, it had the word fastest in it, so I know it was quick.
That's all you need to know.
Are you? Because I mean, I don't know everyone's hobbies. Are you a rower? Is that something you've always done or picked up recently?
No, I tried it in 2003 and made a complete pig zero of it. And was never going to get in a boat again, and because I hated rowing, never did rowing when I was at university or any rivers or anything. Then I broke my hip 5 years ago, almost died as a result, and thought, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it now before I get too old to do it. So I started off, and 5 years later on, we got it done.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Which was fantastic.
And it was always the goal to do this specific record, or that was just a byproduct?
That was a byproduct. The idea was to get across without dying. That was kind of the main thought behind the whole row.
Yeah.
It was just the record was definitely a bonus on top, but just to get across and come rowing into Antigua, having done 3,000 miles on your own for almost 51 days in a very small boat with 3 other people, tired, fed up, wet, cold most of the time. It's just a wonderful thing to have done.
But it sounds awful.
It is awful. It is horrible.
Yeah, right. I'm assuming your show in Edinburgh is a comedy show. Where does the comedy come from in that situation then?
Comedy comes from me being an arse, basically. That's kind of where the comedy comes from.
Okay.
And anyway, we all know anyway that Edinburgh shows, the comedy shows in Edinburgh, often don't be that funny anyway, as we've established over the years.
Yeah.
So it'll fit in perfectly, I think.
Lovely. It's going to be sentimental. It's going to be triumph.
Yeah, exactly. There's going to be a sort of 40-minute dip where we all need to kill each other and everything else, and then rise up in triumph like a whale out of the sea. That's how it's going to be.
That's amazing. Now, was that quite low tech then? That kind of row? Was that pretty much 4 men with oars going across the Atlantic?
Not quite. I mean, these days you can basically yes. I mean, it was a boat with three men, one woman, and some oars. But you're allowed to take other things. You got to take your own food. You got to take you desalinate your own water and stuff. But you also got to take things like GPS, which is kind of good news, and various bits of safety kits. So if you do get in trouble, you can get rescued. The trouble is, though, if you get rescued by the nearest boat that comes your way by law,
right?
Which could be going, frankly, anywhere. I know one crew got picked up mid-Atlantic. got taken to Somalia because that's where the boat was going. And by choice, I wouldn't. I mean, I'm sure Somalia's lovely in the summer, but by choice, I probably wouldn't go there.
Yes. No, you'd much rather have where you are now.
Exactly. I think so.
Yeah. The only reason I ask about the tech is because you advertise yourself, and also Jane advertises you on when she does little videos of you doing tech things as a low-tech comedian. So I assume you'd be against too many gadgets and stuff. Am I right?
Not when it's going to save my life. No, I'm all for gadgets when it's going to save my life. There's an important difference between having tech for the sake of having tech, which I mean, I've never had a games console. For instance, my TV is quite small. I'm not a fan of high tech generally, except if it's going to save my life, bring it on, bitches, and all the tech I can have. But you're right. Up until a couple of months ago, give me 1 second.
Yeah. I mean, if I was
proud owner of, what can you say? Of this was my phone.
So let's make the screen a bit. Oh wow!
Hang on, I can't hear you now. There we go.
Now I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'm not super techie, but that will be in a museum. Honestly, that is in a museum somewhere in like the 1990s, early 2000s section.
I don't know what you're talking about, frankly. I've got 4 or 5 of those for the last 3 years. It's fantastic.
You've got your own exhibit.
Yeah, pretty. I could be in there, couldn't I? I could be there holding. About a month during lockdown, I was persuaded to get the better judgment to buy one of these.
Oh my gosh! Wow!
It's my very first smartphone.
How are you finding the smartphone?
It's, you know what, I have to say, it's actually rather good.
Yeah, don't tell anyone.
I'm so disappointed. I really wanted to hate it. Really wanted to hate it and throw it out the window. I'm actually quite enjoying it, which is a real bugger.
Don't tell Jane.
I won't, because she'll just crow till she dies. Which might be quite soon if she keeps crowing. But I'm horrified, frankly, by the prospect of it. But I've finally succumbed after. How long have you been out for smartphones? 20 years? 15 years?
Maybe not 20. Yeah, 15, I reckon.
Yeah.
15.
Yeah. Well, I finally succumbed.
Well done. Welcome to the horrible group.
I've only got about 5 apps on it. I'm not going to go crazy on the apps and stuff. And I refuse to use it for mapping or anything practical like that. So I'm still going to keep to my old Rob Nav ways.
Yeah.
If somewhere here, I think we have a Rob Nav. I think actually. Where we go?
A Rob.
Here we go. This is. I don't know if you see this. This is Rob Nav.
Let's have a look. Let's make that a bit bigger. Oh, yeah, right. Okay.
So you basically draw some hieroglyphics on a piece of paper and put directions in. That is RobNav, and I shall carry on using that, obviously, because sat-navs are not used for doing anything along those sort of lines.
No, and they often lead you down country lanes which don't exist.
They do.
Yeah. I'm going to play a little video that I got early on this week. It is basically based on this, a video that you filmed at home with Jane. I'll just play it and I'll come back to you. So let's see Rob with his new phone, just a little bit, and then I'll come back and speak to Rob a little bit more.
This is Rob.
Hello.
Rob is a low-tech comedian.
I am.
This is Rob's phone.
How do I get Snake on this?
And this is Rob's sat-nav. Recently, Rob bought himself a new smartphone, and now he's going to open it. What the fuck are you doing? You won't need those. It's not radioactive, you idiot. No, put those down. Put those down. Just open the bloody thing. Just open it. It won't bite. It's fine.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that
Go
pretty
on.
much sums up my attitude very well. Technology, probably.
Yeah.
Not a fan.
I think you'll enjoy the world of smartphone when you get into it. I think you'll go to it like a duck to water.
You got to want to do these things, man. I can't be asked, frankly. You know what's wrong with this young generation? That's what it is. They're coming on. They're not looking up at the sky, and nature's getting too much phone work. And I'm not having it.
Very
Get
true.
out there and enjoy nature, people. Particularly
Yeah.
at the moment.
Well,
high-tech nonsense.
you don't need the nature now. You can have some kind of what's it called? The thing where you wear it on
virtual reality.
Virtual reality, yes.
Look at me with my high-tech knowledge. Yes.
Very quickly, just before I have to sort of move on at just before 3 to my next guest. You were in the we've all been associated with the UK Pun Championships. Is that correct?
Yes.
You were in the final back in 2015.
It's not something I like to talk about. It was.
Oh, I won't talk about it then.
No, that's it was a complete shambles, frankly.
Okay.
I was in a field containing the likes of Leo Curse and somebody else who I forget, who had pun. I thought I was quite good at puns, but next to those two guys, they just nailed it. Absolutely,
Right.
I mean, some serious, properly good puns, and not only that, but you were getting topics for the start of the show, and they would then riff off your answers, which I thought was playing a bit dirty, frankly. So.
Oh, okay. All right.
I mean, it's fun to do, but I wouldn't want to do it again.
Yeah, I find it because I do a few puns. I found it quite a fun gig, but I know what you mean. It can be, depending on the comic, it can be quite gladiatorial, which isn't my style at all.
Well, I think these days they've actually put it in a boxing ring now.
Yes, that's right.
In Leicester, did you go this year or last year?
No, I went this year as a spectator, but yeah, it's a boxing ring, and they're trying to make that kind of like battle arena. Yeah. But as we know, a lot of people who write jokes are very timid and shy. It's not. It's not going to be Rocky 5.
No. Did you ever see the wrestling they used to put on Edinburgh with the comics versus wrestlers?
Well, see, I never saw it live. I've seen videos of the live shows.
Right.
It looks full on. That is a full on show, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, with James Acaster, who's not the most robust of creatures at the best of times, I imagine put him in a ring against someone like some of these WWE stars, and he'd be last about 10 seconds, I think. It's a fantastic thought.
Yeah, have you seen it live? The wrestling?
I've not seen it live, no, but the reviews of it were quite. I need to look at the videos because the reviews of it were quite astonishing. I mean, really, really, really good.
Yeah,
but quite terrifying as well.
It's a spectacle, I think. They got ringmasters and all sorts going on. Fantastic. Well, listen, Rob, it's been lovely chatting to you. And thank you for giving up your time. I mean, people are maybe less busy right now, but you're still busy people. And I appreciate you giving up some of your Sundays. So thank you so much.
Lovely to talk to you. Take care of yourself. And good luck. You're doing great work, mate. So keep on going with it.
Thank you so much. If people do want to maybe find out a bit more about you, I know they can because I have. Where's the best place to go?
Best place to go is to my website, which is robcolemancomedy.co.uk.
All right. The people should do that because there's lots of information. And obviously, when the world is back to being open, there'll be gig dates and all those sorts of things.
All those, hopefully, yes. We're piling back onto it.
All right. Please say hello to Jane for me as well.
I will.
And I will see you very soon. All right.
I look forward to it. Thanks ever so much. Take care.
See you later.
Cheers.
See you later.
Bye.
That was Rob Coleman there. What a lovely man. And also a world record holder. I mean, there you go. That was an added bonus for you today. You didn't know he was going to get a record breaker. Talking to you on the Legless in Lockdown. Very nice. In a moment, for the last... in the last hour of the show, I'll be doing a few things. One of those things is talking to a podcasting guru, I'm going to call him, called Ant McGinley, a very good friend from all the way back when I was at De Montfort University in Leicester, who now does a lot of podcasting and can tell us all sorts of lovely things to do with podcasting. We'll be talking to him in about 5 minutes. Let me, in this 5 minutes, tell you the total so far. Oh, very exciting. You can't see my face as I look at it because you can only see my face on the stream, but here we go. It's going up, 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 and we have £940. Oh my gosh. That's amazing, people. £940 is £940 more than I had 23 hours ago. So I am so grateful. Thank you so much. And let's see who has given. Anonymous, £30. I don't know who you are, Anonymous, but I wish I did. But whoever you are, thank you so much. Frizz Frizzle. Oh, Frizz Frizzle, who was on twice doing the stream. Excellent work. Just thought I'd bump it up. That's fantastic. Thank you, Frizz. I appreciate that so much. And I hope the job in Moonpig is going swimmingly. I love it. Pushing the envelope and all that. Peter Cole. Peter Cole is a regular punster during our pun-offs on a Sunday night. Hi, Cole. Hope you you had a fantastic event full of loads of bad jokes and other people's jokes too. Thanks a lot, Peter. Enjoy the long nap. I will have a long nap. Elaine and Steve Crisp, thank you so much. Well done, Colin. You've been awesome. Thanks, guys. You've been awesome too. Even at 2 a.m. I know. Elaine was up with me at 2 a.m. watching me talk absolute drivel to myself. SNR, £20. Well done, Cole. SNR. Sam and Rosie. That might be Sam and Rosie. Hi, Sam and Rosie. I hope it is Sam and Rosie. If not, SNR, you are lovely people as well. Estia, thank you so much. Nikki Leash, thank you so much. Ian, thank you so much. Anonymous again. I don't know if it's the same Anonymous, but thank you. Richard Wolford. Richard Wolford, you were on a minute ago. That's lovely. Thank you so much, my friend. Who else? Liz has messaged. Stuart, Auntie Pat, Becky and Paul. Listen, you've all done amazingly. We are at £940. We have got 1 hour to go. You know where I'd like to go. And I think we can make that happen. We have got Ant McGinley coming up to talk to us about some podcasting. We have got some comedy by kids for kids. I have had some jokes sent to me from some parents who have got their children to tell jokes, and they are decent jokes, I'll tell you that. And some lovely sketches by some children as well. We'll do that in the last half an hour. Let me just play you a little video about what Diabetes UK is all about and why you should donate, and then we will talk to Ant McGinley after this brief little message.
More people than ever have diabetes. More people than ever are at risk of type 2 diabetes. Apparently, if nothing changes, more than 5 million people will have diabetes in the UK by 2025. Now, about 90% of people with diabetes have type 2. It can come on slowly, usually over the age of 40. Hello, fellow 40-year-olds. The signs may not be obvious, or there might be no signs at all. Therefore, it might be up to 10 years before you find out you even have it. Around 8% of people with diabetes have type 1 diabetes, or as I like to call it, my diabetes. And about 2% of people with diabetes have rarer types of diabetes, like a steak cooked for only 20 seconds. That's very rare. So, what is diabetes? Well, you probably know there's two types, type 1 and type 2, and they both occur when the body cannot properly store and use glucose, which is essential for energy. Type 1 diabetes, or as I call it, my diabetes get off its mine, usually appears first in children or adolescents, but it can occur in young people too, just like it did with me. The immune system attacks the cells in and around your pancreas, so they can no longer produce insulin. That's your organ in your body, the pancreas, not St Pancras Station, where you can get a lovely train to Nottingham apparently every day of the week. Lovely. Annoyingly, there's no way to really prevent type 1 diabetes, as it's often hereditary, so essentially it was in my family's genes. We should probably get more than one pair. Genes means two things. Globally, around 5% of people with diabetes have type 1. Now, type 2 diabetes is more likely to appear as people age, but many children are now starting to develop it too. In this type, the pancreas produces insulin, but the body cannot use it effectively. Lifestyle factors appear to play a massive role in its development. Both types of diabetes can lead to huge complications such as cardiovascular disease, kidney disease, vision loss, neurological conditions, damage to blood vessels and organs, or even losing limbs, like I did. So how can you help by giving some money to Diabetes UK? Well, Diabetes UK was founded in 1934 as the Diabetic Association. In 2000 it changed its name to Diabetes UK. Both founders were living with diabetes, and their aim was to make sure that everyone in the UK had access to insulin regardless of their financial situation. Over the years, the charity has grown enormously and now provides financial support for project grants, funding to purchase medical equipment, research training opportunities ranging from PhD studentships to research fellowships. The research they fund covers all areas of diabetes, and there have been significant breakthroughs because of the money people have given Diabetes UK in both type 1 treatment and type 2 prevention. By donating today, you are helping this brilliant work to continue. And if the statistics are right, in a few years, 1 in 3 of us will have or be affected by diabetes. So you might actually see some of your money coming back to help you in the future. If you've been enjoying the stream or have laughed at least once, just donate a few pounds. Diabetes UK and myself would really appreciate it. Thank you.
And you have 1 hour to do so. And then the stream is over. That is my 24 hours done in 1 hour's time. Let's get donating. justgiving.com/legless in lockdown. Now, we have got a gentleman joining us. Well, I don't know where he is in the world. I was going to say all the way from somewhere. I don't know where you are at, but I know that you're just backstage right now, about to join us on Legless in Lockdown. And I think I'm probably more chirpy right now than you imagined I would be. Please welcome to the stage, it's Ant McGinley.
Hello. Does that
What?
work?
Yes, it works.
Amazing. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing very well. I think the last time I saw you was this long ago, maybe. It has been a while.
That is an impressive beard, Ant. I'll tell you that.
There's the profile.
Yeah. He's got his own profile on Facebook, that beard.
Yeah. Actually, look, you can see a picture of me without a beard up there. And if I do that, you can see the difference.
Oh, yeah. How are you, Ant? How's life in lockdown been? All that shenanigans?
There's been a lot of peel.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. No, honestly, like literally. And I'll tell you what, if there's anybody in and around sort of my postal area, I'm in Manchester at the moment. No, seriously, if someone like goes on now and donates 20 quid, right, I will bring you this bottle of homemade limoncello, which is obviously made from lemon peel.
Oh,
that's pretty strong as well. Pretty strong. Also, because I've been getting bored, I've also made banana peel bacon.
Okay. Tell me about what is that?
So that's banana skin.
Yeah.
And maple bacon.
Does it taste like bacon or does it taste like banana skin?
I have no idea. I've been vegan for 6 years. Vegetarian for 2 years before that.
Fine.
So I have no idea. Apparently it's not bad.
Fair enough. That's all right.
Yeah.
You weren't always vegan. Were you always vegan? No.
Vegetarian. I just kind of went a bit more hardcore. It came with the beard.
Yeah.
I have to say, it's been really great watching what you've been doing. I mean, I don't know how you've managed it because I've been chipping in with some comments and I haven't even been able to spell the comments correctly. I've been making jokes or things in. I've been misspelling, mistyping, and like I'm not even doing it. You're doing the whole thing. So I just want to take this moment now to say congratulations to you. The only thing I've ever done like this was I did 19 hours straight of Command and Conquer when I was at university.
That's a video game, right?
It's a video game, yeah.
Okay.
And I did a similar thing with Resident Evil and missed a date because I was so into it. Yeah, I mean, she's very happy now. She's got a kid with someone else. But yeah, it's been really good. I've been dipping in that, and what's been really nice is I've seen some faces of people and messages of people that I've not seen for a long time. Rebecca Shorrocks.
Yeah,
I've never actually seen her face, but we've kind of worked together on a project years back, which was a project we maybe talk about in a little while. And it's just been some lovely people in there, and just highlights for me. I mean, obviously you just had that world record breaker. Then before that, you know, loved Harry Seacombe's daughter this morning. Obviously a star of the stage as well. You've had other stars of screen. You've had live comedy, amazing comedians, lots of information about diabetes. And then what I thought was really great, you and Laura talking about, as two amputees, talking about, you know, your experiences of going through all that. And now we have a man with a beard. Welcome to the last hour, ladies and gentlemen.
And that is the final box ticked.
Yeah, we've run out of material. Here's some bloke with a beard. Yes. Hello.
Yes. Yeah. But no, you are not just a man with a beard, and you are. It's a lovely thing to talk about, because podcasting. You're basically. I've known you for years, but your life has been very heavily involved in podcasting, and arguably, podcasting. I mean, I'm just saying this off the top of my head, but arguably, it is the biggest growing, fastest growing form of comedy there is. Do you not agree?
Yeah, well, it's been a really fast growing sort of area anyway, but comedy really has jumped onto it in the last 18 months, really. And I mean, comedy's always been at the forefront of podcasting. I mean, still, you'll find Ricky Gervais's podcast is still charting in the top 100 all the time. That his original podcast that he did. The likes of Danny Baker have always been on there. Right now, you've got a lot of very Dan Nightingale's podcast is running very well. Paul Smith from Hot Water, he's moving into that now as well. There's lots of great comics out there as well, and that's kind of how I got involved in it at the very beginning, was through comedy and music. So I made my first podcast with your help, amongst sort of 20 other people, back in 2005, which was about a year after podcasting was invented by accident, and about the same time that Apple then invented it afterwards.
Reinvented it. Yeah.
So that's kind of, and the brilliant thing is, so we made this project called Paint Your Headphones, which was kind of in a way took a lot of inspiration from the likes of Trigger Happy TV. So you had great music and great comedy, and you would mix the two together, and it came from frustration, really. So we were in London at the time, and there was all these great bands that I was seeing that weren't getting airplay on the radio, they weren't getting a break, and there was just such a great vibrant comedy scene as well. And again, it was that same thing, there wasn't a platform. And then this medium came along called podcasting, and at the time people were just using it to chat, mostly coders, and they were just chatting, and there was no real formats or shows. And I thought, well, actually, there's no reason why we couldn't do something that was a high production value, well written, and had lots of talented people involved.
Yeah.
So it started then, and it's really grown up since then.
And we were talking a few days ago, and not in a kind of big-headed, boasting way, but we feel that we were just, I don't know, the wrong time, too early, maybe, for it to become a big thing for us. But we definitely had all the elements. We were just maybe, without sounding like a total idiot, ahead of our time. I don't know.
I mean, I mean, visionary, messiah.
Yeah.
These are all words you could use for me. By the way, I just worked out a quick bit of maths as an aside. While this is going on, we've got less than an hour left, but I worked out if just everybody that was watching, like we had people donate £1 and we had £1 donated every minute, that would take you up to £1,000.
Oh,
which would be brilliant.
Yeah, so that would be good.
Even if you just got £1, go to the Just Giving. Look, it's going across the screen right now. There we go. That way. Look at that.
There it goes.
Let's just do this for the next 20 minutes.
I mean, people have been so generous already. I've just got this idea in my head that I'd like to get to that solid figure, but 900 and whatever it is, 60 quid, that's amazing, really. Anne's going to do that for the next 25 minutes. Yeah, it's very generous. People have been very generous. Oh no, that's something else. I thought someone had just donated, but it's not. It's a spam email.
Would you like to have bigger testicles?
Yeah, that's right. Someone's donated a large penis. So, what podcasting have you been involved in recently? Then, paint your headphones aside. What's been your bag for the most recent sort of things?
So the most recent thing is we just launched on the 1st of June. Is this one? Wrestling with
the champ. Right. Okay.
So that's Wrestling with the Champ, and it takes a leaf out of the book of that Peter Crouch podcast, and also is kind of kindred to Alan Partridge, who is about to launch his own podcast as well. You can actually get a preview of it on your Alexa device right now. Oh,
okay. I won't say that too loud because she'll spark up.
No, she will. Yeah, she will. So from the Oast House, that's been they've been working on that for a long time. That's going to be exclusive to Audible, but everybody will be able to listen to the first one for free. It's taken them 5 years. To get Coogan involved.
Right.
But
that's as Partridge. He's doing that as Partridge.
As Partridge, yeah. So I've listened to the first episode, and it is classic Partridge. And so if you're a fan of the Partridge world, it fits in perfectly with that, and especially on his journey in his career. Podcasting is the next thing for him, and straight away he's potentially got a bigger audience than any show on Norfolk Digital.
Okay,
but the thing is, like, he's kind of come into it quite late. There's so many great shows out there, and also there's a lot of shows that aren't getting a platform anywhere else.
Yeah.
And what tends to happen now is it used to be that you would pitch a show to something like Radio 4, which really was the only outlet for radio comedy, audio comedy before. You pitch the show to Radio 4 and they would go, no, because that's pretty much what they do. Anybody who's been through that process, by the way, you have less than a text message of characters to pitch what your idea is. That's it. You don't get to send them any idea, any pictures, anything like this. Like, literally, it's like man goes to pub, loses leg, does 24-hour live stream. And they either go no or yes. Yeah. And when they say yes, I don't know what happens at that next bit. So what happens now is, instead of all those ideas going on the scrap heap, you can still go, well, actually, I can make them now, because you don't need what you needed before to make a podcast. Even when we started, when we were doing the podcast, we hired out a studio, we had engineers, we had all these different people in to record what we're doing. But actually now, what we're doing with this is just a free bit of software, maybe a bit of money here and there in a subscription, cheap headphones, microphone, a cheap check shirt, and
is that essential, the check shirt?
I mean, the characterization is very important. Getting into character, that's really made a difference. And also the brilliant thing about it is we're now moving into. I mean, although we started doing some stuff together, and then I helped you and Rob do another show afterwards. You've kind of been out of it since. I know you've done. Those who bought this also bought that, and you've been on a few other shows.
Yes, well. That's right. Yeah.
But what's happened now is podcasting as a medium. It's still very young, but it's been around for 16 years now, almost 17 years. And so we're moving into this world where you're going to have people who always had podcasts around. And so I believe that this really is the time now where you're going to get the greatest podcast ever made. I know there's some good stuff out there already, but a lot of that has been defined by what people knew before and what people's preconceived ideas of audio and comedy were. Whereas now people are just coming and it's an outlet for them. And so there's going to be some really exciting things. That said, there is a whole bunch of great shows I can recommend for you as well. Or I could just talk about my stuff, or we could just do this.
Well, no, I mean, you should recommend some stuff. Like, obviously, recommend your own stuff. That would be amazing. But you've got your sort of finger on the pulse of what is going on comedy-wise. So, what is out there that we should not miss? They're the big names we know about, but those little ones that we maybe haven't heard of.
Yeah, I've also got my finger not just on the pulse, but also
you're doing
this is the most fun I've had in 12 weeks, Colin. Don't stop me. So in terms of there's a lot of great things out there. The first one I'm going to shout to is, I think it's been re-released this week on Audio Boom. It's called The Adventures of Brian Hovis. And if you ever liked Monty Python or Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and wondered what if one of those characters just dropped into the modern world, what would happen to them? It's brilliant. And Ian, the actor that does the voices, he does every single voice in it, so it's an amazing performance.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so and I think there's something like in one episode he does 12 different voices, including 3 different women, and I didn't know, and I'm quite good at this kind of thing. It was only afterwards when I interviewed them that I found out. So that's definitely worth a listen in terms of one that you might not have seen. One that I've just done a little guest spot in their last episode is a show called The Offensive. Now, anybody that liked the thick of it, it's a footballing version, sort of fly on the wall documentary of the thick of it. So it's in a football boardroom, and it's if nothing else, it's enjoyable just for the creative ways they turn footballers' names into swear words. And it's three main characters, and it's just this thing where, you know, no matter what kind of dysfunctional relationship you have at home, you listen to that and you'll feel better about it because theirs is much worse than yours is.
All right.
It's very good. It's up for a British Podcast Award as well. And if you like football, you will get a lot more out of it. Even if you don't like football and you just like swearing and angry people, that's something you'll very much enjoy. Comedy-wise, one that I got put onto a couple of months ago, which I've been blitzing through, but they've done so much, it's really hard to catch up to, is a show called Mission to Zyxx. And that's ZYXX.
Okay.
Anybody that has ever been a fan of Star Wars or Star Trek, it's an improv parody of those worlds and universes. And the amazing thing about this is, and I didn't believe it when I found out because I was a couple of episodes in, every single episode is improvised. And then what they do is they then go back and one of the guys in it, he edits it together to make sense. And then adds all the sound effects and production, which actually, if you look into the history, is basically how George Lucas made the original Star Wars.
Oh, really?
He just filmed a lot of stuff and then put it all together. That's an American show. It's on like its 5th season now. There's a British show called Mind Canyon, which is kind of quite similar.
Well, I know some of those guys from Mind Canyon. That's Charlie, I think, Charlie Kemp. They have fun making that show, I believe. Yeah.
So, but they use a similar kind of process to that, and so this is what's exciting for me is how it's starting to evolve now. So you've gone from people just having a chat and it being recorded and put out live. You've then gone to scripted stuff like more traditional radio being moved into it, and now you've got this crossover of things that are happening. Similar, there's a thing, John Holmes, who has been fired more times than I have in radio jobs, does a great show called The Skewer, which was for Radio 4, which was done as a podcast as well, which it is you'll enjoy as well because it was very similar in sort of vibe to what we did with Paint Your Headphones. Something to guarantee to make you laugh. It's a bit dirty, so like maybe not for one in the car with the kids. Is Gossip Mongers, and again that's brilliant because that's probably the best gig in the world to do because they don't actually write anything for that show because it all comes from contributions from the audience. So people write in with stories. So the idea is people email in stories or gossip that they remember from when they were younger, and they go through 5 or 6 of them, and then they pick out their favorite one, and then they'll shout it out a window somewhere just to keep that rumor alive. And the stories that come out are not any that I'd like to repeat on a Sunday afternoon.
Fair enough.
There's some really clever stuff that I like that comes out of America as well. There's a show called Dexter Guff. Dexter Guff is smarter than you, and he's an influencer. And he's on the 2nd season now, but in the 1st season, generally it's kind of like Tony Robbins having a breakdown as he goes through the episodes, and but it's very American in the sense that here's the ad break sponsor, so they'll have a sponsor for the ad break, but that's part of the comedy that they fit in. and
Yeah.
then he takes you when as being an influencer, he'll take you for a walk in his mind palace and share his ideas with you.
Wow.
A couple of
amazing.
shows that I work on. So one of the
Yeah.
exciting things, and we actually won Best Podcast at the Northwest Comedy Awards earlier this year.
Okay.
And given the way that shows have been and gigs have been falling by the wayside,
Yeah.
we may be the only podcast to win an award live at an event in 2020. So
Yeah.
Mondeo Law, that's Chris Keogh and Alex Boardman. So set up in Manchester, and so Alex Boardman, very very well known stand-up. He's been on the scene of 20-25 years now, and he is a regular compere at Frog and Bucket and the Comedy Store up here in Manchester. He did a law degree and then left to do stand-up comedy. And Chris Keogh is a criminal barrister seconded to the police who does stand-up comedy in the evenings. And between them, what they do is they look at the law and they follow the syllabus of the law degree, and they do it case by case each episode. And because one of them's got young kids and one's got dogs, we were struggling for somewhere quiet for them to record. It just so happened at the time I was like, well, cars are quite soundproof, you could use that. And they both had a Ford Mondeo, so that became the show, Mondeo Law.
Love it.
So, and honestly, after the first season, I'm tempted to go and murder someone because I reckon I could defend myself from what I've learned. So we've potentially created a whole new area of comedy entertainment education. Well, I'd say that Horrible History's probably got there first, but yeah, it's an interesting way. There's lots of shows out there as well. If you want to do this, if you're looking to go and do some comedy, don't just get drunk and do stuff. There's a lot of people that do that. They just get drunk and record. Basically, people will film you on the train on the way home and put it on YouTube. That's already done. So Wrestling with the Champ is the new show that I'm doing, which is really exciting because it's the least work I've ever had to do on a podcast. So what happened was I went on a stag do 2 years ago, and then at the start of lockdown, I got a script in my inbox. And basically, the guy who stag do it was Damien St. John. He's a radio presenter and also a shortlisted BAFTA screenplay writer. And he's a big wrestling fan. And so we staged a wrestling stag do for him, dressed him up in spandex for the whole weekend. We took him to one of these church hall wrestling matches, and they let us come and train with them in the day. And there was this great photograph where I kind of got into character because it's very panto. And that inspired him to write this character called the Ginger Ninja, who is now retired 34-time PWF champion. That's the Pub Wrestling Federation. And,
right, okay.
Yeah. And so we've just done the first episode is out. So we're doing like one sort of 20-minute episode a month with a couple of mini episodes in between. We have just secured, I've just heard it, the opener for episode 2 is none other than Pat Sharp from Pat Sharp's Funhouse.
Wow.
Yeah. Hey,
Funhouse. Wow.
Celebrity. Yeah.
Wow.
And then the other one that I've been working on a lot for the last 5 years has been sort of my bread and butter, is On the Left Side, which is here's a lesson for you. Anybody that's going out there doing a podcast, okay, think Snakes on a Plane. So have you seen that film? Have you seen the film Snakes on a Plane?
I have. Yeah, I have.
I have. Okay, right. I guarantee anybody watching now who hasn't seen that can tell me what the film's about.
That's true.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you're coming up with your podcast, do that. So think something. Can somebody tell what it's about from that?
Yeah.
When I say On the Left Side, do you know how many times I have to go? It's not about Jeremy Corbyn, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So On the Left Side is it's a show about football, but it's not like Match of the Day. We're more concerned about the stupid things that footballers get up to off the pitch, or when dogs run onto the pitch and they try and interview them in Argentina, or that really did happen. The post-match interviews, just all the crazy stuff that happens around it. We've done really well with that. We've been nominated a couple of times at the Arias, which is what the Sony Awards is now called.
Yeah.
And I was also shortlisted by the Audible Audio Production Awards for Best Producer last year for that show as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And if you the nicest compliment which we've had about this show is, I don't like football, but I really like it. And it's a bit like Charlie Brooker, which was one of our inspirations. So what Charlie Brooker does with TV in his wipe shows, we kind of do with football. It's 10 minutes, and it's just fun and it's silly, and we spend far too much time on it. And after 5 years, we're sick of working together. So we might be changing format. But funnily enough, a lady that I met through you is one of our regular sub presenters, the fantastic Amy Christophers.
Okay.
Who's your homegirl, who's now back in the So all the way from Cornwall, and she's brought a little bit of style, glitz, and glamour to what we've done. So she does a couple of shows. We've also had Dotun Adebayo. He's come and done a guest show for us as well. But the great thing about podcasting generally is it's an opportunity for anybody to go out and just have it's not even about having a platform like right now. So you can previously, like, if you wanted to say, like, you know, I'm a comedian, come and see my gig. Now you've got things like YouTube where people can come and see it. It's the same thing works with podcasting. You can have a library of stuff where people can go and check out what you've got and see how serious you are about what you're doing, and check out every single thing that you've done.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's a world that I don't know that much about. But so, by the way, I've just read a comment. I was going to read this comment. Liz says, "You're pixelating, Colin. Are you?" No. I am quite exhausted, Liz. That is true.
I think what is happening here is because people aren't donating, and it's like in Back to the Future where the picture starts to fade. So so look, his hand's gone. So you need to start contributing, people, because if we don't reach that £1,000 by
it's all over.
Colin's going to disappear, and he's gone.
Hopefully I'm not pixelating too much. I might have just frowned a little bit too much. But no, podcasting is not a world I know that much about. I know you, and I've been involved a little bit. So it's lovely to hear what's out there to get involved with, and thank you. All this stuff that you've talked about, is there a place where people could go and visit it simply, or is it all over the place?
I've never even talked about Pods Up North yet. So that's me. If you just go to there on I'm finding it's really difficult because it's back to front. If you go to that on Twitter or Instagram, you can find me. Hit me up. Add loads of stuff there. I also run an event which may not be happening now. We're still trying to work around that, called Pods Up North, which was aimed at giving a platform for podcasters outside of the London bubble. We did that in November. It went brilliantly. Spotify came on board as partners. And we have got another one coming. We may just have to delay it with everything else that's going on, because we still don't know what's happening there. But come and find me there. And I'm just going to do this because usually when I do this, Jim Salverson, who I do a lot of work with, I do on the left side with, his advice to me is don't stick cans to your head. So I'm going to leave you with this. So just there you go. And that's my part, ladies and gentlemen. So, and that's full. And if you're willing to contribute 50 quid now, I will come to your house and pour this for you. So just giving just is the thing there. There we go.
Wow. I mean, I think it's the can on the head, but Estia says great insight into podcasts with the can on the head. So that was it.
Yeah. Also, anybody that wants to start their own podcast and wants to learn, if they contribute now, if they make a payment to Colin's Just Giving Towards Diabetes UK, I will give them a free consultation for an hour.
Oh, that's very lovely of you, Anne. Thank you very much. Take Ant up on that offer, because he's a very lovely man and will steer you in the right directions. Ant, thank you so much. Let's catch up in the real world when the real world is more real.
My God, he's pixelating more. Pay more money.
Am I not good? Is it not good?
It's honestly, you're just turning into like an 8-bit graphics now. You look like one of the ghosts from Pac-Man.
Oh no! Ah! It's probably because I've been streaming for 24 hours, I would imagine.
Right, well
I will
done,
see
mate.
you soon. I will see you soon.
Lots of love.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you. Well, I hope you can see me. I hope I'm not pixelated too much. I have got exactly half an hour left. Can you stay with me, even in a pixelated way, for half an hour? Send me your love. Half an hour to go, and we have been doing this for 24 hours. I would love to see you at the end. I'm going to have a little celebration if we get there. I'm probably pixelating, A, because I'm absolutely shattered, but also because I've been streaming for 24 hours solid, and my computer is probably like, I need to be turned off now. So is anything hot? Apart from me, I'm super hot. Hi, look at me, ladies. It's probably sorry if I'm pixelating, but do stay with me, and we will see out this last half an hour together. Let's have a little bit of a sting, and then we'll do the last half an hour and put this thing to bed. Oh, right. Hopefully, I am not one big pixel. If I am, I'm very sorry. Nothing I can do about it. I can't turn the computer off. Listen, we're in the last half an hour. Oh my gosh, we're so close to finishing. So close to that £1,000. I will check in a moment after we played this video to see if we are there. This next video is a collection of lovely jokes from lovely people who have sent in their children telling jokes. Parents, I put a message out on Facebook during the week last week and said, hey, if your kid can tell a joke, I would like it on my show. And I got quite a handful of them in. So I've made this little video. Some of the sound is quiet, so turn up the volume. Turn up the volume. I don't know what that voice was. The voice of tiredness. And you need to turn the volume up because some of these small humans speak quite quietly, but ramp it up and let's have some jokes by children, for children, filmed by adults and edited by me. I'm so tired. Anyway, here's some lovely jokes from some children. Enjoy it.
Who's there? Hatch who?
Bless you. I said it once and I'll say it again. It. What time it is?
No.
Time for you to get a watch.
Ka-ching.
What do you call a fly with no wings? A walk. What do we call the dinosaur farms?
I don't know.
A blast from the past.
Take it away, Karen.
Why did the film stop? Not go to the pizza place.
I don't know. Why did the film stop? Not go to the pizza
Because
place?
it was too full.
Hey, nailing it, Nora.
Where do cows go on Friday night?
I don't know.
To the movies.
Oh.
Oh, good. I've smashed everything up. Good. Wasn't that fun? That was really nice. I don't know why I was moving around like a lunatic, but thank you so much. Parents, Claire and Dom, thank you so much for sending those in of your wonderful little human beings telling jokes. Here's another wonderful little human being doing a sketch about imagining that she was on Britain's Got Talent and doing a terrible act, and the judges loving it. This is Amalia with her tribute to Britain's Got No Talent.
Hello. Welcome to Britain's Got Talent. What's your name?
My name is Amalia.
And where are you from?
I've come from Romania.
It's a beautiful dress. I nearly wore that dress today, actually. Is there anything else you want to tell us about yourself?
I'm going to be doing a dance inspired by my great-great-grandmother, who also used to dance. My great-great-grandmother was such an inspiration, and I'm doing this for her.
That was amazing, sweetie. David.
Yeah, I thought that was a really, really special audition. I agree with Alicia. You're a total star. Okay, let's go. David, yes or no? 1,000,000% yes. Alicia?
100% yes from me.
Amanda?
Absolutely brilliant. Well done, yes.
You've got 4 yeses.
Well, there we go. That was something, wasn't it? And Ant says, on his way out of the door, Ant says, here's a joke for the kids. My nephew told me that the onion is the only food that makes you cry, so I threw a coconut in his face. So that's nice. When you throw a coconut in someone's face, they've then got a bounty on their head. So that's something to think about. I've just been reading some of the private chat. Let's hope it sounds good when I listen to the show back. Right, if you are a child or you enjoy nursery rhymes, we're going to finish. I think the last video of the day is going to be by Short and Curly, who are wonderful comedians. They do silly sketches for adult comedy nights and that kind of thing. But they've also done a brilliant sketch, Little Red Riding Hood, for children, but in their own unique, silly way, as only Short and Curly do. So this is about 10 minutes long in 2 sections. This is Short and Curly with their rendition of Little Red Riding Hood. It is child-friendly, so if you have a child, they can sit down and watch this. It's very silly, and it's perfect for this child-friendly section. And then I will come back to you for the last 10 minutes of the show. Off we go.
Are you a kid?
Do you like a story?
That's sometimes silly.
Sometimes gory.
Then gather round and listen in.
Short and Curly are about to begin.
Once upon a story time, there was a little girl called Little Red Riding Hoodie.
Red Riding Hoodie? That's what I'm wearing. My name is Tabitha Fitzgerald.
It was a coronavirus lockdown, and Little Red Riding Hoodie, like all of you children, was annoying her mother.
Oh, Little Red Riding... Not so Little Red Riding Hoodie. Shouldn't you be smaller than that?
Mother was right. She was too big.
Is that better? Oh, Red Riding Hoodie? Now you're getting under my feet.
Sorry, Mummy.
Why don't you go and do something useful for a change? Go and take some loo roll over to Nana, will you? There we go. And don't talk to any strangers on the way.
What about wolves?
Yeah, you can talk to wolves. They're not strangers, are they? They're just nice, cuddly animals. Anyway, when you get to Nana's, remember not to go inside because she's self-isolating because she's over 70. She's vulnerable. All right, love?
Little Red Riding Hoodie was more than willing to get out of the house. So she took the loo roll and was badly animated to leave the room. Mother drank a much-needed bottle of wine. That's it, Mother. Time for you to let the good times roll. Meanwhile, Little Red Riding Hoodie was enjoying her freedom so much that she almost didn't notice a big bad wolf approach her.
Not tripping and skipping through the wood.
I'm a wolf that's bad and big. I like to trip up girls with a big long twig.
And he did just that.
Tripping, not tripping. Oh, this broke my fall. Why is there ominous music as you walk?
It's probably my shoes. I'll take them off.
The wolf introduced himself.
I'm a big bad wolf.
Aren't you a little bit small to be a big bad wolf?
It's true. The wolf was too small. Let's do something about that.
I can see France from here.
This isn't France. I'm just stylish.
Oops, not that much. The wolf started to ask Little Red Riding Hoodie some personal questions.
Where's your mum?
Little Red Riding Hoodie tried her best not to give too much away.
Oh, she's just behind a tree over there.
Mummy's all alone in isolation with her wine.
But unfortunately, her thought bubbles let her down.
Are you sure she's not at home getting sloshed? Where are you going?
Don't imagine where I'm going. Don't imagine where I'm going. Oh, I'm just going for my one daily exercise. Oh, hello! I'm her grandmother and she's coming to see me. Grandma, what are you doing? Don't tell him that. Oh, Grandma.
You know I can see your thought bubbles. Hey! Stop it!
Just at that moment, they were interrupted by a policeman.
Hello. Social distancing is not being observed. 2 meters. Oi, Robin, move here along. You and you, the hairy one. Go on. Oh, come on.
With that, they both went on their way. The wolf had an idea. He knew how to get to Grandma's house quickly.
This looks like Little Red Riding Hoodie's grandma's house. Yeah? Who is it? Little pig, let me come in.
Little pig? No, I think that's a different fairy tale.
Then I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll... Now, hang on.
Wolves do appear in lots of fairy
That's
tales.
next week's script,
It sometimes gets confusing.
Sorry. Hello.
That's more like it. Yes, hello!
I've come to bring you some supplies.
Supplies? Yes, I'm self-isolating. Come on in! Oh, it's a wolf!
That's right. And I'm here to eat you.
And the wolf jumped on Grandma. Don't worry, that's not blood. Just at that moment, cameraman Phil took a bite of his burger and got tomato ketchup all over the camera lens. Back at Grandma's, the wolf was sizing Grandma up.
I can't eat you all in one go.
Oh, because I'm too big?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I could shrink for you.
Ever the helpful Grandma, she shrank to a bite-sized piece.
Much better, thank you.
And the wolf gobbled Grandma down whole.
I don't take a thought. I don't like it in here.
Yum, Grandma.
Grandma wasn't going to go without a fight. She tried to take the wolf down from the inside. The wolf needed to disguise himself. Oh, looks like he's had another idea.
Look,
switch.
The wolf watched a lot of TikTok videos. Little Red Riding Hoodie arrived at her grandma's house.
Knock!
Who's there?
Little Red Riding Hoodie!
Little Red Riding Hoodie who?
No, it's me, Little Red Riding Hoodie!
Oh, sorry love, thought it was a joke.
Oh no, I brought you some toilet roll because you're self-isolating.
I can't come to the door, you'll have to let yourself in.
Then Little Red Riding Hoodie smashed her grandma's window in. There was no real reason for this, but that's the kind of behaviour you can expect from someone wearing a hood.
Grandma, what big ears you've got?
All the better to see you with.
What? Oh, Grandma, what big eyes you've got?
All the better to eat you with.
What?
The wolf was never much of an actor and gave the game away immediately.
Are you a wolf?
Yes.
Dressed up as Grandma?
Yes.
Should I run?
Yes.
Little Red Riding Hoodie ran for her life.
It's low roll.
They ran through the woods.
So we cut in an upward motion, and then we turn the card, and we cut in a downwards motion, and then we stop and we turn the card, and then we cut in an upwards motion.
I'm running, not tripping, I'm running through the wood.
Come back, Red Riding Hoodie!
The wolf nearly caught Little Red Riding Hoodie, but they ran right into the policeman.
Wolf, carry. The radio reported that there was 3 little pigs being harassed by a wolf.
That's not correct, sir. You've got the wrong fairy tale.
Sorry, that's next week.
The policeman gave the wolf a special hug.
And let's give you the Heimlich maneuver.
Grandma flew out of the wolf's mouth, flew through the sky, and executed the perfect landing. Well done, Grandma. Still got it. The policeman took Grandma home, fixed the drafty crack in her door.
Stop it! You're sealing me in here!
He put Little Red Riding Hoodie into witness protection
Wow,
by
cool.
giving her a new identity. You'll now be known as Little Invisibility Riding Hoodie. Oh, I've just given that away. Forget I said that.
Why didn't you call me by my name? Tabitha Fitzgerald.
As for the wolf,
Right, it's community service for you.
he got community service, where he had to help 3 little pigs build their houses.
The end. We now need a final ride.
We hope to see you next time.
That is the brilliant, short and curly, finishing off this section for our younger viewers with their really ridiculous version of Little Red Riding Hoodie. Okay, it is time for me to say a few thank yous. First of all, thank you to anyone who's been watching. You have made this show what it is. So for the few people that are still watching now, I appreciate that. For anyone who has watched at all, I appreciate that. For anyone who tuned in during 1, 2, 3 o'clock this morning, you're crazy, but thank you very much. For anyone watching this as a post thing, you know, streaming it again, watching it again on YouTube or Facebook or Twitter, thank you so much. I appreciate that. There have been so many good things and something for everyone. And you know, if you've enjoyed me rambling on because of my tiredness, well, you're welcome. Let me say some thank yous to some acts. Let's put this up because everyone has been so kind and generous with their time. So first of all, a big thank you to Adele Cliff, Rob Thomas, Richard Pulsford, Philip Simon, Kat Molinari, Rosie Jones, who did a lovely interview with us, the wonderful Short and Curly, that's Paul and Becky, who made a few appearances during the show. Well done, thank you so much. The fabulous Jeff Rowe, all the way from Leicester, talking about the Leicester Comedy Festival. Thank you. The wonderful Tony Cowards doing some stand-up. Thank you so much, Tony. And then we had Frizzle, also with Adele. We also had Sean Hegarty in Ireland. Thank you so much, Sean. We also had Shane and Rhiannon joining us for some improv. That was way back at 9 o'clock yesterday. Ian Bowden, thank you so much, from Truro. And Matt Price, another amazing Cornish comedian, getting involved. Thank you so much. Ian McDonald with the Buzzword Show. Thank you so much, Ian. I really appreciate your time and effort on that, my friend. And all the guests on the Buzzword Show. Thank you so much. Dom Mackey, who did a brilliant show for us, 11:30 last night, which seems about 4 weeks ago now, but it was a lovely way to finish the first 8 hours. Thank you. Then Frizz Fizzle was back again with his show for a whole hour. Thank you so much. Then we tuned in to New Zealand to Chris Beattie. Thank you, Chris. It was lovely talking to you, and we should meet up soon, hopefully in the flesh, which means I would come to New Zealand. So let's call that a thing. Luke Benson, thank you, Luke, for joining us in Australia. Then we had Jeb Amani in Australia. Thanks, Jeb. What a wonderful set that was. I will talk about videos in a moment. This morning, Shaz Andrew joined us talking about meditation and Cornish wonderfulness and comedy. Thank you, Shaz. Then we had again Richard Walford. Thank you. Rob Thomas and Adele. Thank you. Katie Seacombe. Thank you so much. This list is never ending. Also, again, a big thank you to Richard and Kat for joining me on the car pun game. Thank you. Philip, Simon, again, thank you for joining me later on. And then also Legless Lauren, which people really enjoyed. Lauren came on, she's a fellow amputee, and she came on to talk about the world of being an amputee, and she showed us some of her prosthetic legs. We talked about phantom limb sensation, and it was a really good insight into being an amputee, one which I also, bits I didn't know about. So thanks for that, Lauren. It was really good. And then this afternoon, 12:30, we had Rob Broderick, aka Abanderman, which was such a high quality half an hour. He has got so much production values going into that show, all made up on the spot. Thank you, Rob. I appreciate your time. Julian Lee, thank you so much for getting involved, doing your chat show as well as punning. Rob Coleman, our last comedian on of the day, was on today at 2:30. Rob, well done for crossing the Atlantic in that boat, a world record holder. Thank you for spending some time with us. And finally, we had Ant McGinley, a lovely friend, a lovely beard. Look at that beard that he had. Oh my gosh, it could win awards. That's a world record breaking beard, I reckon. Ant joined us and talked about podcasting, and thank you so much to him. Also, thank you to anyone who sent in a video, all the children that sent in videos. Who else did I have videos from? Beck Hill, Darren Walsh, Barry and Sean, Jermaine Young, Jimmy Longmere. I had Carl Adams sent in videos. Loads of people sent in videos. I can't remember everyone. Jane Hill, thank you so much. And also Alf. Who else but Alf? Thank you so much for all your contributions. It has been an amazing show. I'm not going to cancel that. Let's do that. Don't save. Okay, fine. And here we are, right at the end. We have got 7 minutes to go. I will play my theme tune once again before we look at the total. Let's have a look at some of the comments. Oh, Chris. I didn't forget you, Chris. I kind of did forget Chris. I don't know why I forgot Chris. I think I had you down as Oxy, and so I didn't read it. I thought I'm just tired. Sorry, Chris. Chris, what happened to you? What happened to you is you went to Scunthorpe and you thought it smelt funny. That's what happened to you. Chris is a wonderful comic, and he was on earlier talking yesterday evening, talking to me about gigs all around the UK. That was really fun. Sorry, Chris. I really appreciate that. Dom, thank you, Dom Mackey. Thank you for getting involved. I appreciate that. The lovely George Lego. Well done, Cole. Fantastic from the Legoland. You can go to sleep now. Well, I almost can, Dad. I've got another 6 minutes to go, and then I will sleep for an eternity. Well done, Cole. Thank you, Jill. I appreciate that. And for anyone out there who has enjoyed it, thank you to you for watching. Thank you to just people who got involved. I really appreciate it. Anyone who promoted it, thank you to Diabetes UK for supporting it. Thank you to Christopher Biggins, who posted about it, and other supporters of Diabetes UK who got involved and posted about it. If it wasn't for all these people sharing this, we wouldn't have made the money. And this is where we find out how much money we've made. So let's play my jingle once more. Then we'll find out how much money we've raised. And then I can go and sleep. So I will see you in 1 minute after I've checked the total after this little ditty. Moment of truth, people. Did we do it? Let's see some more comments. Fantastic, Colin. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you, Estia. I really appreciate that. Chris, well done, mate. Well, yes, well done to you for joining me. Thank you so much. And Estia says this may be the longest 5 minutes for you, probably. Although some of those hours between 3 and 4 o'clock were pretty horrendous when I was talking. When I was either talking to one person or 0 people. I'm not sure how many it was, but it wasn't a double figure, which was interesting. All right, let's get rid of that. Okay. Let's have a look at the total, and then we'll either go crazy or, well, I'll have a little cry, or both. Okay, here we go. Let's refresh the page. How have we done? Here we go. Just Giving / Legless in lockdown. Oh my gosh, we have £1,040. Well done, people. £1,040. Down to you. And this link is still open. It's still open for a week. You can still donate. Justgiving.com / Legless in lockdown. But £1,040. I feel it's all been worth it. Even if it was £14, it would have been worth it. But this has all been worth it. Hey, let's celebrate. We have got a few minutes to go. I'm going to sit down for this. It's going to be better if I sit down. Here we go. Right, let's celebrate. 3, 2, 1. Oh, that was insane. Oh, I am covered. The keyboard is covered. The cat is shocked. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me. You can watch this back on YouTube, on my Facebook pages, on Twitter. Watch it back. If there's a bit you like, you have to scroll through the 3 sections of 8 hours. But thank you so much, and I hope you enjoyed it. I actually really enjoyed it. I'm weirdly awake, although I feel a shell of a human, and I am going to go and sleep now for a long time. Yeah, Steve, we did it. 1,040. Well done, Cole. What a fantastic total. Great work. Enjoy your sleep. I very much will. Tonight, UK Pun Off. I'm not involved, but 7 o'clock on Facebook and on my Twitter, UK Pun Off are doing a show with 2 amazing guests. You should join in and see them. Well done, Cole. Thank you so much. Okay, tonight, do that. I can't get rid of any of these things. There we go. That's the end. That is the end. I'm going to switch this off. Let's do one more of this stupid thing, and then we'll finish. It's been lovely. It's been emotional, and it's almost over. It is over. I bow out. Thank you so much, and I will see you again soon. See you later.